Hi Pokemon trainers, David Partington here, and welcome to Signature Pokemon, where we discover the bond between a trainer and the one Pokemon that defines their legacy. Today, we're shining the light on Torkoal. At first glance, it may look like a slow defensive fire type, but under the right trainer, Torkoal becomes a powerhouse, summoning the sun and unleashing devastating eruptions. Combine that with Torkoal's ability to support partners that take advantage of the sun like Charizard, and you have the backbone of some of the most scary teams in VGC history. So who are the trainers that have made Torkoal their own? Let's start with Brian Collins, a player who has built his reputation on hard Trick Room teams. And at the center of those teams, almost every time, is Torkoal. Brian's consistency is remarkable. He's still making deep runs in the 2026 season, including a top 8 finish at Milwaukee Regionals. And across countless other events, he's racked up top cuts with the same formula: Trick Room anchored by Torkoal. For Brian, Torkoal isn't just a role player, it's the foundation of his entire game plan. So if Brian is the Trick Room specialist, then Marco Silva is the Speed Control specialist. With his team that featured both a fast Sun mode with Jumpluff and Charizard, and a slow Trick Room mode with Porygon 2, Marco was able to command every match, whether Trick Room was online or not. He also proved that sometimes mastery matters more than originality. At 3 major events, including first place at the 2025 Latin America International Championships, second at the 2025 Gdansk Regionals, and second at the 2025 Toronto Regionals, Marco brought the exact same team. So even though opponents knew what to expect after his first big win, Marco continued to pilot the team to top finishes. His success shows that it's not just about building the team, it's about playing it with precision, confidence, and consistency. Marco's results cement him as one of the strongest Torkoal specialists in VGC. But while Brian builds around Trick Room, and Marco is expert in either speed environment, there's one player who has taken Torkoal to its absolute peak, making it not just a sun attacker, but a true signature that holds the entire team together. That player is Joseph Ugarte, and he decided to look deeper into Torkoal's potential. Instead of the team supporting Torkoal, Joseph found a way for Torkoal to support the team, and that was with the Overheat plus Eject Pack combination. Upon using Overheat, Torkoal fires out massive damage, lowering its special attack stat afterwards. Then because Torkoal has lowered a stat, Eject Pack activates and swaps it out. And here's the crucial part. Thanks to Torkoal's minimal speed, this provides a safe swap into another Pokemon that has now avoided any damage dealt by opposing Pokemon in the turn, and can now benefit from the sun. Perfect for a sun sweep with Pokemon like Hisuian Typhlosion. With this strategy, Joseph has achieved greatness time after time. He claimed a regional championship win at Portland in 2023, followed by a top 4 finish at NAIC 2023. But perhaps most impressive was his run in the 2025 season, where in less than 2 months, he reached top cut at Louisville, Sacramento, and Stuttgart regionals, all with Torkoal by his side. More than anyone else, Joseph Ugarte has shown that Torkoal isn't just viable, it's his Pokemon. The one he trusts in the biggest moments, the one behind his most iconic runs, and the true centerpiece of a championship caliber strategy. And that's what Signature Pokemon is all about. The bond between a trainer and the one Pokemon that defines their legacy.
Dondozo Tatsugiri combination.
Exactly that, but we have got our 2 undefeated trainers going head to head, 8-0. One of them will be running away with a 9-0 to end the day, the other with 8-1. Anthony on the left-hand side, we have got Pablo on the right. And Anthony, a trainer that has been able to do quite well in terms of consistency when it comes to a couple of their accomplishments they've been able to achieve. Top 128 in EUIC just this season, and a couple of top 64s as well. And let's not forego that 2024 World Top 128. Sure, it's not the highest of achievements, but they're all very within frame of one another in terms of different seasons. 24, 25, and now 26. The build-up has been real, and Anthony has been able to bring out all of the pressure. So good job there.
Yeah, you can see the progression that Anthony's making, and you hope that at some point it's going to kind of go even further, go even deeper. America, and maybe this is the event this weekend. Then we've got Pablo there. Not massive notable accomplishments, but what an accomplishment to get 8-0 at this tournament.
Oh, yeah.
And a grand challenge, top 32 finish, and that was this season. So pretty new to the competitive circuit, and what an accomplishment in itself. Those grand challenges are not easy.
They're very hard. We obviously speak from personal experience, but we got Anthony Christopher's 6, which we've already mentioned, very familiar. Ogerpon Halflame, Urshifu Rapid Strike, Flutter Mane, Raging Bolt, Incineroar, and the Rillaboom. A lot of variety in terms of the Fire, Water, Grass core. We've got, understandably, the Raging Bolt, actually a Life Orb, Terra Electric. So just to make sure you want to commit on the damage output prowess rather than the Calm Mind variant. But the setup is on that Ogerpon Halflame.
Yeah, I was going to say a lot more offensive options here than you would regularly see. Those like patient setup Pokemon that you would see in this balance mode. The Swords Dance, the immediate setup on the Ogerpon, if it gets room to do that, that becomes a huge threat. And then the Raging Bolt as well doesn't really need to rely on those Calm Minds so much, because if you can get it onto the field positioned well, that Life Orb, especially when combined with that Terra Electric that it's got access to, it's going to be hitting extremely hard. And the Taunt on the Flutter Mane, a really nice integration here. I think that's good for preventing and shutting down opposing threats that might want to also set up themselves, or maybe even get a Trick Room or a Tailwind setup if you're in that position to be able to take advantage of Flutter Mane right there and then.
Yeah, and I think those 6 in particular, the sets that I've saw, if I'm not mistaken, Marcus may have actually brought this to top 8 in Birmingham, and obviously has been able to share and build that with Justin Karras from over the pond. But we've got Pablo's 6, Ogerpon Halflame, Urshifu Rapid Strike, Flutter Mane Tornadus, Female Indeedee, and the Iron Crown. So 3 same Pokemon, but the other 3 that differ, and they bring different modes as well. We've got Tailwind, we've got Sunny Day on that Tornadus, and let's not forget the Iron Crown. It is Calm Mind, but not Terra Psychic, it is Terra Dragon. Clearly trying to focus and prioritize on the defensive aspects of being able to take and sponge a bit more damage. But Female Indeedee, Helping Hand, Imprison.
Yeah, I like the
order to shut down the other Trick Room potential, or even Follow Me Indeedees.
Yeah, it is a nice option. I think the Imprison there can be really good. Probably not going to be that useful into this game, because it's not the lines that Anthony's going to be going down to. But I would imagine with the overview that we had before, of all the different comps that Pablo's been able to go up against, that's probably come in quite useful in a lot of games where you've been able to stop that opposing Trick Room. Yep. But like you say, I think the key is getting that Iron Crown set up and in a place where it can really take advantage of the Psychic Terrain. There isn't a lot on Anthony's side of the field that can really come in, switch in on that, and not take big damage.
As we have got the leads, now our trainers are going to have to try to battle it out. Ogerpon Incineroar from Anthony Christopher's side versus Pablo's Tornadus and the Flutter Mane. Fake Out available on one side, potential setup of Swords Dance, but then we've got the speed, pressure, and control from Pablo's.
Yeah, that's it. And I think, though, the one thing you would say is the Tornadus there is sitting pretty happy right now. It doesn't have to worry about that fake out from the Incineroar. It is going to be able to set up some sort of speed control to help support that Flutter Mane, although it doesn't really need it right now. But it does put a lot of pressure on with Bleakwind Storm onto that Ogerpon as well. And that's a big key point here. You don't really want to set the Sunny Day up in this situation in front of 2 fire types, so it's probably more preferable to go for that Bleakwind Storm if you want to keep it on the field and just get that damage off and protect that Flutter Mane. Maybe switch it out, or even go for the Terrestrialization here and get that absolute huge damage that's boosted with that Terrestrialization.
Yeah, clearly trying to prioritize getting as much damage dealt. You want to be able to whittle away all of the available resources from Anthony Christopher's side, which is also committing to a Terrestrialization, going to be the Ogerpon. Let's not forget, there's no Intimidate on the field at the moment, so it's going to be hitting strong and true with its +1 of ferocious attack, especially if it opts in for an Ivy Cudgel that is boosted by the Sunny Day, which is confirmed. We've got Photosynthesis now activating. It seems to be special attack from the Flutter Mane. It is crafted, it is true, and it is going to strike through the Incineroar straight away. One hit KO, because why not?
That is a huge knockout here from that Flutter Mane, picking up a key knockout. But in response, are we going to see this Ogerpon go after that Flutter Mane? And it is, and it will also get a return knockout, taking down the Terrestrialized Pokemon on Pablo's side.
What a way to go about it. It has been an absolutely explosive way to start this set in Game 1. Now, both of our trainers have committed with their terrestrialization options. They've traded one of their Pokemon as well, but Anthony Christopher does have theirs still available, especially, we got a bit of a sneak preview, with the Rillaboom in the back. It will most likely be able to enable a Grassy Glide focus perhaps, but Pablo revealing the Iron Crown here sort of gives me a bit of a hint, Lee, that the Indeedee has to be in the back, right? So it's going to be battle of who remains with the terrain.
Yeah, I mean, that makes a lot of sense, but how are you going to kind of control this Iron Crown if that, you know, with the speed control that you've got access to with the Tornadus, and then bringing in the Indeedee, if the Iron Crown can stop firing off those expanding forces, how are you containing this Pokemon? Yes, you have Thunderclap, but that's not going to be an option, really. And has your Ogerpon got enough in the tank to be able to take one of those expanding forces if that is the situation that occurs?
Oh, as we've got to protect from the Tornadus, the Ogerpon is free to go for the Iron Crown, which does not go for any defensive play. Of course, it is going to get absolutely knocked back straight into its Pokeball. The one-hit KO, I don't think the Sun mattered at this point. It just feels too much damage. With the Ivy Cudgel, with the multiplier, with the Terra, you've got the stab, got everything going for it. And that's sort of an awkward spot with Pablo. Sort of what you were hinting to there, Lee, is the fact that you don't have that immediate burst damage potential available with the Iron Crown because of the setup required.
Yeah, you've got to really take a turn, especially against the threats on Anthony Christopher's side of the field. You've got to get that Tailwind set up. You've got to get the Psychic Terrain up. That takes a couple of turns itself, and all the while you've got to try and then position that Iron Crown. But you're not able to do that, especially when you've got another threat like that Raging Bolt coming out and just throwing Thunderclaps around like it's no one's business.
Yeah, and as if the Psychic Terrain isn't there, which understandably, because it is airborne, the Tornadus is not actually protected by the priority block of the Psychic Terrain. Ivy Cudgel, 3 Ivy Cudgels, 3 KOs. What a way to start off this game. My lordy, Anthony Christopher, please slow down, my friend, because you are absolutely rocking it a bit too hard, making me sweat right now, because it's so incredible to see the offensive pressure he's been able to just unleash. And Pablo, it just felt like he couldn't have an immediate response to it.
Couldn't contain the pressure there that the Ogerpon put on. I think after it terrestrialized and the sun is set there, it's really hard to kind of make any sort of comeback. And you see there that the Sunny Day really was the double-edged sword, almost acting against what Pablo kind of wanted to do, get the power up of the Fluttermane with the photosynthesis. But Anthony Christopher seeing that, identifying it and saying, well, if you're going to set the sun, I'm going to take full advantage of it, and then I'm going to just make sure that I am getting good returns on the Pokemon I've got in the field and that you're not.
Yeah, and Pablo's going to have to go back to the drawing board, really, and give a proper evaluation here, because, yeah, the Fluttermane did so much damage. It picked up that one-shot onto the Incineroar, but the real question here is, how are you going to be able to keep it on the field in order for it to still act as that burst damage potential without getting felled by a KO from the Ogerpon on Anthony Christopher's side?
Is it better to approach it with Tornadus and Urshifu, Tailwind, and then get those Surging Strikes, hope that the Ogerpon terrestrializes, and then go after it that way with a Bleakwind Storm combination? I think that might be a better way to approach it, but we'll have to wait and see.
Ooh, okay. As we do have a switch-up. The Urshifu is now on the field. Of course, it's going to be foregoing the Intimidate if it opts in for the Surging Strikes, which essentially ignores it and goes with the crit. But the Incineroar Ogerpon, you got Fake Out already available, and this is a bit awkward for Pablo, surely.
Yeah, the other option here is as well with the Ogerpon having access to Grassy Glide. This is another offensive option that this Ogerpon has access to, and we can already see that Anthony Christopher has that Rillaboom in the back. It can switch that in, activate the Grassy Terrain. Incineroar currently the slowest thing on the field, so you don't have to worry about that terrain being overwritten by anything else switching out, and you've got a guaranteed Grassy Glide. That is going to have that priority. It's going to get the jump on anything on Pablo's side and potentially pick up a knockout on that Urshifu, considering that it is Focus Band.
Focus Sash, yes. It is Focus Sash indeed, and it's going to be able to allow itself to survive and force the 2-shot in that scenario.
Yeah, and that's the thing I think that you need to worry about if you are Pablo, and you don't want to give this away for free, and a Fake Out coming out into that slot. It is stopping it. Now we're going to see the Power Gem.
Oh, so close.
So close there. Super effective. Trying to pick up the Terastallization. Obviously on that Ogerpon. Really great call from Pablo, but not getting the return with that knockout. So close.
And this sort of feels like maybe you could have had the scenario of committing with the Power Gem with the Sunny Day available in order to guarantee the KO if you had the Tornadus instead of the Urshifu. Urshifu at this point, not only did it not assist the scenario, it got its Focus Sash broken, so Pablo's already at such an incredible disadvantage, having to force the female Ndidi onto the field and essentially forego its terrain control at any point if Anthony Christopher wants to bring the Rillaboom in.
Yeah, and this is a perfect scenario, right? You just say, okay, well, your Psychic Terrain's out now. I can win the terrain war, and I can, if I want to, I can go for that Grassy Glide into the Urshifu. Now that that sash has been broken, Grassy Glide's going to pick up the knockout there. The only thing that would kind of make that go wrong is Follow Me from the Ndidi that would pull in and give the Urshifu a little bit more room to kind of function this next turn. But still, you've got a really big advantage, especially with that Raging Bolt in the back, and just keeping terrain control is such a big advantage, especially when you're going up against this Psychic core combination.
Yeah, and Psy-Spam trainers tend to want to be able to bring that female Ndidi in as sort of like a bait if it's like early to mid-game in order to force an immediate switch out and preserve the female Ndidi and get that Rillaboom onto the field, which doesn't seem to be the case from Anthony Christopher's side. Going on another onslaught. The Iron Crown yet again getting KO'd. We know for a fact the critical hit did not matter. That is so much damage coming out.
And that's one way to deal with Iron Crown. You say, yes, it's a threat, but if you don't allow it to attack, it can't be a threat at all. And Anthony Christopher dealing with this threat, such great fashion. And you can see the value here of this Citrus Berry on the Incineroar, going to be able to take these surging strikes from the Urshifu here. Stick around for at least one more turn.
Yeah, I know. The Coop critiques were not enough in order to be able to essentially pick up that Incin, which is allowed now to go for the parting shot. You get that pivot action going. Okay, sure, Surging Strikes sort of ignores any negative attack stat sort of scenarios. However, it does lower the close combat if Pablo wants to try to utilize that and deal more damage. But at this point, I think it's overly. I'm going to be real with you because the Ogerpon, it's just stayed on the field. It's been allowed to, although at the same time, Anthony Christopher has not been scared and stood strong in keeping it there, just dealing damage.
Yeah, and I think you've got to give huge credit to Anthony Christopher for the way that they played this, you know, with what you can approach this matchup like. They have not hesitated to take knockouts when the opportunity was there, and there is another one from this Ogerpon. It is on an absolute tear in this game, and yeah, just the Urshifu against the world, and in front of a Raging Bolt, you think, what can you do?
No go. I think you have to stop right now. There's no point for you to be able to process it through. Like, sure, you can try to evaluate if there's any scenario you can get rid of this towering, monstrous Pokemon, but it's not going to allow it. It goes for the KO. Super effective. Anthony Christopher Manolash is now our only undefeated trainer.
Wow. What a way to end this day one. We're into phase 2 of the tournament. Our only undefeated trainer going forward so far is going to be Anthony Christopher. Yep. And what a way to stamp your mark on this tournament, and what a way to go into the next phase.
left slide with that fairy zone on the Louis.
Oh, he's ready to just give up the game. It's over.
You've been patient. You've been waiting all this time, but you ready. You've been putting in that grind, so let's go. Champions are hard to find, but you know the goal when you're ready to shine. Haven't heard of you, then they know. You got your sights set on that road. If it's time to battle them, then let's go. 'Cause you'll never stop. Show them what you got.
Looking at his final HP to deliver the finishing blow, and just like that, they're Pokemon World Champions!
Show 'em what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Show 'em what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road.
He goes on the high speed! Resetting the bracket and then winning it in game number 5.
Show 'em what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Show 'em what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Put your hands.
Buenos dias, entrenadores Pokemon. Welcome back to the Seville Special Championships. What we just saw there was the Plaza de España, or the so-called Spanish Square here in Seville, which has beautiful 52 benches dotted around representing each of the Spanish provinces. A wonderful place we were lucky enough to go last year. I am Charlie Merriman, Merribanecha, and speaking of beautiful sights, look at these gentlemen to my left. We have Mawile Marcus, we have Carablast Costa, and we have Ledabali. Let's see your Ledabali.
That's what it looks like, right?
That could have been many, many Pokemon.
Yeah.
Sure, okay. I feel like that was more Lady Anne, but...
And there's Conkeldurr Charlie.
Conkeldurr Charlie.
Let's see it.
Not bad. Not bad. Right, trained. Drama school, everybody. Anyway, dormiste bien, entrenadores Pokemon? Did you sleep well? Those of us in Europe, we lost an hour last night, and I'm pretty sure that when I woke up this morning, I know exactly how Snorlax felt when he was woken up by that poker flute. But that's okay, because we have a thrilling day of action ahead, don't we, Marcus?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I think yesterday we already saw a very, very high level of play throughout the day. And today it's just going to go more and more as we're moving into the final stretches of this last tournament of regulation set F. And at the end of the day, I like to say it, we'll have one more champion added to our chronicles of competitive VGC Pokemon.
So exciting. Yes, the very last event of Regulation Set F, goodness me. But the trainers are still adapting and innovating, aren't they, Costa?
Yeah, they truly are. And I think there's so much to bring to the fore, especially given that it is the final major event in the Regulation Set F format. But we do have a couple more events that will be coming up in future formats, of course, starting off with Prague and Utrecht, which are confirmed to be Regulation Set I, the return of the double restricteds. And then Turin, New Orleans, and San Francisco just going to be absolutely hype in terms of ending up the season. It's all sort of like the build up towards New Orleans, and New Orleans is sort of like final opportunity for you to be able to try to get yourself into that Pokemon XP and, of course, World Championships later this August in San Francisco.
It's such an exciting roadmap we have, but in order to get to San Francisco, our competitors will need to accumulate those coveted championship points. Lee, take us through what these are and how you qualify.
Well, you need championship points to qualify for the World Championships later this season in San Francisco. This weekend here in Seville, you can get yourself a boatload of championship points that is going to go a long way in helping you achieve that goal. First place is going to get 350 tasty championship points, and then you can see it increments down as you go further down the leaderboard. And you can see over in the different regions as well, the top placing players in each division will get that invite to the World Championships. If you don't get that golden ticket, of course, as well, it is up for grabs for our first place players.
Tasty championship points indeed. We had some tapas last night, didn't we, everybody?
Yum, yum.
And that's not the only thing we have to sample, those championship points, because we've got those equally tasty booster packs. Costa, yum yum.
so much yum because there's 180 yums in particular for first, second, and all the way through to 8th place. Obviously, like we said, first place does get the golden ticket, but the fact that you've got, just so many sort of prizes or potential great cards that can be within the booster packs is insane. And, I know there is TCG as well, but there are those of us avid fans of just collecting, so just adds more to the general sort of Hall of Fame of cards that you may have in any sort of binders.
Delicious. Wonderful. Yes, pull those arts. Just have a good time with your friends, whether you're competing or you're just here casually, or you are pulling those oh-so-coveted Pokemon trading cards. Marcus, what was your most recent exciting pull from a pack of cards?
That is a good question. Definitely, I don't remember which one it was, but it was one of those sparkly, like, full arts.
Oh, nice.
I'm not super familiar with all the terms, but it looked very, very beautiful.
Great. That's all we want. Good. That's the extent of the TCG knowledge you're getting from these guys.
Sorry, VG is my game.
Exactly that.
I can tell you more about that.
Well, please
you wanna
do,
know.
actually, because now we're going to be taking a look at the players who have been qualified for Day 2, who we'll be seeing in the competition. You've got to be in it to win it, and these guys very much still are. So tell us more, Marcus, about the names you see here.
Yeah, of course, we saw yesterday in the last round Anthony with that Life Orb Raging Bolt offensive Ogerpon Hearthflame team crushing the competition yesterday, cruising through the battlefield here in Spain. And with a flawless 9-0 record at the top of the standings going into phase 2. And then we also have a lot of other international stars in the mix. Roberto Parente, for example, also coming off a strong finish at EYC. And then, of course, also a lot of the hometown heroes. We saw Samu and Gabriel with that great Tusk yesterday, bringing the spice into this competition. And at the end of the day, I repeat myself one more time, one of the players in phase 2 will be crowned a champion.
They will indeed, and I think it's going to be interesting to see as we progress further into the tournament whether or not some of these players have those unique picks and they're the ones that carry us into finals and, top 8 and beyond. So, yeah, I know there's 2 more Regigigas.
Really?
Phase 2 of this tournament. There was already one that we saw yesterday, but there is 2 in phase 2, so...
Yeah, unfortunately, Regigigas...
crush grip action.
Well, yeah, exactly. Regigigas on stream yesterday didn't have the best showing, but I hope that today is better. It'd be so cool. Great Tusk, Regigigas, where were these Pokemon? Throughout Regulation ZF 2.0. Well, they are back, and we can't wait to see what they have in store. Or will it be one of those more common balanced compositions going all the way in Regulation ZF again? Costa,
hello.
A highlight for you from yesterday?
Might just have to be... trying to recollect right now because all I can think of is Great Tusk and Regigigas now that you guys have mentioned it.
Yeah.
Just because they're so uncommon. But I think also being able to see Sam Bentham yesterday up against the Regigigas, the Dondozo aspect of it. I know there was a couple of RNG stuff, but for me, it was in particular the interview that I had with him. It's just a lovely guy, and he's a veteran that's been playing for many years. So it was really good to be able to sort of give him a bit of a spotlight there. And he shared a lot of in-depth analysis as well. So it was a great time to have a chat with him.
It's so wonderful to be able to pick the brains of our incredible players here at these tournaments and get a bit of an insight into their team building and their mentality heading into tournaments like this. From Regigigas and Great Tusk, though, to the teams that we would bring, and I don't think any of us had Regigigas or Great Tusk on our bingo card, but we've got some pretty interesting picks here. Lee, maybe a less spicy team from you, but still a team that could go a long way.
Chucking me out first, Charlie.
Why not?
I think, Victor played this similar team to this, and obviously it did well at previous events. I feel like the Trick Room element of it. Porygon 2 has not really been one of those Pokemon that... It's been replaced with Cresselia in a lot of these team comps, which makes a lot of sense for the ability to heal your partnering Pokemon. It has the Levitate, so you don't need to Terrastallize. But I do like the recovery ability that the Porygon 2 has, and then it's got the ability to be an offensive threat as well with the Terastallization, the Terra Blast. But we're yet to see. I don't know if I feel as confident after phase 1 of the tournament as I do right now with the team, but we're yet to see, right?
Yeah, I know. And what I have not seen, unfortunately, is more my Drifblim pick.
There is
come to the
time,
fore.
Costa.
There is time. There was Gilberto Doracci yesterday, rocking the same 4, I think, with the beautiful little mischievous ability of, or should I say tactic, of going with the minimized baton pass, Drifblim, you know, suck a seed, get it on the Dondozo, have a good time, and watch your opponent not have a good time. So, like, I mean, that's kind of the strategy there. But, you know, who knows? Maybe there is one still. There's loads of Iron Crown, though, and Dondozo, so...
Yeah, always are. Iron Crown has really been sweeping through Reg F 2.0. Marcus, you can tell us a little bit about your team.
Yeah, I mean, it's a very, very solid team. I mean, we saw yesterday in the last round how well it can do. And yeah, I think, well, I don't know if I could have done as well as Anthony. I mean, I don't think I would have been able to succeed because that's literally not possible as he, won all his games yesterday with that team. But yeah, I think it's just one of those where everything fits, everything clicks together. And yeah, I can't wait to see what Anthony will be able to do with it today.
So that's the teams, Marcus. But what do you have your eye on this weekend?
Yeah, so naturally, of course, this is a important tournament for a lot of players. The final tournament of this regulation set F. And I feel like one strategy that really has shown that it was one where initially I think players were kind of writing it off a little bit as maybe it's a little bit too gimmicky, too inconsistent. But King Iron Crown showed up, winning Houston, second place at the UIC, and a lot of other great performances as well. Yeah, I think Psychic Terrain really kind of one-upping the Rillaboom and the Grassy Surge in a lot of times. At least that was my experience. I always had some issues facing that team down, but we saw in the last round yesterday how it can be dealt with using that Ogerpon Hearthflame, for example. But yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if that Psychic Terrain strategy, we saw a little bit of it yesterday, but I wouldn't be surprised if we saw even more today.
Heavy as the herd.
So, Marcus, there was a part of me that really hurt when you called Psych Terrain, Psy Spam gimmicky, because it takes true connoisseurs to be able to make it work, and we've seen it before.
Yeah, I'm saying that's what players said. I don't know if that's my personal opinion, you know?
Okay,
You are a player.
Called Marcus Hamann, or like which one? Cheeky.
You've got your psychic purple suit on as well, Costa.
Dude, thank you for noticing.
Hey, no, totally fine. And that's what I have my eye on this weekend. Thank you very much, because I actually forgot for a moment there, but we got chills, and they are multiplying. Is Icy Wind Tornadoes the one that we want? Because Icy Wind Tornadoes had a fantastic showing last week at Houston. It was the talk of the tournament. Slowing down after you've set your Trick Room on the opposing side, but you still have the speed advantage. Icy Wind, we saw some Icy Wind Chien Pao yesterday, actually. Yeah, you're feeling the chills. I thought so, yeah.
Cold, yeah.
Sandy to Madani. But we haven't seen so many Icy Wind Tornadoes this tournament, or at least it hasn't been as dominant, I feel. Or I might be wrong about that. Do you remember any?
I think they're kind of slotting in one of the alternative weather options that they get access to, either Sunny Day or Rain Dance, kind of depending on the team comp around them, rather than the Icy Wind, which is a little bit surprising because of how kind of popular the Icy Wind is just that kind of tool that you've got. But yeah, I think if you've got the Sunny Day for those photosynthesis Pokemon, it makes a lot of sense to have that. And then for the Urshifus, the Rain Dance is great because it's the enabler to making, the Surgeon Strikes turn from doing consistent good damage into picking up knockouts. So you can see why players are maybe trending a little bit more aggressive with those options rather than the passive speed control when you've got it already in Tailwind.
And Tornadus is a Pokemon you really struggle to fit all of those moves on. Everybody, if you want to see this thrilling action unfold, you know where you need to be. It's got to be Pokemon.com/broadcast, hasn't it? I mean, when you think about it, that's all you need. That's the one that we want. That's the website right there. What about those channels? How do you watch along? YouTube and Twitch, @PlayPokemon. Didn't even mean to rhyme, but I'm having a great time. This is still going, but now I'm going to end it. Good! And everybody, what's the hashtag we need to use for those socials? We will be improvising a harmony, and it will be beautiful on 3, 2, 1. Play Pokemon. You could say we're the Barbers of Seville. It's an opera joke, don't worry about it. Right, Costa and Lee, get on over to that desk. Marcus and I, we're going to practice our flamenco. So everybody, doesn't it just fill you with cheer? You know the only place you want to be right now is right here.
Bye.
This weekend, the 2026 Regional Championships are bringing the electrifying action of Pokémon Scarlet and Pokémon Violet to the global stage. Top trainers from across the world have gathered to compete for a share of over $125,000 in cash prizes, travel awards, and the all-important championship points that could secure their spot at Worlds 2026 in San Francisco, California. The journey to the top is a true test of skill and strategy. This two-day event kicks off with Swiss rounds, where trainers face off in best-of-3 matches using an open team list format. In this format, each Pokemon's Terra type, ability, held item, and moves are fully visible to the opponent, making every decision crucial. To advance to Phase 2, trainers need to rack up total match points to exceed the threshold for their division. In Phase 2, the pressure intensifies as the remaining trainers face off in more Swiss rounds to determine who advances to the top cut. After all Swiss rounds are completed, the top 8 competitors, plus up to 8 additional competitors with the same number of match points as 8th place, will advance into an asymmetrical top cut single elimination bracket. Win and you move on. Lose and your journey ends. Only one trainer will rise above the rest to claim the title of regional champion. Who will etch their name into the history books this weekend? And who will punch their ticket to Worlds 2026 in San Francisco? Don't miss a minute of the action. Stay tuned all weekend long to watch the battles unfold live. To stay up to date on future Play Pokemon events, visit championships.pokemon.com.
Thank you very much, Rose. We are here for Phase 2 continuation of the 2026 Pokémon Seville Special Championships. I am Costa, this is Lee, and we were able to find our way with utmost glee from the couch area. I got a bit influenced there by Charlie, apparently.
Yeah, so elegantly said, Costa. We winged our way over.
Yeah, we tried. We
We're
see glid.
Glid?
Glid, is that a thing? That's another new Costa word that I've added to the dictionary.
Glid, I like it.
Yeah, no, but no Rillaboom on the other hand, just a golden go, and that's fine. But regardless, we are so excited.
Could have said we surfed across.
Oh, no. Oh, you're so right. Oh, that's so
I
frustrating.
glided and you surfed.
There we go.
There
I mean,
we go.
I want to try to have a redo of it, but it's too late. Regardless, we are here for more
all right.
action. Regulation Set F. I can hear the disappointment in Lee's voice.
Disappointment?
Let me do the thing. We have got standings from our trainers throughout, of course, yesterday, moving on to today. We did have one round of Phase 2 at the end of yesterday. It was, of course, Swiss round number 9, so quite curious to actually see the general usage stats of how things developed from Phase 1 going into Phase 2. And, of course, we're going to be starting with Phase 1.
Yeah, really looking forward to seeing the transition between Phase 1 and Phase 2. This Phase 1, the usage stats up there, top, front, and center. The Urshifu, the Rapid Strike, no surprise there. And closely behind that, the Incineroar, you'd expect those. Fluttermane obviously picking up a lot of popularity. Anything that jumps out to you that you weren't expecting to be there, Costa?
I'm going to be real. No, because at this maybe the standings per se, we're sort of discussing Rillaboom's sort of drop a bit. But then again, kind of slightly having an uptick, I guess.
Yeah, I was surprised at how high it was on the usage stats. Not that it's here in the top 12, because you expect it, but I think it has recently taken a bit of a drop off, like you quite rightly say. I think we haven't seen it as much on those kind of top teams.
Yeah.
So coming into the event, it's nice to see that players are still having that belief in it, that they think it can carry them through. And if we're seeing more of those balanced teams, it makes sense that Rillaboom is there, because Rillaboom is a key component of that double fake out pivot on those teams as well.
Yeah, and it's not the only grass type, of course. We've got the Amoonguss and the double Ogerpon there, Hearth Flame and the Wellspring forms. And yeah, at this point, I think it's such a mainstay in order to have like a solid grass type, especially when we've got like balance cores or balance adjacent sort of cores, where you've got a couple of key members in order to sort of like pseudo promote that kind of style of play, allowing you more sustainability and stuff. But what I am genuinely curious about, because we saw quite varied amount of different teams on stream yesterday, is how are we able to transition into Phase 2 in terms of usage stats? And we did see a couple of great tasks, at least on stream. We don't know, however, how everything else unfolded in its entirety on the floor. So
I will be flabbergasted
you have any like
if
initial
there is a
thoughts?
great Tusk on
Wait,
this.
You reckon? No.
Right, no.
Oh, but Chi-Yu though.
GU
Hello.
taking its mark. There we go. You can see that the Flutterman as well performing extremely well, and it did well on yesterday's broadcast.
Wow.
Any games that we had it featured, it did well with the players that were bringing it and utilizing it. So that makes no surprise that it's kind of superseded the Urshifu in top spot there. Rillaboom, like we mentioned, it has dropped down a bit, but like you quite rightly said, the Chi-Yu there making waves and swimming its way up the ranks. And no surprise, really. It is very good. And the thing, there is no kind of representation of any psychic core here.
What are you trying to say?
Well, just that, exactly that.
You trying to call me out with my size spam?
No, I'm not direct dig, but
not directly,
it's surprising because of how how popular that team has been more recently.
That's true. Yeah,
but there's no representation.
Right?
Yeah.
No, you're right. You're on point. And the fact that the Wellspring has actually
Completely dropped off,
right?
yeah.
And that's where the Chi-Yu has sort of risen up. But also, I'm not sure if this is like a linked pattern, and may well be. Fluttermane being able to reach the first top spot whilst Chi-Yu is in the frame could have some relation, because we've seen quite a few of the doubly named Flutter Fish kind of the pairings of both the Fluttermane and the Chi-Yu, because they're just so powerful. They've got such potent damage potential side by side. You've got the Beads of Ruin from the Chi-Yu. You've got, I think we even saw it a couple times on stream, Choice Specs Fluttermane, which all of a sudden has like risen and I would say like become, if not the most popular, or just right to the equidistant point of the booster energy, which was just like the most common. And I think Marcus was talking about it yesterday as well. The super bulky Fluttermane, booster energy, max HP, max defense, pure support, even sometimes having pain split, it is so common, but it's sort of dropped a bit because trainers are clearly just wanting to just go all out on offense, and Chi-Yu, probably the best partner that can allow it.
Oh yeah, undoubtedly the best partner. And other combinations in that usage stats, the Chin Power and the Dragonite as well. We saw Marcus utilizing that Dragonite, not with the Chen Pao so much, but that combination as well. So there's lots of pairings in there as well that can make up those usage stats coming into Phase 2, and we'll see how things unfold for the rest of the event, because we have a lot of action still in store.
Truly, and a lot of trainers still remaining. And of course, one of them were 9-0 going into today, and it seems like Anthony Christopher has been able to keep the winning streak going. Let's go. 10-0
Wow.
is incredible.
That's amazing. And I think, you always wonder if the form can carry between days. We had that bit of a break, but it's obviously benefited Anthony Christopher, gone away, being able to rest up, come back, and in top form, carrying on that winning streak.
Truly.
So that's incredible, and how long can that winning streak continue? You'd say in the form that they showed yesterday to end the show, you think, well, they stand pretty good chance.
Yeah, probably the best. I mean, statistically the best right now. But they're not the only trainer that have been doing so well. We've got a couple of notable trainers, such as Aurélien Soula, previous NAIC finalist from a couple of seasons ago, and sort of one of the trainers that we saw develop so progressively well, so rapidly, going from the seniors division and promoting themselves into masters just from the first season, getting multiple finalist placements.
Yeah, Aurélien is such a consistent player. He's always at the top tables, always performing really consistently well, like you say, getting to the finals. Now I say never quite got over the line though, but maybe, and we say this with a few different players that all have that consistency. Is this the event that they kind of get over the line and get that championship title? Aurélien definitely capable of that, and having a great start so far this weekend here in Seville, and hopefully that continues, as well as all of our other players that are holding this really good record right now in the tournament.
Yeah, 100%. But talking about other trainers and how things are pairing up, let's have a bit of a preview of the notable matches, as well as the one we're going to be featuring on stream very shortly. Liam Westland versus Alejandro Iglesias. And Liam rocking the Golden Go. And it seems like that's a Carrie Dortona Toronto winning composition, if I'm not mistaken, just in terms of the 6 selected.
Yeah, very similar to that. It'll be good to know the sets and the item choices there that Liam's brought, but performing extremely well and kind of off the cuff as well with what we're used to seeing going up against Alejandro with that Blood Moon Ursaluna, another Pokemon that we haven't seen too much of, supported by that Cornerstone Ogerpon and a Whimsicott as well. You've got that Farigiraf as well, another notable Pokemon on that team, but they're the only matches to look at because we've got some great other options going on this round as well.
Yeah, Aurelion Sula versus Samuel Pereira. We weren't able to feature Aurelion yesterday. We're so close with community choice, if I'm not mistaken, but Samuel is someone we were able to do that. Great Tusk is so powerful into the current meta with the clear amulet. It's incredible to see. But then, of course, we've got Anthony Christopher, our only undefeated trainer, 10-0 at the moment, versus Pedro Martinez. And finally, Pablo Lopez versus Marcus Coe, which we have both individually featured as well on yesterday's broadcast.
Yeah, some absolutely amazing matches and a lot of excitement to look forward to going into future rounds. But of course, it's not about the future rounds because we've got this next round is what it's all about. And yeah, this one's going to be really good. Liam obviously representing the United Kingdom. We haven't had much representation from that region so far this weekend, but carrying the flag and the glory for the UK. Hopefully we'll be able to do it. Obviously we had Sam on the broadcast yesterday, didn't quite get the result that they were wanting, but against such a formidable opponent in Marcus Cole to kick off the weekend, it was always going to be a tough game against such a well-versed player with a very strong, solid team.
Yeah, 100%. And Liam, recently as well, being able to get top 32 in Birmingham at the start of this calendar year. So clearly on some pretty solid form, in all honesty. And I think I've seen, I've had some great interactions with Liam in the past about sort of certain cores to try to focus on. He's been able to run hard Trick Room variants as well in the past, wanting to utilize the dark types predominantly, so like a single strike Urshifu. So being able to see him transition into, let's say, the Roaring Moon right now, clearly capitalizing off of it. And we got our trainers on our new fancy stage. Liam on the left and Alejandro on the right.
Yeah, and it's, I love the fact that we are going to be able to feature the Roaring Moon and the Goldingo, and you are obviously representing this morning.
Oh, yeah.
That's very well timed.
Thank you. You want to know the hilarious thing? So Alejandro has Blood Moon Ursaluna, right? I was literally between Blood Moon and Goldingo.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I'm not even kidding. Like, genuinely. It's crazy.
Well, you were going to win either way, I feel. But yes, nice choice. But like you say, it's not a combination that we see that often, but it has had success in this format already, taking a regional earlier in the format, the second iteration of it. But I do like Roaring Moon a lot because of that booster energy. It gives you that instant access to that speed control with the Tailwind there. You've got really nice disruption with the Breaking Swipe to a lot of the attack power of those offensive threats. You've got Knockoff as an option as well, and depending on what Terra type you go for, you can become a real offensive threat with something like Terra Blast for that flying type attack, or Aerial Ace, or anything like that. Acrobatics,
yeah.
Aerial Ace.
Hey, you could try.
Well, it's early. We lost an hour. Forgive me.
That's okay. I mean, regardless, it's going to be very powerful if it does try to convert with that set. But regardless, Alejandro, on the other hand, a trainer that's actually a bit more new to the scene in terms of recent accomplishments and, of course, representing the local community too. Great way to do so. 9-1, both of our trainers. And being able to actually get a top 64 last season here in Sevilla, so it must be very local indeed.
Yeah, and I think as well, it bodes itself well. I think when you're coming back to the same kind of location and you've performed well here, you kind of feel at home almost. So you've got that comfort level, where, especially when you're in your own region, where you haven't had to travel, you've got a little bit more rest, and you just that bit more comfortable coming into these tournaments, which does lend itself to performing a little bit better. And Alejandro has done incredibly well to get to this stage of the tournament with the record they've got. I'm sure they're wanting to push on and, add another accomplishment to the ones that they already have attained so far, especially being so new into the competitive scene and doing incredibly well on their journey so far.
Yeah, and as we were talking about the achievements before, Liam with the recent top 32 in Birmingham, but that's not the only one. Bologna, previous season, Special Championships, top 32. Dortmund, I would say a back-to-back season-wise of some great accomplishments. 25, top 1 to 8. But most importantly, in the seniors division 2024, getting that top 8. And yeah, what a way to go about it. Liam has been able to do a really good job in promoting themselves into the Masters division and keeping that consistency going.
Yeah, exactly that. And yeah, I think wants to obviously continue that going in for the rest of this tournament and add another accomplishment to those accolades already. But here's the team that Liam will be using. We've got the Incineroar, Urshifu, the Rapid Strike variant, the Amoonguss, that is represented on the plushie that Liam's got on the table, the Goldingo, the Roaring Moon, and the Landorus here. I think if you're looking for strategies, Costa, what are you looking to do to set this team up and get it going?
I mean, you've got the utmost burst damage potential with that Goldingo. You know, it's sort of like a pseudo fairy because you've got Specs, obviously a very modest sort of special attack base from itself, but you've got the Terra Fairy Dazzling Gleam, and it's a great way to be able to go on the offensive if, let's say, for example, you've got some very sturdy Pokemon on the other side of the field, but you've also got Trick if you want to be able to handle certain Trick Room scenarios, which, as we saw, Alejandro does have access to via that Farigiraf and maybe an Ursaluna mode.
Yeah, you've got some nice options for overwhelming your opponent as well with that spread damage that, you know, you've got with the Dazzling Gleam, you've got the Breaking Swipe on the Roaring Moon, and you've got the Sandsear Storm as well on the Landorus that can just attack and constantly pile on pressure to your opponent if you're in those right positions with that speed control setup. And you've got nice ways to alleviate threats as well with the Amoonguss, with that Rage Powder. So a lot for Alejandro to think about coming into this match, and won't be easy going up against some of those big physical threats.
Yeah, 100%. As we sort of were discussing, Alejandro has that most commonly known as tail room composition. At least the Whimsicott, the Farigiraf, and Ursaluna allow a bit more flexibility in order for you to be able to choose what kind of speed control tempo you want to lean towards. But you've got the glue pieces as well, Incineroar, Ogerpon, Cornerstone, as sort of like a built-in focus sash, since the Whimsicott already has taken up that item slot. It's a great way to be able to put the offensive pressure on with a rock type in particular, which is actually quite good going into the current meta with so many flying types. But then, let's not forget, Choice Banded Urshifu, Rapid Strike. It is powerful if it's put in the right position because it sort of ignores any intimidate spamming from the other side of the field and packs so much more powerful of a punch or three, let's say.
Yeah, especially when supported by that Whimsicott with that Tailwind. With the Prankster ability, you've got a nice way to just get that set up very easily and consistently in this game. The one thing you would say is a little bit of a drawback for that Whimsicott. It has got the Focus Sash, which, yes, it has its positives, is going to be able to take one big hit without being knocked out, but it doesn't give you the alleviation like the Covered Cloak we'd normally see on that Pokemon gives you, and having that immunity to the Fake Out that is present on Liam's side. So Liam can lean into that to get that Tailwind set up and supersede the Whimsicott, maybe put something like the Goldingo on the field and then really pressure that Pokemon from the off.
All right, but we've got a bit of a reveal from Alejandro's focus of the speed mode they want to try to tap into for Farigiraf and Incineroar as a lead versus Liam's Roaring Moon and the Goldingo. So already intimidated and at -1 of its attack, as the Roaring Moon is revealed to be the Speed Booster Energy, which taps into the utility that we've seen Carrie Dortorna do so well at Toronto earlier this calendar year, as you've got the Tailwind option, but also Breaking Swipe can be quite disruptive against certain Pokemon.
Yeah, the Breaking Swipe here is a nice option. The knockoff as well, it's going to put super effective pressure onto that Farigiraf, as well as, I think the Farigiraf here from Alejandro a really nice lead because it kind of deters Liam from going for that Tailwind initially. You don't want to set that up, especially if the Trick Room is reversed from Alejandro's side this turn. One, it puts you really on the back foot straight away, but it does open the door if Liam does suspect the Trick Room to come out to pile on that pressure, utilize that Choice Specs on the Goldingo. It isn't going to be a target of that Fake Out, but you're seeing the Roaring Moon just want to be preserved for a little bit later on.
Yeah, it sort of makes sense because, okay, you're having to forego your booster energy with the speed aspect, but that's okay because the Pokemon that Alejandro's actually chosen to go for actually a lot more slower, so that doesn't matter too much. But the most crucial thing here is the Protect from the Farigiraf. You want to be able to scout out what the Goldingo is going to lock into, and the Incineroar from Alejandro's side has not gone for anything just yet. It hasn't moved. It's going to be the Flare Blitz into the Goldingo slot. Not enough to pick up the KO thanks to Liam's Incineroar entering the field, lowering that attack, and we're in a situation where the Golden Go is at -1 special attack, but it's still threatening some good damage. However, Farigiraf does have Terrafire if it really wants to try to get out of an awkward spot to get Trick Room set up.
Yeah, there is that. I think a really nice play here from Alejandro. Just wants to ease into this match, not overextend and exactly protecting that Farigiraf because it's a key element of their kind of setup. The Trick Room is going to be important later on in this game for them, so keeping that around, keeping it as healthy as possible, avoiding that big make it rain damage, really smart thing to do. And the one Pokemon that can take that pretty comfortably, as we saw, was the Incineroar, and getting some valuable damage onto that Gholdengo now. It is going to be in range from another Flare Blitz. It is choice locked as well with that choice specs item, so it is a bit of a sitting target here. And the Farigiraf on the field, it doesn't allow you to use that Faker, but smartly playing it, preserving it for later, switching it straight out of there.
Yeah, wanting to make sure that you're able to have that preservation without having to utilize the terrestrialization just yet. Make it rain, even if it was at -1, is enough to bring the Ogerpon straight down to its sturdy, or at least 1 hit point, thanks to the sturdy survival. Incineroar parting shot coming out from Liam's side first, actually maybe having a bit of a reveal of it being able to outpace Alejandro's, and obviously that's a bit more of an insight in terms of Alejandro's Incineroar's training, given the sort of Trick Room aspect of his team, or at least half of it.
Yeah, there is that. And hovering over the options here, we can see the Roaring Moon potentially coming back in. It won't have that booster energy. That has been used up now that it led out. It switched off the field to come back in. But it will be still in an all right position, especially because that Cornerstone has taken so much damage. And now...
Oh, okay.
Alejandro's Incineroar going for that U-turn, just wants to get in on out of there, preserve that Intimidate for later on, can drop it again onto the Roaring Moon later in this match, which is going to be really valuable, especially after those 2 Make It Rains that have dropped from that Gholdengo. It's going to be sitting on -2 now. It has that choice specs item, which still will be doing respectable damage, but not as much as probably what Liam would like.
Yeah, and this is such a great way to be able to... I would say have mid-turn flexibility of your board state. From Alejandro's side, it's just been amazing being able to say, right, the Gholdengo is now at -2 of its special attack. You've got the Cornerstone on the field if you want to redirect a potential knockoff to allow the Farigiraf to survive, get Trick Room set up, and maybe get that Ursaluna Blood Moon ready to come out straight away after the Cornerstone does go down.
Well, that's exactly what we're seeing, the knockoff into that Ogerpon. It is being utilized. There's a protection here for that Farigiraf. We're going to see another Make It Rain. The Gholdengo hasn't switched out. It is locked into this move, but -2. It's not going to be quite as effective as Liam would like to, and Alejandro protecting that Farigiraf as well as possible. And there it is. There's a Trick Room. So here we go. The speed has been set. What is Alejandro got in the back? Are they going to bring in that Blood Moon Ursaluna? Because that could be perfect in this scenario.
Yeah, Blood Moon is so happy and cozy in its Twisted Dimensions home. And at this point, this is exactly what Alejandro wants. The Farigiraf actually has Throat Spray, so we could just see a double spam to an extent, because the Gholdengo, even though the Blood Moon Ursaluna does have Mind's Eye, it can hit Ghost types. It has a Steel type, which means that technically it can resist the normal typing. However, if you go for the Terra Normal with the Blood Moon Ursaluna at that range of, I think, 43 hit points, surely the Dango's going down.
Yeah, I would imagine so, especially boosted by that Life Orb. In response to the Trick Room, the threat of the Blood Moon was seeing the Protect on the Roaring Moon here. Just wants to preserve itself, see what this Blood Moon locks into. It is that Hyper Voice, though, and it looks as though it will be taking this Gholdengo down. Liam's got some value out of this Pokemon, though. You know, taking down the Ogerpon, doing respectable damage to that Incineroar along the way. So it's not like it's going down for free. I think it's been very disruptive and done a job when it's here, but its job is done for this game.
All right, so although this doesn't seem the best because your Gholdengo is now down for the count, it's still a 3 versus 3 scenario between both of our trainers, but this allows a free switch in from Liam's side. It's going to be the Incineroar. Like we said, the Armor Tail is still enabled at the moment, so Fake Out will not be able to be disruptive and flinching or slowing down the momentum from this Blood Moon, but you may have options where you're forcing respect from either Pokemon and say, right, I either get KO'd with Incineroar or the Roaring Moon.
Yeah, and I think the one thing that we identified earlier, which could be quite pivotal here, is that Incineroar is quite speedy, so it's not going to have the advantage under Trick Room like you would normally see it, as we see the Throat Spray activating finally on this Farigiraf.
Yes, knockoff into the Blood Moon Ursaluna, actually underspeeding it. That is huge. Showing the training of the Blood Moon, trying to favor Tailwind scenarios, and because of the removal of that additional damage multiplier, it's going to be able to not pick up a KO on either side from Liam's, and the Ferrograph is finally out.
Yeah, that speed interaction there was key, because if you go after that Blood Moon, then this looks so different going into this next turn. A really key turn and moment here for Liam, being able to remove the Ferrograph as well. So you've got the Pokemon numbers. If you want, you can protect the Roaring Moon. You can switch that Incineroar out to potentially something in the back. Then when you bring that Incineroar back onto the field, you've got that fake out that you can utilize now that Armor Tail is gone.
Okay, so going on the defensive with the Roaring Moon, you want to make sure that you find a situation where you can bring that Urshifu that we saw revealed in the back safely whilst you time the Trick Room expiring, or at least get that Blood Moon Ursaluna, or even the Incineroar within range, but it's going to be the Blood Moon Ursaluna. It's about 40-45% right now. Of course, the Incineroar will be going down, and this is going to be tough. This is very close, because depends on the turns of Trick Room remaining. Is it 1 or 2, Lee?
I think there's 2 turns remaining.
Ooh, okay.
So there's still a little way to go. And now that the Urshifu's coming onto the field, the Roaring Moon has just protected, so it is going to be subjected to some attack this next turn, unless Liam decides to go for that double protect, which could... It's a very hard decision, right? It's very tough. Yeah, the Urshifu obviously threatened right now. Is going for the protect. Wants to just get through these turns that are remaining.
Okay, U-turn into the Roaring Moon means that it is now down for the count, but I think the best way to lock this up from Liam's point of view is you've got Urshifu, it is very healthy, you get outside of Trick Room, you burn that Blood Moon as well, which could be so crucial, but
that's it. There was only one.
This is it.
That
It's
was
locked up,
turn.
right, Lee? You just go for the Ursaluna. The Incineroar can never pick up a KO on the Ursh.
Yeah, there we go. And because of that, Alejandro has conceded here. So Liam taking game 1 here. And yeah, what a turn of events right at the end there. The Urshifu preservation was really key in getting through those Trick Room turns, pivotal there. So, yeah, Liam taking an early lead here. All to do for Alejandro. But getting the Trick Room up and protecting that Ferrograph really well against what was the big threat from that Goldingo. What do you think adjustments Alejandro could make? I don't think they got much value out of that cornerstone, so I think if you could bring maybe some... You need that really to help the Trick Room setup in a lot of ways as well.
Yeah, it's a bit tricky because I do feel like Alejandro had the early game advantage, and it's sort of like got in a scenario where he was able to utilize the Blood Moon Ursaluna with the entirety of Trick Room turns. So maybe a switch up going into Tailwind mode, but then you have to contend against that Roaring Moon and the Goldingo slot. So he may well just try to go for the Trick Room again. Although, there's the reveal. Whimsicott and Urshifu, full offensive. Let's not forget, this is a banded Urshifu, and sure, there's the Amoonguss on the other side of the field for Liam, but this Urshifu has Terra Grass as an option.
Yeah, and that's one way to get around that Rage Powder that has been brought out, probably in response to maybe the suspected lead. So a really nice adjustment from Liam, but also nice adjustment from Alejandro. Like you say, Costa, the Terra Grass here could be expended at a really good cost here, where it is able to get that Tailwind support from the Whimsicott and then go for that choice-banded Surging Strikes into the Goldingo and hopefully remove it before it can get any of those Make It Rains that was so detrimental in game 1.
Surely it's enough. This is one of the most powerful offensive threats in the format, alongside a choice band. Moonblast going for the chip damage. Is this going to be enough to put it within range? Gets a cheeky little special attack drop as well, but... Oh, it's going to be closely. We've got
Very
51
close.
from that first one. Is it a roll? No, 58. This might survive on 3. Let's see. It does! It survives on 3 hit points. Oh, wow. That's so crucial. Make It Rain is going to, I would say, pick up the KO on the Whimsicott, but it's bringing it down to the Focus Sash. But Amoonguss has not moved. It is going to try to go for the Focus. The Sludge Bomb into the Urshifu. Alejandro's already valuable burst damage potential is out of the game.
The finest of margins there with that Goldingo hanging on and the crucial Make It Rain. Followed up with the Amoonguss as well. I love the fact that Alejandro didn't go for the Tailwind, wanting that extra damage just to try and push that knockout over the edge, but not enough. Showing how well Liam's trained their Pokemon here, and now it's looking not the best of scenarios, but you've got the Tailwind now where you can set this Blood Moon on its way with that Life Orb.
Yeah, may even have been better to go for the Whimsicott there to make sure there's no speed control coming from the other side of the field. Blood Moon, not enough to pick up the KO. 12 hit point survival. You can see Liam so exuberant from that citrus berry, now proccing, allowing no sort of shenanigans to be taken place. But the most important thing is to make it rain. Whimsicott is finally down. Ursaluna at just beneath half of its HP range, still has the life orb intact, and most crucially, Blood Moon is not online, at least for this turn, and there it is. Spore saying, no more Ursaluna, please give me a moment to breathe.
Yeah, you can see the defensive capabilities coming in full force here for Liam, just being able to take the onslaught of these huge attacks and then respond in such a way where now it feels very, very tough for Alejandro to make any sort of comeback here with just the Incineroar now out on the field. It has got the Assault Vest, so it will be able to take the attacks from the Goldingo a lot better, but pulling in the attacks from the Incineroar, the Amoonguss can protect that for the next few turns while that Goldingo concentrates on getting rid of the Ursaluna that has a guaranteed turn.
Amoonguss doesn't even go down. Liam has been able to play this exceptionally well with that survival so crucial in that turn one. Goldingo, sure, it's now down to -3 of its special attack, but there is a chance for the Ursaluna to wake up right now. It still have the speed advantage. There may be a scenario to allow a bit more room
Does wake
to
up.
be navigated from Alejandro, going for the Hyper Voice. It does pick up a double KO, but Liam has a lot more resources available at this point. 2 fresh Pokemon in the back. Incineroar, of course, any sort of move it goes for right now is essentially just going to be nullified and void. However, what has Liam brought in the back, and is, the Ursaluna is able to survive that Life Orb recoil as well.
Yeah, and I think with what Liam's got in the back, they don't mind losing 2 Pokemon there. You're wasting a whole turn of Tailwind, and you've also got your Incineroar that you can bring in, utilize your own Fake Out to just slow this down and get through this last remaining turn. And yeah, the Ursaluna has got 1 more attack left in its tank, but with that combination of the Unseen Fist and the Fake Out, you can guarantee taking it down. And there we go, Liam locks it in and is your winner here in Swiss around 11 here at the Seville Special Championship.
One step closer to making top cut. You can see the passion, you can see the drive that Liam has put on show for all of us in that set versus Alejandro, which truly came down to the wire of the damage calcs there. That game turn 1. 3 hit point survival was a madness, because you thought surely, and that was clearly what Alejandro thought, surely that should be enough chip damage to put the Goldingo within range. But no, that sort of, I guess, maybe something to consider in terms of the special attack investment as well from the Whimsicott, because it's a focus / variant. So it's not like Covert Cloak, where they usually optimize for more defenses in terms of training, but the Tailwind, the focus / apologies, may just be like a raw special attack speed dump.
Yeah, you would imagine something along those lines, yeah. So the training there from Liam's side, not only in the Goldingo, but the Amoonguss as well, taking that Blood Moon from the Ursaluna. That was Life Orb boosted. It didn't have the Terastallization this time around. That was expended early on in Game 2. But still being able to take that devastating attack, it just shows how well the Pokemon on Liam's side have been trained. And I love the approach from Liam. Didn't really kind of have to overextend themselves at any point. Stayed very calm, cool, and collected, and just executed the game plan perfectly in both of those games. And yeah, very, very well done. And I think at this latter stage of the tournament, it's putting Liam in the limelight as a great place for going forward, and maybe taking that next step into progressing to top 8 of this tournament.
Yeah, truly. And Alejandro doing an incredible job. Still not out for the count, but we've still got a couple more rounds to go. Liam absolutely excited to be able to get that one step closer. As we mentioned before, he's been able to get top 8 in the seniors division, but at the moment in his masters division career, the highest achievement has been 2 top 32s, which is pretty incredible. Maybe now he's on the verge of being able to up his game even further, get that higher placement, because he is on fire.
Yeah, and I love the way that they used and utilized that Goldingo. I think the fact that I'm happy just bringing it out as a lead. I'm going to take advantage of the choice specs item on it, and I'm just going to put Make It Rains onto my opponent, constantly putting that pressure on. And yes, I'm getting weaker each and every turn, but I'm getting a lot of really useful damage each and every turn if I'm not picking up knockouts. You know, even if the Whimsicott comes out like it did in that game too, you say, well, I can take it instantly down to its sash. You can't fake me out if you pair it with your Incineroar. And I'm just going to allow what I've got in the back once these Pokemon go down to be the cleanup crew. And it's exactly how it kind of worked in both games, where the Goldingo kind of paved the way for that victory for Liam, and yeah, not swaying from that strategy at all. Really well done.
No, truly, and like we were sort of discussing in that game one, it really felt like Alejandro had the advantage early game, even towards mid. You have the Trick Room set up, and obviously it's sort of like to protect the king scenario, or at least try to set the king up for success in a way, or queen, that being the Blood Moon, such a key component to Alejandro's strategy, whether you go for the Trick Room version mode or you go for the Tailwind. And it was a good shout with the Tailwind. It just unfortunately wasn't enough. There could have been a situation where Liam could have gone for the Whimsicott to just absolutely get rid of Speed Control, but I mean, he clearly knew better. He focused on the Urshifu, and he was able to absolutely run through Alejandro's.
Yeah, the double up into it was really well done, because I think suspecting that going for the... And even if it didn't Terastallize there, I feel like you kind of know it's going to. It has to try and get that... That resistance to the Rage Powder, so you are targeting into the Goldingo with the Surging Strikes, but the double up really paid off with that Sludge Bomb. The Make It Rain was just too much, and really good call on your pin, representing.
Who would have thought? Not me, but I guess we're going to have to dive in. Yeah, well, it is very powerful, modest-wise. But,
I was talking about you.
No, I had to, but I'll tell you what is even more powerful and fun for us to be able to review Liam's thoughts about that game, as well as his progress so far. So please take it away.
Yeah, Costa, then let's do that right now. And let's ask Liam how he is feeling after that match and after, winning another one. So 10-1 now.
It feels really good. Lost the stream game at Bologna, so it feels good to like finally get a win on stream. Bit nervous for the next round, because if I win it, I think I lock top 8, whereas now I'm only guaranteed asymmetrical. So, but I'm feeling really good. Yeah, didn't go in with many expectations, so to be here is amazing. It feels great. Yeah.
Yeah, and we were just chatting before, and you were saying that this is a team that you've really trusted throughout this regulation. But then actually for this tournament, you didn't put in that much extra practice. So is it just something you're very comfortable with?
Yeah, definitely. I was testing out quite a few things coming into the tournament. I think it's like I sent a list on Discord to my friend. It was like P2 Ursa and like everything imaginable. But this was the only team that I felt like could beat Crown Bolt Balance consistently, and I knew how to play it properly, because every other team had its flaws. I was playing a lot of Power Flinch, but it felt like it required too much RNG. So I was just like, I want to pick a team that feels good. I'm No Kerry and Connor, who won Toronto. So they're really good to bounce ideas off. I'd give me lines like yesterday. I won my round 8 and 9 because I like said, oh, what's the line into this? And they just told me. So yeah, it's good to have access to that.
Yeah, that's great, having a network of friends to support each other. And then, of course, you're here now piloting the team, but then there's other friends in the background. Now, let's talk a little bit about the matchup, because the team your opponent was bringing, was that something that you were familiar with?
Not really. I got a message from Connor before saying it's not an amazing matchup. He lost to it at Toronto. But yeah, I think they expected me to bring a Moongus game 1, so they didn't set Trick Room early. So I predicted them to then play towards like more of an anti-Moongus game plan, game 2, but I felt like I could play around it even if they do play anti-Moongus. So yeah, it was not an amazing matchup, but I feel like I played it well.
Yeah, certainly. I think in game 1 in particular, there was this one turn where you went for the double knockoff, and Incineroar moving first, knocks off the Life Orb, then the Terra Hyper Voice doesn't KO Roaring Moon, and then you can knock off KO the Frigor F. Is that something that you were kind of confident in, that your Incineroar would move first?
Not extremely, but the Blood Moons typically, if it's Tail Room teams, they're going to be quite fast. When I saw the Farig move first, I was like, probably Blood Moon's moving first. I think you could see on stream I was a bit disappointed, and then saw the Incin move first, and I was really happy. So it's kind of looking at the team sheet, yeah, but in that moment, no. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. It's kind of, it's like really comes down to, right, like how exactly is the training then on those speed points. And then in the second game, two big survivors there. Your goal and go taking the combination of attacks there with I think it was what 3 HP.
3 HP, yeah.
Were you confident that it could take that?
I knew it could take 3 Surging Strikes. I got told that before the set. I was very scared that he would Moonblast, and he did. I wasn't sure on the calc. It might have been a roll, but after I saw the 50 on the first one, I was like, and I was on 110 HP left, I was like, I'm confident I could probably survive this, and I did. So yeah, happy about that.
Yeah, and then you also, of course, read nicely into the Terra Grass.
Yeah.
Went for the Sludge Bomb. And then after that first turn, how confident were you that you could bring it home?
If there was Furig in the back, a little less confident, but because it wasn't, I felt a lot better, yeah.
Yeah, and then, of course, you managed to take that set 2-0, really nicely played. And now, as you said, already locked in for the asymmetrical top cut. But then, one more round to play to maybe even confirm top 8, depending on how the numbers work out there. But how are you feeling for the rest of the tournament?
I've achieved what more than I expected to, so I'm feeling good. I'm feeling really good with the team. It feels like I'm not playing it, it's playing me kind of thing, you know? Feeling confident, yeah.
Nice. Yeah, and then finally, you already mentioned a couple of friends. Do you have any other shout-outs, anyone you want to
Of course, Kerry and Connor, just helping me prep, make me feel confident in the team. My parents for bringing me to this event. Everyone from Skiddy. Just all the guys helped me prep. Leo, Jake, Ben, Merhaf, Ozan, big thanks to you.
All right, lots of friends in the background, and you are here on the couch in top cut already, but can you take it even further? Best of luck in your last round, and then we will be back with more action here from Seville, so don't go anywhere.
Does get the sparkling Arya. This is resisted damage. Is it enough to knock out? Looks like it takes down the Goliathopod. Parabolic charge is loaded here, but there's only 1 HP remaining on this tiny little Dedenne. Itzaxon is going to take a 3-0 series sweep.
Race for Itzaxon. He is your 2025 North America International Champion.
Pika Diff looking for an opportunity to get in. Rayquaza is getting shrunk down real low. It's on the back of Overlord, the best player in the game. The overheat is there. The overheat's the cure. Luminosity Gaming is going to go scramble to score. They've got a ton of shields.
The prophecy from Luminosity, a 3-1 victory as LG wins LAIC. LG wins EUIC. LG wins NAIC. One of the best to ever do it, Luminosity Gaming!
Engie tying the game up at 2 prize cards apiece. What's gonna happen here?
See what the top deck is here.
It's the boss's orders. Here comes the Pheasantipid EX, Adrenabrain, and Annabelle Ono is your North America International Champion.
Quick search being used. What do you think we're gonna grab? Boss's orders, Pheasantipity. There we're gonna see the big burning darkness. There's the KO. Undefeated, unstoppable, undeniable, ice in the veins. Gabrielle, you are a North American International Champion.
Latin America,
Europe, and now the North American International Championships, a Grand Slam.
Heal this active Gardevoir, leave himself with no damage. He knows his opponent doesn't have Boss's orders. Is that the move?
Oh, he's going to take the 2 damage, move it over. He's got 2 more to work with. He's got the Psychic Embraces. He just needs to attach the Dark Energy here, and he should be able to make this happen.
That's going to be it.
it.
Next Adrenabrain, perfect map. Isaiah takes the KO, and he is the North American International Champion.
It could all come down to this particular turn. Miraidon able to move first, does go for the Electro Drift and find its mark down into the Rillaboom with the Assault Vest really paying off, keeping it in the game. With a critical hit though, such a valiant effort coming through from Miraidon, but the Woodhammer comes through, seals the game, and Joaquim Roquette takes the title in the junior division to become your champion at the North American International Championships.
Hollow is able to fire off one final Moongeist beam with this Lunala and actually gets the critical hits. But you're right, the Weezing hits the field and Protect available on both Pokemon. And so we'll see this as the final moves of choice. Isak has attended 3 international championships this season, able to get top cut in both of the previous ones, and leaves this one as a champion at last. Congratulations to Isak Moreira, your 2025 North America International Champion.
Here is the one thing you can hope for is that Federico makes a mistake and goes on the offensive with this Lunala using Moongeist Beam to stop very effective damage onto that Pokemon, but Federico doesn't. He goes for the Moonblast. Federico Camporisi is your 2025 North America International Champion.
I was really nervous going into that just because it was my first finals. I just had to still process everything, but it feels great.
It feels amazing to kind of leave a legacy that I think no other team will be able to replicate.
UIC, LAIC, and NAIC, now we're going to Worlds.
Dude, I don't think I could have ever imagined this.
Thank you for everybody.
This feels incredible.
To be able to win this tournament, it's just couldn't be happier.
What's up, Pokemon trainers, and welcome to the Pop-Up Pokemon Center here at the European International Championships at the XL London. Hey, Amandine, how's it going?
I'm just in a living room today.
Yeah, I mean, check out all these amazing plushies. Which one's your favorite?
Probably the sleeping Flareon is just here. It's just so cute.
Oh, so cute. No way. All the Jumbo plush? You've got to be kidding me. We've got the Psyduck, the Slowpoke. Okay, that's my favorite. The Piplup and the Lucario. I mean, what more is there to want here? Oh.
Oh, hey, Rosemary. Didn't see you there. How you doing?
I'm good. How are you, Spraggles?
I'm doing amazing. I'm just enjoying Arcanine's beautiful hair and its volume.
I mean, you definitely know.
One day, I'll get there.
Oh, hey, Boo, how's it going?
Going pretty well. I'm looking at all these beautiful play mats.
They are pretty amazing.
Yep, all these super exclusive, just for EUIC international play mats.
I love that. The play mats are really cool. There's notebooks. There's kind of a lot here. How amazing is this? This is the Pokemon Center at EUIC. I'm going to see you guys later because I'm about to go shopping.
Marcus, my favorite Pokemon and I, we're kindred spirits. Welcome back, trainers, to the Seville Special Championships and our final Swiss round. I'm Charlie Merriman, and I'm merry by name and merry by nature, all the more so to be joined by Marcus Harmon.
I'm sorry to put you on the spot, but can you repeat that? I'm sorry, I didn't get it this time.
my favorite Pokemon and I.
Yes.
We're Kindred Spirits. You might
What
not
does
have
that
heard
mean?
this word.
I have not heard. I'm sorry, I have not heard that.
Kindred spirits means you feel some kind of deep connection to someone.
Oh,
exactly.
I see. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Here you go. You teach me, and I'll teach you.
Pokemon.
Gotta catch.
That's what we're here for, and I'm beyond excited to be going through that last round of Phase 2 together with you. A lot of players are already confirmed for the asymmetrical top cut, but a lot of others are still fighting for that chance to be a tournament winner here in Seville.
We can't wait to see who will be going all the way, and we've had such thrilling action all weekend. And of course, the very last tournament that we have in Regulation Set F right here in beautiful, sunny Spain. And we've seen so many adaptations already, even though it's the very last one. Great Tusk, for example, coming out in full force. Regigigas as well. Lee said there are a couple of those left in Phase 2. We'll see if they progress to the top cut. And what a way to send off Regulation Set F. With so many changes for VGC on the horizon. Reg I, we're revisiting briefly over the next month or so. And then Pokemon Champions, of course.
Yeah, and of course, we had a lot of tournaments already in this format. Also all the way back in the day. So yeah, we're kind of using this also to relive some of our most favorite moments that we had over the course of this format.
Yeah, it's a wonderful idea, and I think the first one we will visit is Utrecht, back in the 2024 season, which was one for the history books. I mean, look at that winning team. Some of you who are familiar with Regulations at F might be looking at that winning team and thinking, well, Articuno, Alolan Ninetales. We see that kind of commonly in Regulations at F. Well, this was the player that went all the way with it and brought it to our attention. Nikhil Reddy with Articuno and Alolan Ninetales. It was the first major win for Articuno ever in VGC.
Yeah, Nikhil was certainly ready to take down the competition there. And also Emir bringing the same team there in 6th place. They had this epic mirror match in top 8 with Articuno against Articuno. Not something that anyone expected going into this tournament. But then also beyond that, we have Iker, our previous champion here from Seville, also doing well at that tournament. We've got Aurelien, who finished in 2nd place back then, and now is also still in the running in this one.
We've seen a whole lot less Blood Moon Ursaluna than we might have done in previous Regulation Set F tournaments, but we did see one on stream just now that Ricardo was running.
And I remember this was a time where there was so much Ogerpon going on everywhere, but Ogerpon Wellspring was actually the form of choice here for a lot of our trainers. And yeah, a lot has happened since then, but yeah, also a lot of familiar Pokemon as well in that.
Absolutely, and in fact, heading into Phase 2 at the Seville Special Championships this weekend, Ogerpon Wellspring is no longer on that usage stats graphic. It's only the Hearthflame variant of Ogerpon. So yeah, it's really fascinating to see the different wrinkles we have a couple of years later. That was Utrecht, but what about the Europe International Championships in the 2024 season? Let's see what went down there, because of course our international championships are the biggest event, Save the World Championships, in our roadmap over there. Of course, taken down by Nils Dunlop meeting Tim Edwards in the finals, a tale as old as time where we have one of these veteran players meeting a newer one.
Yeah, one of the biggest tournaments at the time. Also a lot of familiar faces. Aurelien, in fact, with that same team also making a very deep run there into the top 8. And then, well, we didn't know it at the time, but with Luca Terribelli, also a player who would later on become a world champion here with a 5th place. And yeah, I think this is when players really understood, okay, Incineroar is actually that good. Yeah. I remember in Utrecht, this was a time where players weren't that sure yet. And all the talk going into this tournament was, okay, how important is this Articuno meta shift actually going to be? Are there going to be Articunos spamming blizzards everywhere? Well, the answer was, maybe not that impactful, but this team that Nils Dunlop kind of introduced into the metagame here, and also the team that Tim was using, I think both of these teams had such a big impact on the metagame going forward. And even Jorin's team, I think, with the Roaring Moon is also one. We just saw Liam use a team that has, I believe, 5 of the same 6 Pokemon. So yeah, still a lot of similarities, but I feel like now that we've come back to the format 2 years later, there's been even more metagame advancements since then.
Oh, 100%. I mean, for one, look at all those Rillaboom that there were in the top 8 in the UIC 2024. But Rillaboom's really dropped off, especially since Houston last weekend. I don't think there were any in the top 8 there. And we have Psychic Terrain running rampant so much more than it was back in the first iteration of Regulations ZF Psychic Terrain with Iron Crown. So let's compare EUIC in 2024 with EUIC in 2026, just a month ago, which of course was also running Regulations ZF. And there you go, you see you've got Iron Crown in second place, run by Zachary Weed. Not only that, but this Calm Mind variant that's really been rising up. And another Iron Crown there by Roberto Parente in fourth position.
Yeah, I think a lot of similar teams, in fact, Paul Schur running the same 6 Pokemon like Tim Edwards back in the day, but of course some slight adjustments in the game plans, in the training of these Pokemon, even the movesets. So yeah, it's just beautiful to see how the players have really used this format and worked on it, trying to make more and more advancements, be more and more efficient with your strategies and everything that goes into battling. And yeah, these are the players that have mastered their craft for EUIC. And but of course, well, it's not the last tournament. We still got Seville, but of course, yeah, EUIC, I think those were the 2 big tournaments we had in this format. Back in the day, 2024, and now, once again, this year, just a couple weeks ago.
But it continues to evolve. You saw the Thunderous team run by Francesco Piopero on that top 8 graphic as well, which no one saw coming. And then this weekend, again, we've got this Regigigas and Great Tusk. And there we go. We've come full circle. And it's time for you to choose what match we feature next here at the Seville Special Championships. Let's take a look at the roster that you can choose from. Head on over to our Twitch channel, Pokemon, so that you can choose which match you want to see on stream. That's where you can vote over on Twitch. We've got Marcus Coe versus Davide Fazio, another player who had a great result at EUIC recently. Stefano Di Maria against Pedro Martinez. Miguel Paquete, who we saw yesterday on stream, versus Adrian Isidoro. And then Maurizio D'Andrea going up against Stephen Van.
Yeah, what do you make of that? A lot of different teams. I actually got to play against Stefano using that exact team in Birmingham. And then a friend of his who was bringing the same team to EUIC. So yeah, it's a very powerful team with a Heatran, very strong defensive core, difficult to break through. So that's going to be a challenge for Pedro. Then we say Miguel Paquete, who we saw yesterday with that fantastic Calm Mind Raging Bolt setup against Samu back then. Now, yeah, battling it out against Adrian for a spot in the top cut. We still have Sam Dondozo in the mix as well with Marcus Coe and Maurizio D'Andrea. And they will be going up, yeah, against Davide Fazio, you said it, top 8 at EUIC with that exact same team. And Steven, player from Germany, who just recently made his comeback into the scene and has been doing really well. Yeah, with a little bit of a unique approach, I would say. A lot of familiar Pokemon there on that team from Steven, but yeah, in a way and in a composition that I haven't seen that often before.
Astonishing how many Dondozo Tatsugiri we've had on the stream so far this weekend, but trainers want to give it one big hurrah in Regulations ZF.
Yeah, let's remind ourselves, how can everyone cast their vote?
Head on over to the Twitch channel, head on over to that Pokemon Twitch channel and cast your votes in the chat for which of these incredible matches you want to see. And again, this is our final Swiss round before we reach the top cut, so everything's on the line. The loser will most likely not be progressing to that top cut. We'll have to see how things shape up. So, do you want to go for our Birmingham regional finalist a couple of months ago in Marcus Coe with this team that they've really trusted in the entire format, and one that only they are the masters of piloting? Or perhaps this Heatran team that you mentioned, Marcus, maybe it would bring back some unwanted memories if you see that on stream again. Or maybe, how did that match go for you against Stefano?
I lost. I ended up
losing. You did lose, okay.
Yeah, because he was playing so smart with his adjustments. And yeah, so I think it was only in game 3 he brought the Heatran when I didn't expect it. It was tough, but I got my revenge kind of against his friend at EUIC. So.
Okay, there we go. So you can go survive for that one. We've also got this Glamora team that Maurizio is running it down there as well. Or more of a balanced composition with Miguel versus Adrian.
Yeah, but I think at this stage of the tournament, we can already see, well, there aren't that many teams that are super out there. I think, well, at this point in the metagame, it's really very established. There are some unique compositions, but yeah, the players have really identified, okay, these are the Pokemon that the format is centered around. And I think we can see, well, almost everything. I don't know, is there something missing where you would say, okay, this is a Pokemon that you really think is kind of reminiscent of this format, but we didn't have it in this community choice?
I mean, I said to you yesterday, Marcus, that I wanted to see more Articuno and Alolan Ninetales, and obviously we don't see that. That doesn't mean that it's not potentially progressing through to the top cut, but it's just not one that we will be featuring for you now. But I guess, you know, that team, yeah, piloted by Nick already, it had that strong showing, but then we haven't seen it as much recently. What other Pokemon would I expect to see there? I think it's less that, it's more the movesets, maybe.
Yeah. Yeah, I think Indeedee and Ursaluna maybe were missing.
Oh, true, yeah. Iron Crown as well, actually, now I think about it, yeah.
Just a couple. But I think, yeah, the votes are in. Let's have a look at what you decided and which match we will feature here in the next round in Seville. And it's going to be Stefano De Maria against Pedro Martinez. And yeah, it's going to be that Heatran team. It's really, really difficult to go up against, so I feel with Pedro already. But looking at his team, it seems like, well, with the Landorus, with Urshifu potentially, he has a couple of ways of dealing with Heatran.
Yeah, this will be brilliant, Marcus, because you'll be able to give us some insight having played Stefano, well, and that team a couple of times so far over the past few months that otherwise we might not be able to get. So fantastic choice, trainers. Thank you so much for that. We will get Stefano and Pedro set up for you very shortly. And Marcus, I know that a lot of people will be watching this stream thinking, well, what on earth does Heatran do in Regulation Set F? Can you give us a brief rundown?
Yeah, so Heatran, of course, being one of the big Pokemon for a while now, I think, of course, going back to the legendary win, Shoma Honami in 2015 in that Chalk team.
Right.
Of course, Chalk, the H is for Heatran. And yeah, it's been a little bit, I would say, out of fashion in recent formats, just because there's a lot of other threats now. The typing combination of Steel and Fire maybe isn't that good anymore in the metagame, where there's some more ground types. You don't really get the time to do the levitate skill swap strategy that was popular back in the day. But yeah, now I think with Terrestrialization, it's given Heatran a Pokemon with a lot of great resistances, but also some unfortunate weaknesses just in the typing. It gives Heatran the chance to change its type momentarily, and then can turn into either the Bug type or sometimes even the Fairy type to maybe take those ground type moves a lot better. And yeah, it's just very difficult with the leftovers to do a lot of damage to it. It's going to use Magma Storm against you, and if that move hits, it's going to do a lot of damage. It's going to trap you in, so you cannot switch out anymore, and it's also going to do residual damage, so a very, very powerful move. Kind of one of those high-risk, high-reward moves, because, yeah, if it doesn't hit, then, well, you do neither of those three things. But Heatran, yeah, the best user of that move for sure, and, yeah, just is a Pokemon. You put it there, your Incineroar is not going to do anything, your Rillaboom is going to be threatened by the Magma Storm, and, yeah, there's only a couple of Pokemon that can really do well against it. So Heatran, definitely a little bit of a niche choice, but on a team that has a strong defensive core with Incineroar and Amoonguss and Ogerpon Wellspring, yeah, that's where Heatran can shine.
Yeah, I really love Terra Bug on the Heatran. First of all, because we rarely see bug Pokemon in VGC, least of all Terra Bug. We sometimes see it on Incineroar. But of course, you could go for Terra Grass on Heatran, which some people have done, and then you're taking no damage from fire thanks to that Flash Fire ability. But with Bug, you also resist those fighting moves that otherwise would have been super effective into the Fire Steel type. And then, of course, you resist the ground, just like with Grass, because rather than having a double weakness thanks to being Fire and Steel. So yeah, really fascinating Pokemon. Is Heatran the only Pokemon that gets access to Magma Storm? Isn't that
that is a good question. I was thinking...
I think it might be.
Maybe... Does Volcanion also get it?
No,
I'm not very familiar.
So we wouldn't really have that in VGC, Volcanion, a mythical Pokemon. But it's a good point. It's a good point. I feel like it might be a signature move. But yeah,
maybe it is.
Fascinating Pokemon. The trainers are getting ready to go for our final Swiss round here at the Seville Special Championships. Before Top Cut will be commencing straight after that. And yeah, I mean, we're zipping through these rounds now, Marcus, and we are getting ever closer to crowning our champion. It's going to be really difficult to choose who will be winning. And I mean... what sort of teams do you think have the potential at this stage of the competition? What sort of players do you have your eyes on?
Yeah, I think at this point it's clear that some really well-rounded teams are kind of at the top of the rankings right now. I mean, we know that Anthony is still doing really, really well with that offensive Raging Bolt, Life Orb, of course. Yeah, that's got to be in my heart after using it for quite a bit in this regulation. So yeah, I think that's definitely one of my favorites. But then there's also just still a lot of very strong players. Liam with the Roaring Moon seemed to really know what he's doing. Also, he was telling me in the couch that he's in contact with Connor and Carrie, who originally were kind of popularizing this team. So having them in your court and just the group of them discussing different approaches for matchups, that's going to be very, very difficult to go up against for sure. So yeah, he's definitely also someone to look out for.
Yeah, goodness me, you can only progress so far in this game if you don't have the help of others helping you out. So let's take a look at how our trainers are doing so far in the Seville Special Championships. Let's see what those standings are looking like. There you go, there's Anthony still undefeated.
Wow.
There in the #1 spot. It'd be a real upset if Spain didn't win on home turf here, given that 7 of the top 8 of the Seville Special Championships last year were indeed Spanish. And yeah, a really classic team.
Well, it would be, but look at the top 5, even beyond Anthony.
Yeah.
Where are the Spanish pros? Where are they? But yeah, having a look at Anthony's team, it's a team that we've discussed a couple of times already on the broadcast, just having this really, really good defensive synergy between Incineroar and Rillaboom, supporting the team as the defensive backbone. And then you have this Pain split Fluttermane with Icy Wind supporting and getting you the speed advantage so that your Urshifu, Raging Bolt, and Ogerpon can do all the damage. Really, really powerful combination. And yeah, Anthony has been doing so well with this, undefeated so far, already locked their ticket into the Chopper Cut.
Aurelian Sula there, a trainer who's on the search for their first big win. It's been a long time coming. It's only a matter of time because Aurelian is such a fantastically consistent player. Liam Westland, who I was featured on stream earlier today, and Miguel, who we saw yesterday. Roberto Parente, another trainer who had a fantastic showing at EUIC too. But I mean, the list goes on, and we're shortly ready to get into the game that we'll be bringing you.
Absolutely, and here they are on the big stage. And they know that, well, only one of them will be able to advance into the top cut stage of the tournament. I think Pedro, also a face that we saw in Seville last year. So we'll get to talk a little bit more about that once we have their accomplishments up there. But yeah, getting the signal from the judges. Now there's 2 of them. Well, we are in the serious stage of the tournament. So gotta make sure that everything is in line. But Pedro there, he's been in this very same seat before. Now putting the headphones on and the communication with your opponent is on, but both of them, I think they're still in their zone, getting ready a little bit. They have an idea of what their opponent is bringing. In this stage of the tournament, the team lists are already public for them, so they will not have to wait to see their literal team list from their opponent, but they will already be going through some lines there. Pedro maybe has a couple of friends there in the crowd, and there it is. Seville top 16 is Pedro's best result, and he's one of those players who's really focusing on their home tournaments, whereas Stefano, yeah, traveling a little bit more and having a couple of great results there. Recently, Birmingham, where I faced him, he beat me, well, top 64 in Birmingham, and then also a couple of other top 32, top 16, and EUIC top 124, top 128.
Stefano traveling all over to accumulate those achievements, and that's another thing that this game gives us the opportunity to do. See the world with a Screamtail and a Celebi plush on the stage, but of course, neither on Stefano's team here. We've got Incineroar, Ogerpon, Wellspring, Amoonguss. There is that Heatran. There's Fluttermane, and there is Landorus. I love to see the Psychic on the Landorus. That's not a move that we often see. But of course, it changes up what you're able to do super effective damage into, notably something like Amoonguss there. Also benefiting, of course, from all the Psychic terrain that's running around in the format. So really interesting tech to be able to take advantage of that. And now we've got Choice Best Fluttermane there as well with the Power Gem, which is a real nice move that you can fit on in order to do better damage into something like Incineroar.
Yeah, it's the defensive backbone of this team, the Amoonguss, Incineroar, Ogerpon, and the Heatran, and then you have the 2 special powerhouses, Fluttermane and Landorus, that are supposed to dish out all the damage. And then on the other side, yeah, Pedro's team, he will be relying a lot more on physical damage. The only real special attacker there is also Landorus, also on this team, this time though with the Sandseer Storm. We also have Incineroar and Amoonguss, however, a couple of small differences. Incineroar here with an Assault Vest, And then there's Urshifu and Qian Pao, very powerful duo. No Ice Event this time around. So yeah, the speed control on Pedro's team will come entirely from using priority moves like Sucker Punch, Aqua Jet, and Extreme Speed on that Choice Band Dragonite there. Terra Normal to boost it up even further. Now that could be one way to deal with the team of Stefano. But yeah, I think one important question that I asked myself when I was looking at Stefano's team when I played against it is it worth to bring Urshifu into this? Because Stefano has Ogerpon, Wellspring, and Amoonguss. A lot of trainers only opting to go for one of these grass types. But when both of them are active on the field, there's nothing that Urshifu can really do. So is it even worth to bring Urshifu to the battle? I think that's a key question for Pedro. And yeah, I wonder if he can find the opening to do something with Urshifu in this matchup at all.
I think it's just fantastic team building for that reason from Stefano, because of course Heatran is so threatened by Urshifu with the water type moves, but also those fighting type moves. And so in team preview, you see Ogerpon and Amoonguss there and you're disincentivized. So how else can Pedro get around something like the Heatran? Well, of course you have access to the Landorus, but then the Heatran can go for its Terra Bug that we were talking about. And again, with the Flash Fire ability, you're not taking any damage from fire type moves, leaving your weaknesses as rock and flying. And we don't tend to see too many of those offensive moves, certainly in this format of VGC.
Yeah, and now players have exchanged team sheets for good. We are in team preview, so this is the stage of the game where both players will have to make a decision. Which of their 4 Pokemon do they want to bring into the battle? And yeah, I was saying earlier, I think it's a big question. Will Urshifu make an appearance? And will Stefano reply with Amoonguss and Ogerpon? Because of course, if you bring 2 grass types, that also opens yourself up a little bit for some other issues. Notably, that Dragonite is going to be very difficult to deal with if you rely too much on your defensive core. So yeah, then maybe against the Dragonite, maybe you want to bring the Flutter Mane. But then, yeah, do you even have room to bring both Amoonguss and Ogerpon? I think with this team that Stefano is bringing, it's very important to also then adapt to what your opponent has been doing. It's not one of those teams where it's like, oh yeah, it's this matchup. Oh yeah, I always bring those 4. I think it's more of a team where it's highly dependent on what you expect your opponent to do.
Yeah, well, I'm really looking forward to seeing how Heatran is able to fare in this Swiss Round 12. Not a Pokemon we see very commonly, but it is one that has been popping up here and there. I believe our fellow caster Jamie Boyd really backs it, and let's see if we'll be backing it after this game. Here we go, trainers. It's our final Swiss round here at the Seville Special Championships. Please welcome to the stage Stefano and Pedro, and please welcome to the field Heatran, Ogerpon, Wellspring, Urshifu, Rapid Strike, and of course Incineroar.
And with this lead, Pedro is already indicating that he wants to go on the offensive with Urshifu. So, oh, we got a little bit of a sneak peek there, what Stefano has in the back, and it is not Amoonguss. So that means there's already the big threat of a Fake Out and Surging Strikes into the Heatran slot. Not a lot that Stefano can switch in here, because yeah, we saw Incineroar and Flutter Mane are waiting in the back. That's not going to work very well, but Pedro has to expect this potential Amoonguss switch in. Maybe doesn't want to attack into it that early on in the game because of the Rocky Helmet. So instead, Pedro going for a little bit of a defensive play, switching in the Dragonite.
Unsurprising to see Heatran go for his Terra Bug here. That Urshifu is threatening it down with all sorts of super effective damage. But how will Dragonite be able to take the moves that Stefano has chosen? This Wellspring Ogerpon going for Ivy Cudgel. Not very effective, of course, into the Dragonite. That's going to be the close combat response into the Ogerpon, which brings it down oh so low, but not quite low enough. Crucially, though, the Urshifu softened up. It's not holding a Focus Ash either, so it could just go down in one, but a Magma Storm won't do that. What it certainly will do is trap it in and chip away at the end of every turn. That Urshifu is now a sitting duck on the field. That's exactly where Stefano wants it to be.
Un Turbine di Magma just appeared on the field, locking Urshifu in its spot. And yeah, now this is where, of course, it would be nice to maybe just go for a couple of protects, to maybe just have that Urshifu take a little bit more residual damage. But of course, Urshifu is not going to care about protects. And by switching in Dragonite, Pedro now has the option to go for an extreme speed, knock out Ogerpon, so that it cannot redirect any moves from Urshifu. Really nicely set up there by Pedro with the switch into Dragonite and the close combat into Ogerpon. So yeah, it's already quite tough. Stefano, though, is still trying to go for that protect. Let's see if it's gonna protect him.
You can't protect in front of an Urshifu, but let's see if you can protect in front of Dragonite. That Horn Leech is enough to secure the KO there onto Urshifu. Back to the dojo you go, and Ogerpon is restored to about half of its HP. Horn Leech, a move that's been falling out of favor on Ogerpon despite that healing. And yeah, that was going to be the aerial ace right into that Terra Bug Heatran, but that protection shield comes in clutch.
Yeah, well done here. Both players trading blows as Stefano gets the better end of that turn. Yeah, Pedro didn't want to lock the Dragonite into extreme speed, presumably because, yeah, Fluttermane is waiting in the back and you don't want to have your Dragonite locked on the field into extreme speed against that Pokemon. But now, with Aerial Ace, you already know, well, Heatran was the only resistance to that attack on Stefano's entire team, and now with the Terrestrialization to Bug, of course, it's great against those ground types or maybe against the Surging Strikes, but not very good against Aerial Ace. So this Dragonite, a huge threat now for Stefano's team. And, well, he was able to play around Urshifu, but now it's going to be even more difficult to stop this Dragonite from threading through Stefano's team with this Air Slash.
We were saying how Air Slash, Aerial Ace, all those...
Aerial Ace, yeah, Aerial Ace, that's the one.
They are not very common in the format, and for that reason, Stefano must have felt all the safer bringing Heatran to Regulation ZF tournaments, but this could well be the thorn in Stefano's side, an Aerial Ace Dragonite, as Ogerpon is going to go all Hedgehog-like, throw up that spiky shield. Was going to be the Icicle Crash, it seems to be, directed into that Ogerpon slot. So a wise protect here from Stefano is going to be the Aerial Ace instead into the Incineroar, which takes it well, but you can see the dividends the Choice Band pays, bringing it down to half HP, meaning that Incineroar is going to be able to have a little bit of a cat nap and a cat snack, healing up a little bit there.
Yeah, and we have Inner Focus on Dragonite. Yesterday we saw some multi-scale Dragonites on stream as well, but no, this one is not affected by Intimidate or by Fake Out, so yeah, perfect Pokemon to go up against this Incineroar. But based on the damage that the first Aerial Ace did, I don't know if the second one is going to get the knockout on Incineroar. And yeah, even with a Sword of Ruin boost, there's Stefano checking again. Okay, Chien Pao was intimidated, Dragonite was not, but okay, it's good to have Incineroar on the field. You're threatening Fake Out into Chien Pao, but you can just protect Chien Pao and maybe go for some more Aerial Aces. However, I feel like Stefano was, Pedro was expecting some sort of knockoff into the Dragonite slot, was unsure whether Aerial Ace was getting the KO on Incineroar and was saying, okay, well, you know what, Dragonite is in a great spot, but I don't want to take too much damage yet.
Instead, I want to get my own Incineroar out on the field. Follow me, Sonoki, from this Ogerpon Wellspring, but of course with Incineroar switching in and the Chien Pao protecting, not much going to be happening there as the parting shot now comes out into Incineroar and off it goes from the field, reducing, in return, the physical offense that Incineroar on Pedro's side can dish out. And now Stefano can switch into Pokemon fresh and ready to go for the next turn, hovering over that Fluttermane, or is it time for the Heatran to come back in? Yes. No, it will be the Heatran ready to trap something else in.
Yeah, you don't want to reel your final Pokemon just yet, but with Heatran on the field, there's another opportunity to go for one of those Magma Storms into Chien Pao, probably. Chien Pao just protected. It's been... it has its attack reduced, so you can go for Magma Storm, I think, into Chien Pao, and then, well, Ogerpon might be target of a Fake Out, but yeah, even if it is, say, a Fake Out into Heatran, there's not that much that Chien Pao can do here, so I like the choice of just going on the offensive here with Heatran, and Pedro has to call this correctly, or has to hope for one of those dodges.
Exactly that. I mean, Magma Storm would have been so nice into the Chien Pao to break the Focus Sash, as well, of course, as doing super effective damage. But instead, Dragonite is going to be switching in. Ogerpon is going to follow in kind. Stefano retreating that to the back for their own. Incineroar to come out, of course, dropping the attack of the Incineroar again, but the Inner Focus Dragonite, once again, will be immune. Right, so the switches have happened, and now another Magma Storm, so Dragonite is trapped in. No, it doesn't look like massive damage, but it will be chipping away, and Dragonite can no longer switch out. Here comes a U-turn, so resisted by this Heatran, or no, neutral damage into the Heatran. Bug versus Bug, neutral, as Incineroar scuttles to the back for Pedro now, and Pedro can switch in the Chien Pao to reduce the defenses of everything around it. Of course, Dragonite and Chien Pao, a tale as old as time, best buddies who love to be seen on the field together in any of the meta games they're allowed in.
Yeah, great positioning there by Pedro, who now was able to bring both Dragonite and Chien Pao onto the field, as Incineroar is already there. So no way for Stefano to switch in Incineroar for some Intimidate, and it's gonna be very, very costly for Stefano to swap out Incineroar, have something take damage, and then bring Incineroar back in, take even more damage. So instead, yeah, I feel like Dragonite and Qianpao are going to go on the offensive, and I think this is the positioning that Pedro cannot improve on the positioning with the Pokemon here that he has left. This is what he needs to capitalize on, and I think, yeah, this is the time to go in and to take some KOs.
Well, the terrestrialization is certainly going to be helping towards that as Qianpao goes for its Terra Ghost. It can no longer be faked out. This is what you have to do in this game. Get your Pokemon in the right position to be able to deal the damage you want them to. Heatran, not taking any of that damage this turn, protecting itself in the face of a super effective Aerial Ace potentially, but the Sacred Sword now into Incineroar, super effective. That means that no longer can Stefano drop the physical offense of Pedro's all-physical team. That was the Aerial Ace now targeted down into the Heatran. You've got an Ogerpon in the back that's also going to be taking super effective damage from that. But the Dragonite can always switch out and back in order to mix up the move it goes for. Holding the Choice Band, you can't do that while it's on the field. But will it even be on the field for that much longer as the Magma Storm continues to chip away?
And now it's the time for Stefano to bring in his final attacker, Fluttermane, joining the field. And we got confirmation Dragonite is locked into Aerial Ace. Now, the speed interaction between Fluttermane and Qianpao, that's going to be important. And also, well, how is this Fluttermane trained? Can you even take one of those attacks from Qianpao? If it is an Icicle Crash, would that just get the knockout right away? Because, yeah, Heatran certainly would take a lot of damage from Dragonite's Aerial Ace. And, yeah, I think, yeah, that might be the crucial turn of the game. Let's see, though.
Sucker Punch is just going to be enough with a Bruto Golpo, the critical hit, one-hit knockout onto Stefano's Fluttermane. You can see his head in his hand. He knows that that is crucial, because now a big Choice Band, super effective Aerial Ace, even without a critical hit, is enough to send this Heatran back into hibernation, and the only Pokemon remaining for Stefano will now be the Ogerpon Wellspring, and that's what Pokemon's all about. Just as quickly as that, on the turn of a dime, we are down to just one Pokemon left for Stefano in the face of Pedro's 3, and the forfeit locked in equally fast.
Yeah, and this is GG. Well done there by Pedro, establishing this dominant offensive positioning. Dragonite and Qianpao, Terra still available, Incineroar on the field, Inner Focus, Terra Ghost, no Fake Out available, and with that, you can do so much damage. Pedro then taking down Incineroar, and then, well, with the critical hit, well, we don't know exactly whether that was needed or not, but based on Stefano's reaction, I think we can assume that he was quite confident Fluttermane would be able to withstand Sucker Punch and then maybe fire back with a Dazzling Gleam, and that would have shifted the match around totally.
You've got to have some luck, and of course, you've got to have a whole lot of skill in order to become a champion at an event like this. So Pedro goes up one game. Of course, it's best of 3 around these past trainers. Stefano seemed to have the right idea there, Marcus, and I feel like without that Sucker Punch critical hit, you know, seems to have the advantage resources-wise. But, I mean, what are you thinking?
Yeah, I think it is a very, very typical game for the type of team that Stefano is using. We saw a lot of switching, repositioning, trying to get into the right spot. And yeah, I think every game that Stefano is playing with his team, like you hardly will have any game where it's like, okay, I just click like, I don't know, Tailwind, Make It Rain, and just win from the spot. This is not happening with a team like this. You have to work for your wins hard. And Stefano was working for the positioning very, very hard. Equally hard was Pedro as well. And yeah, I think, well, Stefano might want to adjust some things. We saw that Pedro was leaning into Urshifu doing so much damage with Close Combat there into the Ogerpon. Maybe Amoonguss could be an adaptation, but yeah, Dragonite is really annoying for Stefano to deal with. So it's hard to make a call here what Stefano should be doing. I think for Pedro it makes a lot of sense to just bring the same thing again. It was working really well, and I really like the synergy between what he was doing there.
From should to will, we are getting into game 2. Urshifu and Incineroar on the field for Pedro, and here comes Heatran and Ogerpon for Stefano. This Dragonite is such a thorn in Stefano's side when it comes to the Heatran. Before terrestrializing, Stomping Tantrum is doing super effective damage, and after the Aerial Ace is too. And of course, the Ogerpon is threatened down so much by the Dragonite as well. So can Stefano overcome this Dragonite in our final Swiss round of the Seville Special Championships? That's the storyline we're keeping our eyes on, and we can see it's Fluttermane and Incineroar lurking in the back for Stefano.
Yeah, same positioning as before, but this time Stefano makes a different play, brings in Fluttermane in the hopes of taking Close Combat. This is very risky. If this is a fake-out Surging Strikes, this could be huge for Pedro.
Could it be over on the very first turn? The terrestrialization, unsurprising to see it come out onto Heatran, all the way from the volcano in Sinnoh to becoming a bug in the Paldea region. That antennae atop its head. Let's hope that it's enough to scuttle this Heatran to a victory. That fake out into the Flutter Mane, of course a ghost type, so it can act. It is going to be the Surging Strike, so a wise terrestrialization. This is probably about as well as Stefano could have hoped this turn would have gone, but is it a Magma Storm that's locked into? Is that going to connect? Is it going to be enough to get Stefano into a Game 3? It is the Magma Storm, and it misses. You can see how frustrated Stefano is by that. At least you have the leftovers for a little bit of recovery, but that's crucial, Marcus.
Yeah, we were talking about it before the game. Oh, so crucial. Heatran, well, that is one of the main reasons why Heatran is not used much more in this format. Because, yeah, Magma Storm, so powerful, but also so inaccurate. And yeah, just like that, Heatran taking a lot of damage. Urshifu now free to switch out. Had Magma Storm connected, it was stuck on the field, and there was no way for Pedro to really get rid of Flutter Mane quickly. So yeah, locking into some Fairy-type moves, that would have been the KO on Urshifu, presumably. But now the story is totally different. Yeah, what can you even do here? Once again, no Amoonguss in the back, so you really have to call where is this Surging Strike going and make the right play here. But yeah, if this Urshifu gets another move in, it could be detrimental for Pedro.
It's going to be the detect, though, so no damage coming out from Urshifu this turn. The attempted Shadow Ball down into the Urshifu as well, predicting a switch there, perhaps, because, of course, Fairy damage would have been super effective. But then again, you're locked in with the Choice Specs. The Flare Blitz now, that is just going to be enough to get the KO, even without a Chi and Pow on the field. Of course, Flutter Mane, not known for its physical defense, is so much better on the special side. And goodness me, it looks like the cards are falling now for Stefano, Marcus.
Yeah, absolutely huge start for Pedro. Such a big lead. And Stefano now brings in Incineroar, confirming that Amoonguss once again was not brought. But yeah, it's hard to justify bringing Amoonguss against a team with Chien-Pao, Dragonite, Incineroar. All of these Pokemon would want to face against Amoonguss. And yeah, now while Ogerpon is threatening a lot of damage, you can go for Ivy Cudgel, maybe get a KO on Incineroar, or go for that Horn Leech onto Urshifu. But yeah, just switching in Dragonite, just look at what Stefano has left. Just Dragonite will can maybe solo the game at this point, so it's just so difficult for Stefano.
Yeah, such a fair point, Marcus. As Dragonite comes in, doesn't really matter which move it locks into as the Ivy Cudgel now. Again, there's no multi-scale. This is an inner focus Dragonite. And the Surging Strikes. 3 critical hits will be coming out into this Incineroar, and it will be too much for this cat to bear. So all of a sudden, Stefano would be brought down to the final 2 Pokemon, but with this Citrus Berry, we'll have a little bit more wiggle room. It should now actually just about hang on here. Oh, no, okay. Will actually still be the KO. So Incineroar, even though it had those 9 lives, it's now down and out. And now Stefano just down to this Heatran and this Ogerpon, and there's a big old Aerial Ace staring it down.
Yeah, Stefano, the way that Stefano's team is constructed, it's also one of those where, yeah, if one of the dominoes falls, then yeah, it's curtains very quickly, because this team relies on having switching options, on playing around, and Pedro didn't give Stefano any room at all, finishing this in clinical fashion, taking that set 2-0. Taking the set 2-0 and advancing into the top cut is Pedro. What a well-played game. You have to feel with Stefano a little bit after how that went, but that's how it goes sometimes, right?
It is, yeah, that's the game that we play, and yeah, disappointing way to crash out of contention for top cut, but it is what it is, and there will be another day, there will be another tournament where Stefano has the results that they are looking for. Goodness me. Well, I mean, Dragonite did just about make it onto our day 2 usage stats as well, and you can see why. That Choice Band, we didn't even see Extreme Speed come out from the Dragonite. Terra Normal Extreme Speed with the Choice Band, that tends to be the option of choice when you're running that Pokemon, especially with a Chien-Pao alongside it on the field. Pedro Martinez was here in Seville last year, had a fantastic finish, and I think has now bettered that finish this year at the Seville Special
at least top 16, I think.
Top 16, okay. Yep. So it all comes down to this next round.
Yeah, but that is an amazing streak of results. Not playing that many tournaments, as I was saying, but then, yeah, top 16 last year in Seville, now back here in the top cut, and in a commanding fashion there. this Terra Bug Heatran, really, really beautiful to see. Doing a lot in the first game when Magma Storm actually connected, but then this was the position that Pedro was looking for. Qian Pao next to Dragonite, unintimidated. First Incineroar went down, and then this Sucker Punch, crucial critical hit. Stefano couldn't believe it, but that's how it is sometimes. And yeah, then the aerial ace follow-up. Heatran going down as well, and just like that, Pedro takes home game 1.
Wow, what an explosive victory there for Pedro, and clearly there is a home turf advantage for Pedro Martinez, having a wonderful result here too. Urshifu and Dragonite, another team of full physical attackers, Marcus, just like Ica Rodrigo, last year's Seville champion, is running this weekend, and was indeed back then last year in Seville, which is sort of going against a fundamental tenet of team building, right?
Well, we got the Landorus on the team of Pedro. We didn't get to see it this time around, but yeah, definitely really focusing a lot on those physical attackers.
Yeah.
Yeah, for sure. That's maybe a trend here in Spain. I don't know. I haven't been involved in too many team building groups here, but maybe they're like, you know what? Special attackers, all physical damage.
Yeah, just brute force it. I mean, obviously, as someone with such a storied history within Pokemon VGC, Marcus, what's your approach when it comes to team building? It's sort of the physical and special attacker split. Is that forefront in your mind, or is it just sort of what happens, and I'll try and have a balance?
Yeah, so I actually brought a team to the World Championships last year, where I had, so this was Regulation I with 2 restricted Pokemon, and I was using Calyrex, Shadow Rider, and Miraidon on the same team. So a lot of special damage, and then my third attacker was a Volcarona, another special attacker. And in hindsight, well, or I mean, I knew at the time, it's quite obvious looking at the team, but I was like, yeah, you know what? This goes against some of my fundamentals. It's not actually what I would love to have, but I feel like it is the team that I need to bring because of the strategy that I wanted to go for. So yeah, it's definitely something that I am considering, but it really also depends on the format. Like, if it's a format where there's like Assault Vest, Iron Hands on the same team with Light Screen Whimsicott, then going with all special attackers is maybe not the right way to go. But yeah, sometimes it can be fine. Really just depends on what the metagame is like.
Exactly that. And, you know, Volcarona is so good in Regulation I against all the Zamazenta that were running around, for example. But again, it's going to be a case by case. And now we've got a case for you of attending your nearest local, everybody. Let's get that practice in, and hopefully we'll see you at a bigger event like this in the near future. Take a look at this.
Hey, do you want to play?
Yeah.
Nice.
One shot?
Wait, yeah.
I'll use twin cannons.
Great game, guys.
Bye. See you next week.
Come play at your local Pokémon League.
So much fun playing at those local Pokemon leagues, and of course you can have fun not only with the Pokemon video game but also with the trading card game and Pokemon Go in some of those local tournaments. So make sure to scan this QR code, have a look at what are some of the stores close to you that are offering these local tournaments.
I just noted that trading card game player in the video saying I'll use twin cannons. That sounds pretty cool. I wonder what twin cannons would do in VGC. I feel like a double hit move.
Yeah.
And maybe it's just that.
Maybe it's just that, yeah. I mean, it makes sense.
Cool.
Makes sense for a Blastoise, right?
Yeah, exactly, yeah.
S2.
Boom, boom.
Kind of,
yeah. Then a Mega Blastoise. You've got 3 of those. Triple cannon, maybe tri-cannon.
Right.
I don't know.
Right.
Try attack. And we want to see you at one of these.
Isn't there a move that Kingdra can learn?
There are many moves. I mean, you've got Scold. You've got Sniper as the ability.
Oh, that's what I'm thinking about.
Yeah, which I love. I personally prefer that, but thank you for bringing it back to Kingdra, Marcus.
Yeah, of course. I mean, I know.
Propaganda.
Yes.
Sniper, yeah, boosting the power of critical hits, and it would be a critical hit to see you at a local, and you can get all that all-important practice in, so you can land some critical hits of your own, or indeed, golpe criticos, at the next tournament you attend, as they would say here in Spain. That's where it all begins. That's the grassroots. That's what keeps this entire scene going. The top trainers that you see here, they would not be who they are today without the locals they attended.
Absolutely. And yeah, for a lot of players, what they like to do is actually use those local tournaments to really prepare. And then once they feel ready, they can make it onto the big stage and attend one of our regional championships or maybe even one of the internationals.
Exactly that. And it is a different ball game here, being under those lights and everyone at home watching, everyone in the venue watching. Local is a place where you can just chill out a little bit. It doesn't matter either way. Whether you win or you lose, the most important thing about locals is the practice that you get and the people that you meet and the teams that you encounter, getting advice from your opponent. And that's the thing we see time and time again on the stage. After the match, obviously they're locked in during the game, but afterwards they're just decompressing how that went. That turn you did this, I maybe would have done this. And it's all about the advice you receive along the way.
Absolutely. And yeah, well, from the local scene back to Seville, the Special Championships. The tournament, of course, is going on. We are looking for the top cut. And one player that has cemented their spot there with a victory over Stefano is Pedro. And Pedro is ready for an interview. So let's hear from Pedro what he was thinking going into that match. Over to the couch.
Thank you very much, Marcus and Charlie. Yes, we do indeed have Pedro Martinez here. Going ahead and guaranteeing yourself in top cut, my friend. Huge congratulations. You were here last season. You got top 16. Now you are on the moment of the precipice where you can progress further. How are you feeling after that back and forth intense set?
Muchas gracias, Costa. Lo primero de todo, me siento muy bien. Estaba un poco nervioso porque perdí la ronda anterior contra el chico que iba X0, pero ahora me siento muy confiado conmigo mismo. Y con respecto al año pasado, pues espero llegar más lejos.
Thank you, Costa. I'm feeling really good. Last round, I lost against an undefeated player, and yeah, but now I'm feeling much better.
Understandably so, and for a good reason. Stefano was a tough opponent to go through, especially with that Heatran as well. So was that something that you had faced before going into this tournament, or was it just something new that you had to think on your feet in order to adapt against?
No me había preparado contra ese equipo en absoluto. Heatran me sorprendió cuando me lo encontré porque obviamente no le puedes tirar Extreme Speed. Y aparte el Landorus también me molestaba mucho porque tiene psíquico.
It was my first time against that team in particular. It was my first time seeing Heatran, which I cannot extreme speed against. So it was surprising, yes.
Yeah, and I think it's sort of one of those Pokemon that is quite tough because of the ability, the initial type, and then Terra Bug makes it a bit more awkward too. But you did a really good job in being able to handle it through that set, my friend. Are you local to Sevilla? Because at the minute, I mean, just based off of the fact that you were here last season, you got the top 16, which was amazing. I feel like we haven't been able to have the opportunity to see you a bit more often. So is this just your major event that you try to go to every year, or do you have others as well?
Yo voy a Sevilla porque obviamente soy español y es lo que me pilla más cerca. Este año he ido a League, el problema es que me fui 1-3 y pude ir gracias a la ayuda de Alex Gómez, que me pagó el café. Y entonces estaba un poco nervioso de cara a este evento porque no sabía cómo lo iba a hacer, sobre todo teniendo el año pasado habiendo hecho top 16 y luego 1-3 drop.
So yes, the Spanish event is much easier for me to go through. This season, he only went to Lille. Alex, fortunately, paid for his travel for Lille, but in Lille he went 1-3, which was difficult for this event to think about that. And then, obviously, thinking about the top 16 last year, it was a very huge expectations for this event, but yeah.
You've been able to live up to it, my friend, and you've done an incredible job. I'm sure that all of your friends as well have been very proud of you. It's been great to be able to see you on stage. Now you are through to top cut. So with that being said, we're going to give you an opportunity to get some rest before we go ahead and proceed with it, of course. So are there any shout outs that you would like to give to anybody either in the venue, at home, watching, or wherever they are?
Lo primero, me gustaría agradecer a mis padres, quienes han sido los que me han dado la oportunidad de estar aquí. Luego, gracias a Kian Campbell, a Carlos Cabal y a Pablo Ortega por la preparación y el equipo, que sin duda sin ellos no hubiera estado aquí. Mis demás amigos que están en el venue y los que estáis en casa, sabéis que me acuerdo de vosotros. Y también a Alex Xavier Álvarez y David Peralta por los Pokémon. Y a Team Z por estar siempre ahí apoyando. Muchas gracias.
Well, thank you very much. This has been Pedro. Huge congratulations. Once again, we are wishing you the very best as we are going to go ahead and get Top Cut prepared. So make sure you get all your refreshments and we'll be back very shortly.
Hey, Pokemon trainers. Welcome to Pokemon Championships History, a series where we showcase important matches throughout the history of competitive Pokemon. This was the first World Championships held in the Alola region with Pokemon Sun and Moon. Our classic battle took place in the top 4 match between Tomoyuki Yoshimura and Ryota Atsubo. Japan was guaranteed to have a representative in the finals, but who would come out on top? Tomoyuki had experience playing in multiple World Championships, and this time around he made the right call on the metagame. With Ultra Beast on his team like Nihilego to deal with the Tapu Pokemon running rampant in the format, and Buzzwole to handle Snorlax teams, Tomoyuki was in a prime spot to claim the championship title. But Ryota was not to be outdone. As the reigning Japanese national champion, Ryota wanted to solidify his claim to being the best player in the world. With a twist on the common double Tapu core, Ryota brought a team to support his choice specs Tapu Fini. But the real star of his team was Celesteela, the launch Pokemon. Many trainers feared Celesteela's ability to single-handedly bring back games from the depths of defeat, and Ryota would need a heroic effort out of Celesteela to win this set. In a game that lasted over 30 minutes, Celesteela showed just how unstoppable it can be thanks to Leech Seed recovery. If Tomoyuki wanted to keep his championship hopes alive, not only did he have to win Game 2, but he needed to do it fast. There wasn't enough time left in the round to play another slow game against Ryota, so Tomoyuki would need to be on the offensive. But sometimes the best offense is a good defense, and Assault Vest Salamence was just bulky enough to keep him in the game.
That is a big boy Salamence, taking a Choice Specs boosted Moonblast from a Tapu Fini of all things. And I know it's not known for its really big special attack, but it's still one of these Tapu Pokemon. As the trainers actually round out the game, shaking their hands, Tomoyuki will be the victor.
The clock was ticking, and 50 minutes wouldn't be enough time to finish this epic set. This meant our trainers would be concluding this match in the most dramatic way possible, plus 3 turns. If a match exceeds the round timer, 3 untimed turns are to be played, and whoever has more Pokemon remaining at the end of the 3rd turn will be the victor.
Time was just called in the round. We are a couple of seconds out, so this is turn 0 in the game. And in this turn 0, Metagross taking so much damage, but after the Intimidate, it's not enough.
Rounds don't commonly go to time in VGC, especially not in top 4 of the World Championships. Only 3 turns stood between these trainers and their destiny. What would ensue could be considered the most intense plus 3 turns in VGC history. A climactic 50-minute set came down to these final turns, and only one of these worthy trainers would be victorious. Celesteela wasn't the only Ultra Beast to show up big in this match. While the Fighting-type Buzzwole faced off against a Fairy-type and a Flying-type, Tomoyuki made an incredible read with his Z-move to try to make Buzzwole the hero of this story.
All out pummeling from your boy Buzzwole. It's not your boy Guzma like it is in the trading card game. In this case, it's a Buzzwole. It's going to be dealing some pretty sizable damage. It would like to get that on Celesteela, I think, a Pokemon that sometimes people try and bust through the defensive of with all of these fists.
But instead, the Crocodile is going to get knocked out by this all-out pummeling, leaving Ryota down with just 2 Pokemon on his side of the field as we go into the final turn of this game.
With a 3-2 Pokemon advantage for Tomoyuki going into turn 3, Ryota could see his hopes of victory slipping away. This was Celesteela's last chance to launch Ryota into the annals of VGC history.
It's been so close coming down to the wire, but Buzzwole doing what it does best with the Z move. No, it protects from Tomoyuki. Instead, Sludge Bomb into that Tapu Fini. Not going to knock it out. Instead, Moonblast into the Buzzwole for the knockout. Ryota is clawing his way back. He still has a chance. The Heavy Slam from the Celesteela into the Nihilego. Will it knock out without the Intimidate?
A critical hit!
Critical hit!
It does it in the last second!
Ryota gets into the finals thanks to a critical hit from his Celesteela in the final turn of this game.
Tapu Fini hung on with 1 HP, and they crit from his trusty Celesteela. Ryota won an unbelievable set against Tomoyuki and would go on to leave Anaheim as the VGC 2017 Masters Division World Champion. Thank you for watching, and let us know some of your favorite moments in VGC history by using the hashtag #PlayPokemon.
Welcome to Costa's Cinnabar Challenge here in the lovely city of Seville. I have got 2 Victor volunteers who are looking to challenge their might and knowledge when it comes to Poke Riddle Me This. We have got Leo on my right-hand side. Hello. We have got Alejandro.
That's me.
My further right-hand side. So, I think it's time for us to begin. We're going to start with an easy one. Prepare yourselves.
Okay.
4 lines will be uttered from myself in order for us to be able to hint away to what the Pokemon is that they need to guess that it describes. So, with that being said, you aim away, I take the blow. You aim at me, I heal and grow. A masked defender in the fray, I shift the course of every play. Who am I?
Okay, so mainly like with Max Defender and Heal Away, I'm thinking something like Ogerpon, especially with the mask, and Heal Away because of the Water Absorb ability that heals you when you take water type damage.
Okay, Leo.
I was also gonna say something like Ogerpon because of the I take the blow redirection thing.
Okay, okay.
I'm a Go player, so I don't know about abilities. We don't have that.
I play a VGC, and since Ogerpon has Follow Me, and especially Wellspring Mask, because it has, yeah, like I said, the Water Absorb ability, and I think no other Follow Me or Rage Powder user, at least as far as I know, has like directly healing while taking the damage.
Okay. I like the thought process. 20 seconds, Leo.
Are we competing against each other or with each other?
I think we're with each other.
Take it as you may.
We lock in Ogerpon Wellspring?
I think it is Ogerpon Wellspring. It's not something like Amoonguss with Pollen Puff, but I'm pretty sure it is Ogerpon Wellspring specifically.
I would like to see Ogerpon Amoonguss with a mask.
10 seconds.
But I think we lock in Ogerpon Wellspring.
We'll lock in Ogerpon Wellspring.
Final answer?
Yes.
Final answer. I can confirm that the correct answer is Ogerpon Wellspring. Good job, guys. Good job. Okay.
Yes.
Don't celebrate too much. You didn't come up with it.
Sorry.
And that's okay. But, okay, good job. One more riddle. This may be a bit more difficult, so prepare yourselves. Or should I say, steel yourselves. I pressure lines in broken chains. Not one clean hit, but spreading strain. What once seemed safe in layered play gives way as plans dissolve away. Who am I?
This one is much harder.
I can repeat.
Please.
Please do repeat.
I pressure lines in broken chains. Not one clean hit, but spreading strain. What once seemed safe in a layered play gives way as plans dissolve away.
Okay, because of the chains and layers, I'm thinking something of the Petron trio, like Okidogi, Pheasantipity, especially because I can really come up with anything else that has chains. And with layers, I'm thinking something like Toxic Spikes, like a layer of Toxic Spikes.
Leo.
I think you're onto something.
I am noticing a pattern here.
Can you repeat once more?
Yes. I pressure lines in broken chains, not one clean hit, but spreading strain. What once seemed safe in layered play gives way as plans dissolve away.
So it's a Pokemon that, if I'm not mistaken, hits multiple foes at the same time. But of the Petron trio, I can really only come up with Pheasantipity because Okidogi normally hits individually with moves like Drain Punch or Gong Shot.
I thought Pheasantipity too, by the way.
Yeah, but Pheasantipity is not really popular in that way. But I think it might be the answer. Otherwise, it might be something like Glimora because
15 seconds.
So it's either Pheasantipity or Glimora.
I think Glimora has nothing to do with chains, and he put special emphasis.
Yeah, that's why. So
Dippity.
Yeah, we'll lock in Pheasantipity.
Okay,
Pheasantipity.
Of course.
Teamwork.
Makes the dream work, yes.
We might be completely wrong.
I can confirm the correct answer is Monkey Dory.
Yeah.
You were very close.
I was close.
Very well played.
I was a little bit far off.
I was sure it's gonna be a Pokemon from the Petron trio.
Correct.
Because of the chains and Toxic, and the layers of Toxic Spikes.
With that being said, Alejandro, I think we will give you individually a point there. Leo, contribution was a bit low. I'm gonna be real.
I was here for the vibes, okay? I was the personality hire in our fantastic team.
He was confirmation support.
Right?
That I can confirm.
That's worth something.
So with that being said, thank you very much both. Super appreciate your efforts in trying to battle your wits and knowledge with the Poke Riddles. That has been us, and we will tune in for more action, so make sure to not go away.
名前は海老沢空で、来たところは福岡県から来ました。
Can it get through this one turn against the Amoonguss?
This is the question. Does Amoonguss have the oomph in order to get the knockout here? It's only really got that Pollen Puff or the Clear Smile, but it gets the knockout. Sora Evisara is your 2023 Pokemon World Champion.
家族に恩を返せて、観客の人も盛り上がっていたので、僕的にもとても嬉しかったです。主な選出を決めて、このポケモンはこのポケモンに有利だなっていうポケモンを、なるべく選んで使ってました。場所によるけど、行けたら頑張ってまたチャンピオンになりたいかと思います。トルネロスというポケモンと、追い風役とトリル役が混ざった構築は読み合いになるので、ちょっとジュニアで優勝したけど、大人の大会でも、緊張なくプレーしたら優勝できるんじゃないかなと思います。対戦、このジャパンチャンピオンシップスに敗退した人も、また諦めずに来年、挑戦してもらいたい。
Fennel out of Japan, a team that I think the whole world has been rooting for, dominating this game.
僕たちのチームが一番、このゲームに時間を使ってきたからです。他のチームの誰よりも、プレイしただけではなくて、考える時間だったりとか、ユナイトについて、コミュニケーションを深めていったりだったりとか、そういった、話し合う時間をたくさん取りました。数えきれません。私たちの、作戦は数えきれません。
That's a penta! It won't stop!
僕たちが最終戦で、使った作戦は、ミュウの、コーチングをうまく使って戦う作戦を使いました。
Fennel can do whatever they want. And they're doing the big laser. It's going to be taken by Fennel. Mashio gets it done.
僕たちは、最初から優勝できると思ってました。
The last 5 seconds here before we can crown our champions. .600 players entered this tournament. 12 rounds of Swiss are over, and now only 12 players are left in the tournament. 12 dreams to become a champion, and at the end of the day, only one of them will be crowned our tournament victor. My name is Marcus Hamann, and I'm here with Charlie Merriman to bring you the top cut of the Seville Special Championships. Charlie, how are you feeling now that we are going in to the top cut?
It's very exciting indeed, Marcus. I can't believe how quickly the time has gone. Really, we're already here with just 12 players left in the competition. We've had some thrilling action that you absolutely must go back and check out if you're only just tuning in. I mean, where have you been? What other priorities could you have had? We understand you have a life, don't you worry about it. But you want to be tuning in to the stream for the rest of the day to see how the Special Championships here in Seville unfolds. Ooh, can't wait.
Yeah, me neither. 12 rounds of Swiss, that's a lot of work that is behind our players and a lot of wins that they were able to collect. A lot of teams that they have played against, a lot of opponents they have defeated. And yeah, one of them is above them all at this point. Anthony, still undefeated. What a magnificent run. 12 rounds, 12 wins.
It's an absolutely staggering achievement, Marcus. Of course, all bets are off at this point. If you lose, you're out of the tournament, no matter how good your run has been. But we can take a look at the players that Anthony has faced so far. And you can see all of those green lights up and down that graphic. Win, 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 win. Going up a wide variety of teams, and even some maybe less conventional ones like that are Chaladong, piloted by Jorge in Swiss Round 6. But then we do have Iron Crown compositions that we've seen a lot in this iteration of Regulation Set F. We have Entei down there as well, piloted by Javier, and of course this classic balanced team, for example, in the Swiss Round 2 run by Jose.
Yeah, and Anthony was able to complete this fantastic day one of the tournament by winning against 8 Spanish players. So, yeah, well, Anthony definitely, I don't know. Be nice to your opponents down here in Spain, but I'm sure he was being treated well. But then he continued this run also in the second phase of the tournament, also then taking down Roberto Parente and Aurélien Sola, some of the international superstars.
Yeah, Anthony themselves, of course, being from France. So, going up against fellow French person Aurélien in Swiss Round 12 just then. Aurélien still looking for that first major win. And just to complete the sort of roster of the teams we expect in Regulation Set F, we do have that Reggie Drago there, run by Roberto, who, let's not forget, finished in the top 8 of EUIC just a month ago. He was 4th, in fact. So, real dominant display from Roberto there, and now Anthony cuddling that Amoonguss despite the fact that it's not on their team. Let's see if this undefeated streak can go all the way to becoming champion.
Yeah, some players and viewers have talked about the curse of being the undefeated player going into the top cut, and of course, well,
yeah, sometimes it works out and that player goes all the way, but sometimes, yeah, they go out as early as the first round of the top cut. But nevertheless, already locked into top 8. That's going to be a fantastic finish for Anthony, regardless of how the next couple of games will go for him.
Exactly that, and you must come away from a tournament like this, even if that were to happen, feeling so proud of having an undefeated run through all of the Swiss rounds. And at some point, it will be your time to shine, whether it's this tournament or another one. That consistency, very hard to beat. So that's Anthony, but what about the other trainers in our top cut? Let's take a look at our standings here at the Seville Special Championships, which trainers are still in contention for becoming our champion.
Yeah, and let's not forget, in order to make it into the top cut, you need to finish with a record of 10 wins or better. In this case here in the video game. And so, yeah, only 12 players were able to do that. Anthony with the flawless 12-0 victory. Actually, no trainer finishing with 11-1. At some point, Anthony was left with undefeated opponents to play against, so they had to give him some other players that had already lost, but even against those, he just kept on winning. But there we have it, all the way down until 12th place. Steven from Germany. Those are the players who are duking it out. Unfortunately, Miguel Paquetchi, Alberto Cano, Antonio Sanchez, and Marcus Go all went out, but still finished strong here in the top 16.
It's really interesting because, of course, Marcus Coe, for example, has been having a fantastic season with Regulations ZF a couple of months ago, coming second place at the Birmingham Regional Championships. Antonio, a former regional champion themselves, so some big names out of contention, but my goodness me, some big names still in contention. We were just talking about Roberto Parente there and Aurelian Sula. Could this finally be Aurelian's time to shine? Davide Fazio, who had an incredible showing at EUIC a month ago as well.
So at this stage of the tournament, I really like to look for potential repeated champions.
Oh yeah.
Who is there, who has already done it and has already taken down a major event. And maybe I will need some refreshing in some history lessons, but I don't see it. I'm not sure if any of them have won a big regional or special championships up until that point. So yeah, it might be our duty to crown a new champion at the end of the day here.
A brand new winner, and of course, only 2 Italians left there. An Italian has won every single regional level event of our 2026 season so far. And if they want to do it again, all hopes rest on Roberto Parente and Davide Fazio there, which would be another unique winner as well. Just astonishing. But let's see. And how many Spanish players do we have in this top 12?
We have 5.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Yeah,
5. So actually, last year, our top 8 was 7 of them were Spanish players here in Seville. This year only 5. So yeah, the other regions have been saying, okay, we see you from last year. We can one-up that.
Yeah, I think one thing I've heard some of the international players that were coming in and talking about was the fact that, well, we saw the pictures and the videos from Seville last year and just saw how beautiful of an event it is and how great the city is, how great the weather is. And so they wanted to experience that from themselves. So maybe also a couple more international players coming in this time around. But yeah, here you have it. These are the top 16, and the 12 players, the top 12 here, will move on into the asymmetrical top cut. So asymmetrical top cut, what does that mean?
What it means, Marcus, is that whereas in previous formats it would just be players who have reached a certain threshold of wins or losses, they would all be matched up into each other, and anything below 8, say, when it comes to the top 8, you just cut off and they go up against each other. With asymmetrical top cut, if you have the required number of match points, then everyone can face off against each other, and it makes it a little bit fairer. There's no brute cut-off point. It means that anyone who has accumulated the same number of match points as the person in that 8th position go up against each other, just so we have a top 8 that means that trainers have truly proven themselves to reach that position.
Absolutely, and so that also means that a couple of these players are already through to the top 8. In fact, Anthony, Juan, Roberto, and Aurelien, they already booked their ticket into the top 8 already. They can sit out the next round and just have a look at the competition, see what's going on with the other players as they are battling it out to face those players who are guaranteed to be in the top 8 already.
Goodness gracious me, I was talking with Leon Costa earlier about how, of course, Victor Medina is still looking for that first major win, and could this finally be in Seville of all places, home turf, Victor's first win? But no, but instead we have Aurelian Sula, who is also on the hunt for that first major win, who's been not only in top cut, but that second place position so many times. The North American International Championships 2024, for example, going all the way across the pond to compete there. And yeah, maybe just hopping a little less far afield over from France to Spain is what Aurelian needs. Who knows?
Yeah, maybe that's the way to do it. Again, Aurélien, they locked up top 8 already, so it's just 3 more wins to get that shiny gold medal and that golden ticket. And I think also, of course, let's not forget that for a lot of these players at this point in the season, the championship points race is on, so you really need to get those points, and well, they have definitely done so. Lots of championship points, so we might see a lot of these players back again in August at the World Championships, even if they don't end up winning the golden ticket.
Absolutely that, yeah. Accumulating all those championship points. This is a new way it works this season as opposed to previous seasons. Just the top so-and-so number in any particular region will be qualifying for the World Championships rather than a threshold of points that you have to meet. And as the season draws to a close, the contested positions as to who's going to be just eking it into that top bracket is going to be heating up. Let's take a look at the matches that are going on in the venue right now and the match that we'll be able to bring you. Davide Fazio versus Adrian Isidoro. Yes, Davide, who had this phenomenal performance at EUIC. We're going to be bringing them to you live and direct here from Seville. But we've got a couple of other fantastic matchups going on and incredible teams. Look at that from Kusha there, Marcus, Articuno, and Alolan Ninetales.
Yeah, Kusha Konani there taking a look at what some of the Japanese players, namely Yuta Ishigaki, the second place finisher from Worlds in 2024. Yeah, it was 24. Yeah, was bringing to tournaments recently. And it is that duo of Alolan Ninetales and Articuno, but paired with some new friends here with King Gambit, Rillaboom, Landorus, and Ogerpon. Very strong, powerful team. I was talking to Kusha earlier. I was feeling very, very happy. Had to win all 3 games of the day and managed to do so, and now has earned himself a play-in match against Santiago Molina with the Dondozo team that we featured on stream yesterday.
You know, it's easy to look at that graphic and have the Articuno stand right front and center, but it's the King Gambit as well that has been so massive for Kusha. During their tournament run, trainers not really prepared for that Pokemon, of course, was Defiant, getting a boost to its attack rather than a drop thanks to the Intimidate from Incineroar and Dark and Steel. Really fascinating typing, so bulky as well as offensive. So yeah, it's definitely a Pokemon that's been overlooked. But casting our eyes down, we've got Liam Westland there with the Roaring Moon. That's a Pokemon that did well earlier on in Regulation Set F. And then I'm so pleased to see that we do have a Great Tusk making it into Top Cut. If you're just tuning in, yes, Great Tusk has been the talk of the town this weekend, and we do have one that could see itself in the top 8.
Yeah, still quite a lot of unconventional picks there with Articuno. Great Tusk is around, and yeah, this is the bracket that will be played now. Again, only 12 players managing to make it into the top cut. At the end of the day, one of them will be a champion, and it's going to be a new champion. Someone is winning, someone is fulfilling their dream of winning one of these big events for the very first time. Very, very exciting here. And yeah, Anthony, Aurélien, Roberto, and Juan already slotted in top 8 based on how well they did in the previous stages of the tournament. And then the other 4 matches, we just saw the matchups with the teams on stream. That is going to be so exciting and to see who will make it into the top 8.
So that means that the match we'll be bringing you, the winner of that will be going up against Juan Nunez in the top 8. Meanwhile, if it's Kusha or Santiago, they'll be going up against Roberto Parente. Pedro Martinez, Stephen Van will face Aurelian Sula, and then Liam and Samuel have the unenviable task, whichever one wins that, of going up against our undefeated player in Anthony Christopher Manalash.
Yeah, a lot of players and a lot of names that we've seen in a lot of tournaments, but usually in like the top 16, top 32, maybe sometimes even top 4 or in the finals, like Aurélien. But again, there is no champion, at least in these major tournaments yet. So yeah, it's a great opportunity because sometimes, you know, you're playing in one of these events and then you already know, well, there's like these world champions, international champions in their way. And they were in this tournament. Like we had Eduardo Cunha participating, for example. We had Eric Rios, we had Victor Medina, some of those players who have done so well countless of times, but all of them defeated already. So it's going to be a new champion today. And all of these players, they must taste that win already. And maybe someone like Roberto Parente, just coming off of a top 4 performance at EUIC, now again in the top 8, definitely feeling really, really hot with their team. And I think The same also goes for the other Italian player that we will get to see now on stream, Davide Fazio, also finishing in the top 8 at EUIC. So these Italian stars really doing so well and kind of taking that momentum from EUIC and bringing it into Seville, the final stretch of Regulation Set F. And yeah, Davide, one of the best players, I would say, arguably for a couple of months. But yeah, missing that big win. He was able to win the Grand Challenge all the way back in Regulation Set H. This was with a team that was later then called, I think, the Lele team. You know,
yeah.
You remember that? The Yawn Ursaluna Blood Moon. Yeah, doing so well with that team, winning the Grand Challenge. But I think he was actually the first that was bringing that team, as then Emanuele Briganti brought it to Frankfurt to win that. But yeah, Davide, one of those names that is maybe a little bit more in the background, but now with some really strong performances also in Gdansk and at EUIC, cementing themselves as one of the best players in Europe, bringing this standard-looking team. I can talk a lot about this team, but let's get to it later in the preview. But a player that really likes to go with very solid Pokemon that allow you to play into any matchups, but usually don't really have that big of an advantage. It's a very, a particular choice to make. Do you want to try and gain an advantage through team building, or are you fine just going with the tools, but knowing, okay, everyone will have a plan into a team like this. Everyone will be ready to face a team like this. And certainly Adrian will be ready for that as well.
Oh, 100%. It was a shame not to see the Mudsdale that Davide is such a fan of on any of those teams. But there we go. Look so proud of it. And we are so proud of Davide as well as their opponent. Let's take a look at this matchup. Let's remind ourselves of the achievements of Adrian Isidoro. Stockholm Regional Top 8 in 2025. And those achievements going back to 2024 there. So a trainer with a real recent winning streak. Incineroar, Chien-Pao, Urshifu, Raging Bolt, Landorus, and Rillaboom. So another fairly classic composition for Regulation Set F, but this is what this stage of the tournament is all about. Who can pilot these really tried and tested teams better?
Yeah, Adrian, another player that prefers to use some of the best Pokemon. Really a big fan also of Incineroar and Rillaboom. I remember their team from Stockholm, top 8. This was a Calm Mind Kyogre team. Very powerful with the Roaring Moon in the mix as well. A classic matchup going up against Michael Kelch there in that top 8, but eventually losing barely there. So definitely a player who has been to this stage before, to top 8, but this was their best result. And now they have another chance of kind of knocking at that top 8 and maybe making it even further. Very similar team to what we saw from Davide. But yeah, one key difference there in the Pokemon they're bringing.
Yeah, absolutely. Which one is the difference, Marcus? Is it the Chien-Pao?
Yes, it's the Chien-Pao. So there's going to be Ogerpon Hearthflame over on Davide's team, which means Davide actually doesn't have any speed control. Adrian might have Icy Wind. We will get confirmation about that in just a little bit. But yeah, it's going to be an exciting matchup here between those two balance masters.
Yeah, balance and master is exactly the term I would use. It brings to mind Paul Chua, who of course won our Europe International Championships a month ago, but also the very first Scarlet and Violet EUIC that we had a few years back now. I remember Zachary Weed, the finalist in the EUIC, saying that they had a great balance matchup, but no pool matchup, and that's exactly what we're saying. It's all about the pilot of the team. Are they making the plays that you're expecting or not? Also, even if you see the same 6 Pokemon they're expecting, that doesn't mean that the sets will be the same. It doesn't mean that the held items will be the same. And crucially, it doesn't mean that the training will be the same. And that is the one thing our trainers don't have access to, even in this open team sheet format. You cannot see how much investment there is in their bulk, in their offense, or indeed in their speed. And that can really catch trainers off guard. Just yesterday, we saw some Pokemon surviving some massive physical attacks on stream, which no one was expecting. And that can be the difference maker. Wonderful to see the trainers waving to the camera there. And we cannot wait to wave them into their top cut game. Great that even though they're locked in and focused and ready to go, they are able to have some fun up there too, because at the end of the day, everybody, we are playing Pokemon. And there's that proud Luxray welcoming us in as well.
Yeah, I think that's just awesome to see there. Davide being locked in, but being really happy to have made it that far. Again, he finished in the top 8 of EUIC and now has the chance to get into top 8 once again. Loser will be out though, and well, while a top 16 finish would also match with a lot of their achievements, and yeah, the next time we will see them on the stream, then maybe it will be part of their list of accomplishments. But yeah, Davide is looking for more. Top 8, top 16 already. We were looking at those achievements just before. And yeah, both players having a little bit of a chat there, having a friendly time. Yeah, I really like to see that.
Absolutely, even in this heated stage of the tournament. They are aware that it's all about the fun, but also just keeping the pressure off themselves. I think it's so often that we see the trainers, and just generally in life, who are less in their heads and more in the moment, having a fantastic time up there, and not only that, but playing some of their best Pokemon. And this is something that these trainers are no stranger to. So let's take a look at these teams again in more detail. We've got a Shucker Berry Incineroar with no Fire-type move. Urshifu here with the Focus Sash. Rillaboom, we've got the Raging Bolt, the Carmine variant, Substitute Landorus, and Swords Dance Ogerpon Hearthflame.
Yeah, so as I said, I could talk about this team a lot. There were a lot of French players like Théotima So and Louis Fontivet that were kind of piloting this, I think, for the first time. It looks a little strange because there's no immediate speed control. Once again, you rely on those priority moves, and you have 4 of them. Even if we're not counting Fake Out, well, you have Grassy Glide, you have Thunderclap, you have Aqua Jet. And then, yeah, because you're using Landorus on this team, you can actually afford to drop high horsepower on Rillaboom and can go with U-turn instead. So that is going to be an option that Davide will have available for him. The Shuka Berry really needed on Incineroar because, yeah, Landorus is one of the most annoying Pokemon, I can speak from experience, to face when using a team like this. And then having Helping Hand is a little bit of a specialty of this Incineroar. If you know your damage calculations and you can kind of tip the scale a little bit with that Helping Hand boost, something that maybe would not have been enough for a knockout, all of a sudden with Helping Hand, that is enough to get the knockout, and that can change the matchup around completely. And yeah, over on the other side, we have Adrian's team, we have a lot of the same Pokemon, but some key differences. Notably, we have the safety goggles on Incineroar, which will not come up in this matchup at all. There's no powder moves to be avoided here. So essentially, Incineroar doesn't really have an item. And then we have Taunt and Flare Blitz. So a little bit of a different moveset here on Incineroar. Urshifu also having a different item and different moveset. Well, same moveset, but different item, and therefore probably being trained a little bit differently. It's the Terra, Steel, and Mystic Water set. And then, yeah, I think the big difference is going to be that Qianpao that we were talking about before. Icy Wind is going to allow Adrian to establish some sort of speed control. And Landorus, notably, Sandsear Storm. Interesting choice there. Usually, Substitute is preferred on these type of teams to make use of the double Fake Out.
Sandsear Storm, of course, will be connecting with both of the Pokemon over on the other side of the field, if that move does indeed connect. It's not 100% accurate. But nice to have that option for more damage, but equally, a Substitute Landorus can just clean up the game for you if you're in a winning position. Of course, sacrificing some HP to put a Doll in, and that Doll will be receiving the damage instead. Fascinating. I always love to see teams going up against each other that are mirrors or near mirrors, as is the case with these two teams. And again, all those tiny little differences in the movesets. It'll be fascinating to see which of them is able to come out on top. Will it come down to the team, or will it come down to the pilot at this stage of the competition? You know all of the trainers are firing on all cylinders. You just have to make that extra read, go that extra mile to try and get into their heads. Marcus, how's it looking to you?
Yeah, well, very mirror-y.
Yep.
But yeah, I think that Qianpao might be one way for Adrian to get an advantage here in this matchup. I don't know how important Ogerpon is going to be, because facing down against this double fake-out kind of playstyle can be difficult for Ogerpon to shine.
Incineroar and Landorus are hitting the field alongside Urshifu and Incineroar on the other side. So Landorus immediately under the thumb from super effective Surging Strikes damage here, but of course that fake-out can turn things on their head.
Yes, it absolutely can, and getting some info here with the Intimidate timing is, of course, going to help our players identify which of these Incineroar will actually move first. And yeah, Raging Bolt, by the way, we didn't talk about it that much in the preview, also so crucial, because if you can knock out your opponent's Landorus, then Raging Bolt will have a field day. So already, with a combination of Fake Out and Surging Strikes, this Landorus over on Adrian's side might be under a lot of pressure. Let's see if it will make it through this turn.
Yeah, Landorus is sitting pretty on that field. Incineroar for Adrian will be flinching. Yes, that's just going to be the immediate surging strikes into Adrian's Landorus, and that will be a KO because 3 of those will connect down as always. So an immediate advantage here for Davide.
Yeah, big KO, and this is not what Adrian expected, so I'm very sure this is a modest Landorus. And I was theorizing Davide's team as well, and I came to the same conclusion. I think if you're using these exact same 6 Pokemon, you need to have a jolly nature on your Urshifu, or else the modest Landorus is just too difficult to deal with. And this is exactly what we're seeing. It's a big surprise to come out here, unleashed by Davide in the very first turn, giving him a big KO and a huge advantage in this game 1.
Down, but certainly not out, because this is, of course, crucial information that Davide can now take into our game 2 and potentially a game 3 as Rillaboom hits the field, providing a fresh fake out for Adrian. Just because they lost that Landorus so early on does not by any means mean that Adrian is losing this game.
Yeah, but it's going to be so tough. Landorus, a key piece. There's Raging Bolt waiting in the back potentially for Davide. And yeah, that's going to be so difficult. But Adrian makes the right call here, going for the fake out into Urshifu.
Yeah, that Focus Sash is broken, so it can go down now to any successive hit as the parting shot, reducing the attack of the Rillaboom. Urshifu exactly what that wants to see, because of course it is taking super effective grass-type damage. Now Davide will be switching something in. We can now see it's Incineroar, Raging Bolt, and Rillaboom of their own here. Let's see if Raging Bolt can get in the position it wants to. Certainly with the Landorus removed, it's going to have a far easier time of doing that, as Rillaboom is providing the drum solo, but Incineroar's on the vocals. That parting shot switching out so Adrian can switch something else in from the back too.
Yeah, let's see what Adrian brought. Maybe, yeah, with Qianpao or Raging Bolt, maybe there's something you can do if you get a couple of reads right. Okay, it is going to be Qianpao trying to take advantage of the one Pokemon that you have that your opponent does not have access to. But yeah, it's going to be so tough now because, well, Urshifu can even try to maybe stay around for a little bit longer here in this positioning, but also you could just switch an Incineroar. That's typically a great switch in when facing down Qianpao and Rillaboom, but Davide deciding to do for something else is fine.
Oh, the 7 HP survival on the Rillaboom on Davide's side of the field. Huge there. That's going to give even more advantage over 7 HP, infinitely more than 0. Another move can come off. And this Qianpao, so bulky, taking those surging strikes with a decent amount of HP to boot. Qianpao, of course, tends to be a very frail Pokemon, but this one has a lot of investment clearly in its defense.
Yeah, well, as we got confirmation that this Urshifu is jolly, we can also expect it to do a little bit less damage. And then, yeah, something that trainers have been doing is to actually boost up the defense on Qianpao just a little bit, so it can take those surging strikes a little bit better, and that's what we might be seeing here.
Oh, the Grassy Glide, though, not enough the KO onto the Qianpao. It's sticking around, again paying dividends as the Icy Wind, enough to get the KO on Rillaboom, and crucially, drop the speed here of Urshifu. Adrian very much playing to their outs in this situation. Everything's on the line. That's absolutely what you have to do if you want to remain in contention of being our Seville champion. And now, the big wood hammer coming down into Urshifu, the Focus Sash broken, and all of a sudden, Davide brought down to their final 2 Pokemon. And this is exactly it. It can turn on a sixpence. Adrian now has the Pokemon advantage with 3, but crucially, Davide has this Raging Bolt.
Yeah, that was a really big turn. That's not, I think, not what Davide expected. He was probably sure that Grassy Glide would be enough to knock out Qianpao, but yeah, proving to be a little bit too bulky there. And just like that, with the Icy Wind, that is the speed control we were talking about. Rillaboom gets to move before Urshifu knocks it out, and now all of a sudden Davide is at the Pokemon disadvantage. But this Raging Bolt still standing strong there, full HP, and the only Pokemon that can really touch it would be Qianpao, but because it's so low, yeah, it might just be knocked out by a Thunderclap. However, we've seen this time and times again with Thunderclap, of course, being a little bit inconsistent. Well, you cannot always rely on that move hitting just because, well, your opponent could go for a Sucker Punch. They could switch out. So, yeah, it's maybe not so straightforward for Davide to take this game home after the big advantage that he got from turn 1.
It's really interesting. Davide seems to be considering not targeting down the Qianpao at all at this turn, and it will be retreating, of course, under the thumb because it had the threat of the Thunderclap that could come into that slot, and Davide seems to have piloted that turn masterfully as Incineroar rejoins the fray. Another beautiful thing about Raging Bolt is it can shrug off this Intimidate. It's a special attacker. It does not mind that one bit, that drop to its physical attack. Here comes the Terrestrialization. Let's get those crystals going. Let's channel that power of Area 0, and Raging Bolt right now, all the way from Area 0, that Paradox Pokemon has become a Fairy type, totally shedding its previous Electric and dragon typing. There's that knockoff, so Rillaboom no longer has its Assault Vest, that fashionable item of clothing, and now a Dragon Pulse flowing through Rillaboom's locks, and it's going to be enough to get the KO here as well. So Chien Pao now forced out, but at least you have the Incineroar to provide a fake out, but you can just protect away from that anyway.
And now, Raging Bolt with a Terrestrialization to Fairy does not have to worry about those Icicle crashes too much. The one downside of the Terrestrialization would have been Rillaboom's Wood Hammer, but yeah, because Davide chose the right targeting, now this Raging Bolt ready to take the game home. Of course, Chien Pao can play some Sucker Punch mind games, but yeah, Sucker Punch is not going to do a lot of damage in this positioning. And yeah, just Davide, yeah, looking to take this game now.
Chien Pao is going to go for the Protect. It doesn't like the look of their Thunderclap. And of course, what Adrian can do here is consider their game plan heading into Game 2, taking all the time they need to lock into their moves. Another parting shot now onto Adrian's Incineroar, so it won't be hitting this Raging Bolt quite as hard. And now a Flare Blitz coming out, meaning it won't be doing as much damage. You can see the dividends that the parting shot paid there. Raging Bolt brought down a little bit, but just not low enough. And that Thunderclap is still ready to go into the Chien Pao on the next turn. Adrian could just keep clicking Protect, even if it's not going to be protecting the Chien Pao, just to get around the Thunderclap, because of course the opponent has to be readying an offensive move for Thunderclap to do anything.
Yeah, I think you could even consider maybe going for a Protector with this Raging Bolt, as it's clearly the center of attention. But yeah, I like your suggestion there, trying to go for the double Protect, and he does get it. Wow.
Gets the double Protect, no damage into that slot. Are we delaying the inevitable, or is this what Adrian needs to come back in? The Thunderclap is going to fail once more. Attempted the parting shot there once more into the Chien Pao for Adrian, giving Adrian's Incineroar a free turn now. Another Flare Blitz, and you know, even though it's not doing as much damage, that is racking up. That Raging Bolt down to about a third of its HP here. And Davide is just giving Adrian the room to get this damage off. Davide needs to clamp down now in order to get the advantage.
Yeah, wait a second. Is Adrian really working on a comeback here? Of course, powered by Sword of Ruin, this Flare Blitz, even with the attack drop from Parting Shot earlier, is doing some significant damage after the Terrestrialization to Fairy. And now, yeah, it's really coming down. I don't know. I think a knockoff might not be enough to knock out this really, really bulky Chien Pao, even from this low range. So, yeah, I just wonder... I mean, is Adrian trying to go for another Protect in this positioning?
Would it be a triple Protect, or would it just be a Protect to stall out the Thunderclaps? Here comes the Terrestrialization. They're going to be Terra Stellar as well. So Adrian going all in with their chips into this Chien Pao. Try and get the KO onto the Raging Bolt. It's going to be the Protect, though, from the Raging Bolt here. Davide now all of a sudden feeling the pressure when on turn 1 it looked so good for them. Attempting there what looked like perhaps a Icicle... No,
Sucker Punch.
Hey, a Sucker Punch, yeah. It would have failed because there was no attack being readied by the Raging Bolt. The knockoff now, you get rid of the Focus Ashes, not enough the KO against such a bulky Chien Pao, but it can't take one more of those.
Yeah, so this time around it is a double target into Protect, just like the turn before. Well, now, though, Chien Pao can go for another Protect. Let's see, did Davide call that, or is it going to be another Flare Blitz into Raging Bolt?
It's going to be the Thunderclap into the Incineroar. It's not going to be enough for the KO here. And if this is going to be another Flare Blitz, that Raging Bolt won't be able to take one more attack before going down. So has Adrian done the unthinkable? Have they brought this to the KO and potentially winning Game 1? But no, Raging Bolt hangs on 5. This is absolutely thrilling. Whatever else you're doing, trainers, get your attention on the stream right now.
Okay, so Davide now can look for a guaranteed victory here, because even if Sucker Punch went into Raging Bolt, I think Incineroar from Davide could have taken it, so Thunderclap into Chien Pao fails, but now there's going to be...
Oh my goodness.
Oh wait, another move into the Chien Pao?
My goodness me, this Chien Pao really does have 9 lives, doesn't it, trainers? The Incineroar now actually goes for a Taunt onto the Incineroar on Davide's side, so it cannot get off any further parting shots, or indeed Helping Hands, this tech move that we've seen that Davide's Incineroar has access to. Could it all come down to this turn? Can Adrian turn this, what seemed to be a game loss, into a game win? The tensions are running high as Chien Pao goes for another Protect, but what did the Raging Bolt go for? Was it a Thunderclap? Was it a Dragon Pulse? No, it's the Thunderclap into the Incineroar, so at least that piece is removed from the puzzle. Chien Pao hanging on with such a sliver of HP here. Can Davide's Incineroar finally get this off? Well, it's been taunted, so it should be able now to get this knockoff, and yeah, even though it seemed like the tables were being turned, it will, at the end of the day, be Davide claiming Game 1 here in our top cup, but will Game 2 be just as nail-biting?
Yeah, well done, Davide, getting an early advantage and riding that to victory here in the first game. Yeah, I think what was crucial there in the end is Davide didn't lose his cool. Knew that, well, there's going to be, even if you can somehow manage to power through Raging Bolt, there is still a full health Incineroar ready to take on both Qianpao and Incineroar. And yeah, very, very important, Qianpao over on Adrian's side does not carry Sacred Sword. We saw how important Icy Wind was in that game, and yeah, that is why a lot of players have decided to drop Sacred Sword and instead are using Icy Wind. But yeah, with that, no real way of dealing with Incineroar. So I think the battle was kind of over after turn 1 already, because Adrian did not have any way of touching Incineroar whatsoever with his remaining 3 Pokemon. So the Jolly Urshifu, really the big surprise of the first game. But now, of course, the information game is leveled. We learned also about the bulky Qianpao over on Adrian's side that also played a big role there in that first game. However, I have to wonder, was it wise to reveal this information already? Because yeah, I think the game was kind of over already after turn 1, to be honest.
That's real fascinating insight, Marcus. Thank you for that. Yes, this what seems to be modest Landorus versus a Jolly Urshifu. If you're wondering why we're using these adjectives, those are the natures of these Pokemon that will give a boost and a drop to a particular stat. Jolly means that Urshifu will be outspeeding that Landorus, so able to get the KO, even though with a modest nature, the Landorus will be able to hit it harder. So heading into this game too, Davide, again, turn 1, very significant advantage. But now, of course, that information has been burnt, as we would say, Marcus. We know that Urshifu's nature means that it will outspeed this Landorus, so Adrian can use that to their advantage and perhaps have a much more decisive game too. And it's time to get into it. It will be their own Raging Bolt alongside Incineroar hitting the field, and once more, the Incineroar and Urshifu for Davide.
Yeah, I like that from Adrian. I think that is the adjustment that I would have recommended to him as well. Going with Raging Bolt early and then having Landorus late in the game is probably what he wants to do this time around. Just because if you can manage to weaken or knock out Urshifu early on, then it's going to be tough for Davide to deal with a, let's say, Landorus and Qianpao combination that Adrian might have in the back. The other option, though, would also be you can also rely on your Raging Bolt to take in the game and just put all eggs in one basket. Try and get as many Calm Minds as you can to try and hope to win the game from there.
Far more evenly matched. This Raging Bolt for Adrian is going to be a big wall that Davide has to break down. Rillaboom is here as well to provide that drum solo. The ticket to the gig is very much in play. There's that grassy terrain as the Surging Strikes targets down into the Rillaboom. You're just watering that plant, my friend. It's not very effective damage, even with the Surging Strikes, but you are still chipping away, and every bit of chip damage, especially at this stage of the competition, could be crucial. Now we turn our attention over to this Incineroar going for the parting shot, dropping the stats here of the Raging Bolt, which is great before it gets too carried away with any Calm Mind boosts. So back goes Incineroar to Davide, and now Davide can switch something else in.
Yeah, some more speed advantage here for Davide's side. We already learned that Incineroar was faster than Adrian's Incineroar. Now it turns out it's also faster than the Raging Bolt. This allows Davide to reposition here and to drop Raging Bolt special attack in case it went for a Dragon Pulse. But no, it's just going to be Calm Mind. Yeah, boosting up, always a good idea, especially in those Raging Bolt mirrors.
Let's not forget that Adrian's Raging Bolt has access to the booster energy, so its special attack is already heightened, but it has been dropped now, thanks to the parting shot, but now brought back to neutral thanks to the Calm Mind that the Raging Bolt went for. But crucially, it's also now got a boost to its special defense. Well, who'd have thunk it, Marcus? We've got a Raging Bolt mirror here in our final Regulations ZF tournament, and it wouldn't feel like a Regulations ZF tournament, and the final one at that without it. So Incineroar is going to rejoin again.
Finally, yeah, that's what I was waiting for the entire time here in Seville. Incineroar now joining the field once again, and just a protect coming out from Davide. Just repositioning here, but knowing that with the faster Incineroar, even if Raging Bolt sets up another Calm Mind, you can just go for another parting shot next turn.
U-turn, though, meaning that Adrian can pivot something else in. It could well be that Incineroar for another Intimidate drop and an active Fake Out heading into the next turn, or we could have the reveal of the final Pokemon. But no, it will be Incineroar keeping that final Pokemon up their sleeve. This game is all about information and utilizing your resources, and as long as you can withhold some information from your opponent, it means that you are at an advantage heading into the future turns, as Raging Bolt can set up another Calm Mind. So this is +2 special defense, +1 special attack, plus the augmentation from the booster energy it had active at the very start of the game.
Yeah, great play there by Adrian, repositioning. Getting Fake Out active means that now Yeah, Raging Bolt over on Davide's side just protected, so it can be stopped with another Fake Out. Also notably, neither of these Raging Bolts is ready to commit the Terastallization. Yeah, but usually what ends up happening, as both players now trade the Fake Out, usually what ends up happening in a matchup like this is, yeah, both Raging Bolts, they kind of want to go for a Calm Mind, because if you go for a Dragon Pulse, and that is the turn where your opponent Terastallizes, you didn't do anything this turn, and you're behind in the Calm Mind setup. So, yeah, very important to potentially hold the Terastallization as long as possible, so that then, yeah, once you go for it, then hopefully your opponent fell for it and went for the Dragon Pulse that turn.
The Terastallization is going to come out here, and Raging Bolt will be going for its Terra Fairy. No longer weak to Dragon Pulses, it will now be neutral to any electric-type damage coming out from the opposing Raging Bolt as well. That's Davide's, and here comes another parting shot from this Incineroar, this time into Adrian's Incineroar here, so dropping down its physical attack, because we saw how much the Flare Blitz damage was doing in that previous game to the Terra Fairy Raging Bolt. Right, now coming in will be that Rillaboom. Again, another Fake Out heading into the next turn. Again, a tale as old as time markers here in Regulations at F. The cycling of the Rillaboom and the Incineroar, and the Calm Minding on the Raging Bolt.
Yeah, Davide's Raging Bolt getting that first Calm Mind in, but once again, another parting shot just to stop it and to keep it in check. Yeah, I think we might be in for a long one here for this one, Charlie.
Yeah, let's buckle down, trainers. Hope you've got some snacks and beverages ready, because we have these Raging Bolts staring across each other over the field. And what will Adrian be pivoting in? Will it be that Rillaboom by any chance? Could it be providing another Fake Out on the field, or will they be mixing it up with their fourth Pokemon? Oh, surprise, surprise, there's that Rillaboom. A mirror apiece. It's deafening. We need our ear defenders in the face of all of this drumming going on. Phil Collins hits the field, but the Dragon Pulse, that Rillaboom is not done in the air tonight. It's sticking around on the field, and that Raging Bolt is back up to full HP.
Yeah, it seems like Adrian is ready to throw out some punches there with that Dragon Pulse, going for that move into Rillaboom, meaning he's ready to kind of end this cycle. It means that Davide's Raging Bolt will get another Calm Mind kind of uncontestedly. But yeah, Adrian seems to be happy with where he's at currently, at the +1 special attack and +2 special defense. Still no Terra committed over on Adrian's side, and also for this turn, yeah, he's feeling confident just staying this Dragon type.
Yeah, and the Dragon Pulse is targeted into the Rillaboom, so it's fair enough. It can't take one more of those. So that will now be the Dragon Pulse into Davide's Rillaboom. Deja vu, you could say, trainers. Deja vu, you could say, trainers, as Rillaboom is going to go down. So that is the first piece of armor removed over on Davide's side. Let's not forget that Davide is one game up. Adrian has to win this one in order to stay in contention and take us to a game 3. It's top cut, trainers. If you lose, you're out of the competition.
Yeah, Crest Train expiring means, okay, now there's a little bit less recovery for each of these Pokemon, but yeah, Raging Bolt still, both of them at full HP. Incineroar now bringing the Fake Out, meaning that now is where Davide could go on the offensive potentially. Will he finally try and lock in this Dragon Pulse into the Raging Bolt? Or is this the turn where Terra Fairy comes out? No, once again, going for the safe Dragon Pulse, the safe damage into the Rillaboom slot.
Rillaboom slot that is now an Incineroar. Adrian still not revealing that fourth and final Pokemon. At the Pokemon advantage here, and now we'll be able to see if the Raging Bolt will Terastallize finally over on Adrian's end. No, will be another parting shot, so Raging Bolt, its special attack is dropped once more. Of course, now the Incineroar will switch out into the Urshifu, which is wonderful in the face of Adrian's own Incineroar. Again, trying to claim that advantage, but Adrian can just switch in that Rillaboom to soak up any water-type damage, or indeed that fourth Pokemon that's lurking in the back. Another Dragon Pulse, and that will be an Incineroar taking that. Can't take one more of those. At least we're stepping on the gas now, trainers. Bringing that Urshifu not quite down to its Focus Sash, but certainly softening it up significantly.
Yeah, and I think this game has shown it's going much, much better for Adrian already. Just going for this Raging Bolt-based strategy, doing so much damage now to Urshifu as well. Meaning that, yeah, Davide just doesn't have the resources anymore to play the cycle game between Incineroar and Rillaboom, because yeah, with the booster energy and the Calm Mind boosts, Adrian is just too powerful with Raging Bolt. And now, well, Urshifu is on the field. However, just one Thunderclap away from being knocked out. Focus Sash broken by a lot. And yeah, really, really tough positioning. And Adrian still hasn't committed.
Oh my goodness.
Terrestrialization.
Still hasn't committed it, and the close combat will be enough to get the KO on Incineroar. Davide must be looking at the previous few turns thinking, oh my goodness, I could have got so much damage, maybe even remove this Raging Bolt from the field with a couple of Dragon Pulses, expecting the Terra Fairy, of course, meaning it wouldn't have taken any damage, but now we can finally see how much damage it will take, bringing that Raging Bolt down to below half, so there is a chance here for Davide, with Dragon Pulse going into the Urshifu instead. Now you get the Incineroar in, meaning the Fake Out will be active, you can protect your Raging Bolt over on Adrian's side of the field, and then surely, you go for this Terra Fairy, because otherwise that could be the window Davide needs to turn and win this game.
Yeah, now Davide down to his last 2 Pokemon, and finally, well, Davide is like, okay, well, if you're never going for this Terrestrialization, well, maybe I'll just go for a Dragon Pulse. I can't do that, you know that, right? So maybe reminding Adrian a little bit like, oh, right, yeah, that is a thing that Raging Bolt can do, and yeah, so maybe now finally it's the time to go for this Terrestrialization into Fairy, as with Rillaboom back on the field, grassy terrain is back, so Raging Bolt will slowly but steadily be recovering some HP as well in the process.
So yeah, you can target the Dragon Pulse down into this Rillaboom slot and drag out Adrian's 4th and final Pokemon. Davide is desperate to see here, of course, hasn't been revealed for the entirety of the game. And then, how can this Terra Fairy Raging Bolt over on Davide's side be dealt with over on Adrian's? It all comes down to that 4th and final Pokemon. I feel like in both games so far, Marcus, it seemed to be heading very much in one trainer's favor. But then the other, the opponent, has found the way to maybe make it more even than it might initially seem. And that's what it's all about at this tough stage of the competition.
Yeah, it seems like finally it's time to go for that Terrestrialization here. Raging Bolt finally turning into the Fairy type. And that is what we were all waiting for. But yeah, I think it is the correct moment now for Adrian. Though, yeah, it will be stopped in its tracks. Fake Out, stopping both of the Raging Bolts from moving this turn.
But the health bar is looking oh so much better over on Davide's side, and it all came down to that one Raging Bolt Dragon Pulse from Davide into Adrian's own. Again, that Raging Bolt could have been removed from contention totally had the Dragon Pulse come out sooner. But Davide was thinking, no, surely you're going to go for that Terra Fairy. Surely that means that you won't be taking any damage. I don't want to waste that Dragon Pulse here. Adrian has to play around it.
Yeah, absolutely. And with one Pokemon still unrevealed for Adrian, of course, there's also still a big question lingering over this battle. What is it going to be? Is it going to be that Landorus or maybe Chien-Pao? Yeah, just like that, Davide, well, is he opting to go into this Thunderclap mind game? That is also, of course, always something to worry about in these Raging Bolt mirrors.
That's going to be the parting shot now onto Adrian's own Raging Bolt, so it won't be hitting as hard, and that's exactly what Davide needs in order to try and get their own in the prime spot. So one more Dragon Pulse, that's Rillaboom down, and now finally Davide has the intel of seeing what Adrian's 4th Pokemon is. Another Calm Mind, though, being set up by Adrian's Raging Bolt here means that it will be mitigating that drop to its special attack and another boost to its special defense.
And let's not forget the fact that Thunderclap is the only way of these Raging Bolts hitting each other. So there is a chance that we will end up in this 1v1 Raging Bolt against Raging Bolt, as now we get confirmation it is Chien-Pao as the final Pokemon for Adrian. But Davide also has this win condition of just having more health on their Raging Bolt and then playing this 1v1 to the timer in the end.
Yeah, and this is the Chien-Pao that doesn't have access to Sacred Sword as well. So Adrian is going to be wanting to target down the Incineroar with the Raging Bolt, but you're so right to bring up the timer there, Marcus. This is sometimes what the games can come down to in these Raging Bolt mirrors. The Thunderclap is enough, very much, to break the Focus Sash onto Adrian's Chien-Pao here. Attempting the Icy Wind, but it's going to be a dodge on the Incineroar. Will be connecting with the Raging Bolt, but you can see how little damage that does. It's not about that, it's about the speed drop here. Now the parting shot, reducing once more this Raging Bolt, except, reducing that special attack of the Raging Bolt is attack physical, can't go any lower after all of the Intimidates as well. The Dragon Pulse connected into the Incineroar, and we're whittling away here, but which way is this game going to go?
Yeah, Icy Wind miss on Incineroar actually a little bit annoying for Adrian, as without that miss, had that move hit, then Incineroar would have been slower than Raging Bolt over there, and Dragon Pulse definitely would have done a little bit more damage, as now those continuous parting shots definitely adding up, and Davide showing why it's important for him to have Incineroar outspeed opposing Raging Bolts there. And yet Chien-Pao, well, Icy Wind was good, but now has to go on the defensive, it doesn't want to be knocked out by a Thunderclap right away.
Can Adrian win this game? Can they take us to a game 3? Could it be Adrian, after all, progressing through to our top 8, or will it be Davide, our winner of the first game? If Davide wins this, then that's it. That is them going through to top 8.
Yeah, let's have a look here. Dragon Pulse into Incineroar. Yeah, after all those parting shots, just not that powerful. And yeah, it seems like Davide's Raging Bolt might be the one with the better end after all.
How is this game going to be wrapping up? It all comes down to this. You can see just how low the attack is of this Incineroar after all of those drops from the Intimidate and the parting shots. Where is the targeting going to go? You've got a couple of fairies staring at each other, and the grassy terrain is really benefiting Adrian's Raging Bolt. It was in range of another Dragon Pulse there, of course. Now it's fairy, so it wouldn't take any damage from Dragon Pulse anyway, but it's now back up into the green. The Thunderclap, but look how little damage it's doing to Davide's Raging Bolt there with all those Calm Mind boosts. The Ice Core Crash, though, does connect. But the Raging Bolt is going to hang around on the field. Will it get the flinch? Only time will tell. The knockoff, of course, even less damage because the booster energy consumed. The Dragon Pulse now into the Chi Power. It's enough to get the KO. So can it be that Davide's Incineroar is the linchpin that's going to secure this game for them?
No flinch from Icicle Crash. Very important for Davide to get that move off, because Adrian was really banking on a potential flinch there. If that Raging Bolt didn't move, then maybe there's a way to come back here. But now, well, you need to knock out Incineroar to maybe have a chance to end up in this 1v1, because right now Adrian's Raging Bolt actually has more HP, and this is why Davide says, okay, now is the time for me to do some damage there, as Davide, well, we'll get another, a little bit more room to breathe, as it's another Calm Mind actually coming out.
Yeah, you may as well just go the whole hog here. If there's one way in order to come up against Davide's 2 Pokemon, it's to get to absolute max with your special attack and special defense. This could really go either way. Of course, Davide's Incineroar does not have access to Flare Blitz. That means it's going to be resisting the Raging Bolt, any knockoffs that the Incineroar can go for. At this point, you've just got to chip away as much as you possibly can. Of course, Flare Blitz would have been neutral damage into Adrian's Raging Bolt here. It's got very low attack here anyway. One more Thunderclap will be enough to do the trick and get the KO onto this Incineroar. Attempted Thunderclap. Now we're going for these speed mind games here, of course. Thunderclap, if it's going before the opponent that's attacking, then it will act, but Thunderclap meets Thunderclap, both priority moves, and then it will come down to whichever Raging Bolt is faster, which is why that Icy Wind was really nice there from that Chi and Pow previously.
Yeah, now it's gonna be yeah, a mix up between, okay, is it gonna be Parting Shot or Thunderclap? Actually, Thunderclap hitting into Raging Bolt now, just to tip that scale a little bit further. Because of the Icy Wind earlier, Davide's Raging Bolt can never do damage onto this Raging Bolt over on Adrian's side, and Adrian knows what the win con is. He needs to work towards a stage where Raging Bolt has more HP than the opponent's Raging Bolt, but you also need to knock out Incineroar in the process. So if you go for Thunderclap, it only works if they go for knockoff. So Davide has very nicely been changing the moves up. There was another opportunity. This knockoff was another chance for a Thunderclap, but instead Adrian going for a Calm Mind instead, expecting a Parting Shot. Because also you cannot really go safely for Dragon Pulse, because if you go for Dragon Pulse and Davide goes for a Thunderclap, then also that's not good. So yeah, it's kind of this like triangle of different moves that you can go for. And depending on yeah, what your opponent does, either it works out or it doesn't. But slowly but steadily, as the HP bars are whittling down, Davide still with 2 Pokemon remaining, kind of has this small advantage here. But yeah, I would say at this point it's still anyone's game, because there are no safe moves for either players.
Exactly that. Of course, if Adrian's Raging Bolt goes for Calm Mind like it did in that previous turn, then Thunderclap won't act again. It has to be a damaging move in order for Thunderclap to act. Goodness me. Okay, so this time, Davide's will be going first, and he does get the KO, and just like that, what looked like we were in for the long haul, and we certainly were for a while there, is going to be Davide Fazio in a 2-0 set, winning our first Top Cut game.
Winning our first Top Cut set and moving into top 8 after this epic Raging Bolt battle, especially in the second game. And Davide just showing that he understood the situation completely. Adrian, though, yeah, with this Icy Wind speed advantage, maybe, well, if that Icy Wind miss on the Incineroar didn't happen, then it would have been a whole different story, because then all of a sudden Raging Bolt on the other side would have been faster, and yeah, that would have given Adrian a little bit more room to maybe get some more powerful Dragon Pulses in here and there. But yeah, what a game! Delaying the Terrestrialization all the way until the end. Would need to ask Adrian how he feels about that choice, because yeah, in the end, of course, taking this one Dragon Pulse meant that his Raging Bolt was starting this end game with a significantly lower HP bar than his opponents.
You know what, Marcus? Raging Bolt mirrors get a lot of flack, but wasn't that fascinating? It was incredible to get into them and everything going on with, can I go for Thunderclap here? Are you combinding? Are you protecting? Where do I target? Now your Raging Bolt is slower, so I'm guaranteed to get a Thunderclap off. You have Dragon Pulse and I'm a Fairy, so it can't target me. Oh my goodness me. Everything that Pokemon gives us access to. And it would only seem fitting for the final regulation set F Major to have that going off. And this is exactly it. It felt like it was 3 games, but actually it was just the 2. Davide claiming both. Even when Adrian seemed to be off to such fantastic advantage in that game too, Davide found a way to just weave in what they needed to claim the victory.
Yeah, and let's not forget in this first game, the Jolly Urshifu giving a huge advantage to Davide right from the get-go, knocking out Landorus, turning the battle in a 4v3 right away, and then Davide did not let go of that advantage. Yeah, it looked a little bit dicey there in the end, but then finding a way to use knockoff to get rid of Qianpao in the end. And yeah, Davide was having a good time, but then in the second game, Adrian found a nice positioning there, Incineroar and Rillaboom, and it seemed like he was ahead of the cycle with Calm Minds between those Raging Bolts. Urshifu not really doing too much, Rillaboom going down to Dragon Pulse, but then, in the end, Davide found a way to get this knockout onto Incineroar, and then Qianpao just didn't do that much. He got in this crucial Dragon Pulse after so many turns of, are you going to Terra for Fairy or not? Eventually he was saying, okay, you know what, I'm tired of your games. I'm just going to force you to go for the Terrestrialization, and it worked out in the end. And then we reached this fantastic positioning between Incineroar, Raging Bolt, and Raging Bolt, staring each other down for a good, like, I don't know, 7-8 turns maybe?
Yeah.
But then in the end, yeah, once Davide found this final opportunity to go for a Thunderclap, it was all over.
I'm surprised that that Thunderclap did enough damage, actually, because the Raging Bolt over on the other side had so many boosts to its special defense. I was surprised also not to see the critical hit message, but there you go. Sometimes your mental calculations are just a bit off, and eventually the KO was able to be claimed. What a fascinating way to wrap up our top cut before we head into top 8 here at the Seville Special Championships. And, you know, I think Davide was just able to remain so firm. Adrian, a huge commiserations to them, but they played oh so well. And that's the kind of thing, trainers, isn't it? Where you look at that match and you think, well, Adrian could have just won on another day. And Adrian will be back another day to compete. And how do you compete? You sign up to rk9.gg, a link that everyone in this room has used many times, Marcus. Do you remember the first time you ever used that link?
Yes, I actually do. This was in... Well, the first time we used it was in 2020, I think, to sign up for some online tournaments in the circuit. Yes.
Okay.
In a while.
Well, there you go. And 6 years later, isn't that depressing? It's 2026 now, trainers. You can sign up using that very same link and see you at a competition soon. Whether you reach the top cut or not, the point is the fun you have, the memories you make, the friends that you make as well. And, of course, learning a whole lot more about competitive Pokemon, which don't let anyone tell you that competitive Pokemon is... you know, for children. It's a very difficult game. As, you know, the cute appearances of these Pokemon might belie that fact, but as we saw just then, the mind games are real.
Absolutely. And what is also real is our top 8, because all matches in this round have concluded, so we know which of the players have made it into this top 8 bracket. Let's remind ourselves, we had 4 trainers that are already in this next round because of how well they did in the previous stage of the tournament. And so yeah, we will have those matchups getting set up for you, and then I believe you will have the choice which of these games we will get to see in our top 8. And yeah, but until then, let's give ourselves a little bit of some room to breathe after these exciting Raging Bolt Mirror. And yeah, I would say let's take a short break and then be back after that. How does that sound?
It sounds good to me, yeah. Unfortunately, we won't be able to interview Davide because it was such a thrilling match, but that just means we'll be able to bring you even more Pokemon all the sooner. Don't you dare go anywhere.
Hey Pokemon trainers, welcome to Pokemon Championship History, a series where we showcase important matches throughout the history of competitive Pokemon. Let's flash back to the 2017 North American International Championships. This was the final event before Worlds, so it was the last chance for trainers to earn an invite. We turn our focus to round 3 of day 1. Giovanni Costa is a West Coast VGC trainer that had one simple phrase: Believe in Eevee. For the entire 2017 season, Gio played a team revolving around Eevee and its exclusive Z move, Extreme Evo Boost. But at the start of Game 3, Gio's Eevee plans fell through as Tobias gets a perfectly timed poison.
Will knock out the Eevee.
And it would only get worse for Gio, because after Whimsicott and Incineroar were knocked out, he was now in a 4-1 Pokemon disadvantage. A situation so dire, even 3-time world champion Ray Rizzo didn't believe in a comeback.
Yep, so that is going to be game having 4 against 1.
With the whole world counting him out and facing impossible odds, Gio had to place his faith into one Pokemon, Dragonite, his favorite Pokemon of all time. Dragonite was added to his Eevee team just in time for NAIC, and now it was time for Gio to show the world that anything is possible as long as you believe.
So Smeargle maybe fake out Spore.
But after being put to sleep by Tobias' Smeargle,
Put it to sleep. And Tobias now completely free to just relax, play out the last few minutes of this game.
and taking a huge amount of damage from Nihilego, things were looking dire for Gio.
Not a one-hit knockout, though.
Then the unthinkable happened.
Dragonite wakes up and goes for an Earthquake, targeting down this Nihilego and this Hariyama. It gets the knockout on Nihilego. It gets the knockout on Hariyama after the burn damage. What just happened?
Wow.
Dragonite miraculously woke up and knocked out 2 of Tobias' Pokemon with a powerful Earthquake.
The Life Orb Hidden Power Ice from the Nihilego, waking up using Earthquake.
Tobias was down to his last Pokemon, Smeargle, who still couldn't knock out Gio's bulky Dragonite. The tides had turned, and Tobias could see the writing on the wall.
Wow.
I don't think Smeargle's able to pick up that victory. So, wow, what a comeback there.
Oh my man. Okay, Gio defying all the odds. He believing in Dragonite.
And with that, Giovanni Costa's Dragonite delivers one of the greatest comebacks in VGC history. Gio proved that truly skilled trainers can win with their favorite Pokemon. Thank you for watching, and let us know some of your favorite moments in competitive Pokemon history by using the hashtag #PlayPokemon.
Thank you very much, Pikachu, for delivering all of those lovely little care packages across the venue. Did you get one as well,
I
Lee?
did not, yeah. You skipped over me.
Like, it was kind of staring at us as well. I felt like, okay, come on. You
Come this way.
Come on, please. Like,
Maybe later.
Maybe later,
Maybe.
who knows? We might have a word or two with a little male man or girl Pikachu. Anyways, but point is, we have got a treat because we are now... And do you? Like, where?
No, I'm saying we do have a treat, yes.
I'm curious, if you do have a sweet, I'd be down for it.
I don't. Special delivery Pikachu has not been...
Not past our
here yet.
Post yet. No, that's fine. That's okay.
I get one, though. I'll pass it on to you.
It'll be all right. But we've got, I believe, the next phase of this tournament underway. And it's going to be a cracker of a match. But, of course, we've just generally seen so many high-level battles, one after the other. And still, at the minute, we've just seen everybody put out all of their stops. And there was an undefeated trainer that remains. We've got a bracket as well to further elaborate on my squabblings that you all can check out as well. On the top is the trainer I was speaking about, Anthony Christopher, still undefeated, now on top 8 versus Samuel Pereira.
Yeah, if they actually end up going all the way in and taking the championship this weekend, you know that they will have been undefeated the entire weekend, which is an incredible feat in itself. But a long way to go before then. We've got our top 8 solidified now. We know which trainers will be facing which as we progress deeper into the tournament here. Some absolutely corking matches, of course. We've got Steven Van up against Aurelian Sula, Roberto Parente representing Italy, holding hope out for that region and taking another title for Italy here. But Santiago Molina up against them, not going to make it easy.
No, and he's not the only Italian representative. We've got Davide Fazio as well, still holding that torch, like we mentioned, in hopes of being able to clean up with the winning streak and keep it going, of course, in terms of regional event wins. So, like we said, these are our top 8. A bit of variation in terms of representatives, in terms of, obviously, the different communities and the locals that they come from. But I think, genuinely, it's a really good way to be able to try to go into this final regulation set F format major event, because at this point we've actually genuinely seen some great adaptations based off of what the meta was previously going into this. A lot of hyper offensive leaning onto. Obviously we saw a masterclass of, you know, the good old classic Raging Bolt previously, and don't get me wrong, there's still a couple of more, but there is a bit of variation as we can see on screen.
Well, the decision is down to you at home. Get voting which match you would like to see. The top 2 will be the ones we feature from our top 8 selection. And you can't go wrong, I always say this, but we're in safe hands, Costa, I know. We're going to get 2 matches to feature, and we'll be guiding you through the first top 8 match that is selected, and then we will have the second one following on from that. Which one, if you were to pick one, Costa, if I had to really push you for a decision, put you on the spot, which one are you going for?
I mean, you know me, I'm a good old classic spam enjoyer, in all honesty. So Roberto Parente versus Santiago Molina. In particular for Roberto, the sort of high-level consistency this trainer has been able to go ahead and essentially pick up on his efforts. You know, EUIC top 4, still rocking the same team, which is amazing. So that would be myself and Santiago Molina. We actually saw yesterday going up against our very own David Partington, if I'm not mistaken, earlier on in the day.
Yeah, we did, and I think it's really good to highlight Roberto, especially coming off the back of that incredible EUIC run that they had, and continuing it into this event as well, showing that it wasn't just a one-off here, and Roberto, just one of those very consistent players, played extremely well, and like you said as well, plays to such a high level. Really, really strong trainer, and definitely one of the favorites to go deeper into this tournament, but you can't put anything or take anything for granted at this stage, because every trainer has done incredibly well to get here and will be feeling like they've got a chance of taking this championship title.
They are 3 sets away for that to be the case. However, we are moments away as well to figure out which match we are going to be featuring. Of course, a reminder once again, the choice is yours, a lovely audience at home or wherever you may be tuning into the broadcast. I would say we're absolutely treated right now. Like we mentioned, different variations, different options. There's also a very great task.
And there's quite a good selection of teams here in top 8. You know, there's not an overwhelming one team over another. There is good representation of a favored concept of yours in the psychic terrain, the Iron Crown, some 3 teams at least, and then you've got a lot of other variation as well. I think you've got that balance core from Anthony, you've got the Davide with that as well, that we've just been able to feature there, and that mirror match, which was just, you know, comes right down to the wire, and Davide doing extremely well to overcome Adrian in that last game.
Yeah, and something to note as well, we don't have, at least in comparison to previous major events, the high-level, I'd say, plethora or arsenal of all of these exceptionally established trainers with high achievements and ceilings that they picked. Obviously, we've had like Aurelian Sula, for example, there, IC finalists and whatnot. We've got loads of trainers being consistent with top 8, top 32s, but also about Anthony Christopher, currently only undefeated trainer. It's really refreshing to see all of these trainers come to the fore, is my point, when they may not have that title win in order for them to make that possible here today.
Well, the results, I believe, are in, so we can see who our viewers have selected for our top 8 matches to
here we go.
And it will be Anthony Christopher versus Samuel Pereira and Roberto Parente against Santiago Molina.
Yeah, I think absolutely great choice. Viewers at home, thank you so much, because I think regardless, we're going to win, because all of these top 8 matches are absolutely phenomenal. But in particular, we are going to be seeing Anthony Christopher, current undefeated trainer, versus Samuel Pereira with a Great Tusk, Golden Go, and Tornadus composition.
I was about to say that Great Tusk is in there. We want to see more of Anthony Christopher on an absolute tear this weekend, and Samuel doing so well with that really unique choice in the Great Tusks, bringing it all the way to top 8 at this event.
Yeah, exactly that. So, unfortunately, we won't be able to feature Steven versus Aurelio and Davide versus Juan, but we will be finding out in a couple of stream matches how that will fare. But absolutely hyped. First one we're going to be featuring is Anthony Christopher versus Samuel. A great sort of battle, I think, of, I'd say, the kind of standard meta from Anthony Christopher's side in terms of, just that regular 6 that we've seen just run rampant, essentially, and also, obviously, Paul Chua doing a really good job. But up against what is anti-meta is what I would coin, given
for sure
Great Tusk, Clear Amulet, and you've got the speed control capabilities with the Sunny Day as well.
Yeah, well, I don't know for the rest of the tournament, but for broadcast featured matches that we've had over this weekend so far, this team going up against each other, they're 1 apiece now. So the Great Tuskers won against the kind of the balanced team, and the balanced teams kind of bounce back and come up against that Great Tusk and taking a win there. So, the interactions with this team and how the players approach it, we've seen Anthony Christopher be very aggressive in their decision-making, how they approach their matches. Will it be enough to overcome the Great Tusks if that is leaned into by their trainer, Samuel?
You know what? If there's going to be a trainer that's going to do it this weekend, it's going to have to be Anthony Christopher, because we've seen them go on a rampant in terms of the record that they've been able to obviously attain, but not only that, the achievements they've been able to build up. So sort of what we were talking about just before, Lee, the top 128 in EUIC is very recent for Anthony Christopher, but it's a great accomplishment. However, already bringing the best result at an individual major event. Not only that, still undefeated.
Yeah, and it's great. At the bare minimum, going to be adding that top 8 here this weekend, which is, as we say, a massive accomplishment in itself. But in the form that Anthony Christopher's in, you've got to say I just feel like, coming into top 8 undefeated still, you've got to feel so confident for the rest of the tournament and really convinced that you could take this whole thing.
Oh, 100%. And actually going ahead and going up to getting wins against Roberto Parente, Aurelio Sula, already well-established trainers as well, and obviously doing an incredible job today too, is sort of a testament to how comfortable and in form Anthony Christopher definitely is. So great to be able to observe their progress in the continuation of this tournament as the first stream match we will be featuring very shortly.
Yeah, exactly that. And I love the concept of the team. I know it was a really early iteration of this balanced team, the more offensive options on there, the live forward raging bolt. It kind of gives it that lease of life to just start attacking straight out of the blocks.
Yep.
And, I think the culmination of the match that we were able to feature at the end of the day. Remember that the end of the day yesterday, Anthony, after all of those games so far, was so explosive still in that last match to end up yesterday before we progressed today.
Yep.
But not only trainer we need to highlight and feature and take a closer look at, Samuel Pereira is our other trainer that we'll be having in top 8, made their way here in style along with that Great Tusk. Style and skill, I would say a lot of skill, but the Great Tusk definitely give you the style points with this team indeed.
Yeah, bringing the Spanish heat with all of the flair on display. Samuel Pereira rocking an incredible team so far that what we've been saying works so well into the current meta and sort of breaks a bit of the balance course to an exceptional degree, I would say. However, also on form in terms of the current season. Top 64 at EUIC as well as Gdansk, and Utrecht, previous season top 32, Seville also top 8 here. last year precisely, which is an incredible thing to see Samuel accomplish that, sort of meet that level of achievement and say, right, I am now one step away from being able to build up on that. So it must feel so good for Samuel to be in this spot. But also, I would understand a bit nervous because there's additional pressure. Right? You're like, oh, I've literally been here before last year in this situation. Can I push it even further?
Yeah, but I think at the same time, I think that experience that you gained probably last time out, this time last year, you know, is probably going to be a huge advantage coming into this scenario. Again, if you were maybe a bit nervous in that scenario because it was your first time in that top 8, you probably don't have those nerves this time around. You think, okay, I've been here before, I know what to expect, I can concentrate on the game, and that's exactly what you want to be doing when you're going into these situations, concentrating on nothing else other than the Pokemon that are in front of you and your game plan and trying to execute that to the best of your ability.
And that's exactly what will need to be done in this fiery set that we've got coming up right now. There's going to be a lot of...
Fiery indeed, I think. I think the fire types play a big part in this game.
No, honestly, because the fact that you've got Sunny Day capability from Samuel's side in order to trigger photosynthesis not only on the Flutter main, but also on the Great Tusk, it's key. It's going to be super, super big, but Anthony Christopher has been able to find a way to navigate around and these sort of hyper-offensive lines from his opponents, clearly just not dropping a single set. And it really comes down to the general composition that he's running, where it's able to sort of absorb pressure, redirect it in order to deflect.
Yeah, and I do think there's a big reliance on the Rillaboom from Anthony Christopher. It'd be interesting if that's the go-to in this first game. I think the pressure that it can instantly put onto the Great Tusks alone is enough to warrant bringing it, but who am I to say? Anthony Christopher is undefeated. They know best, and I'm sure however they approach it is going to be really great viewing for all of us. But, you know, I think to kind of check the Rillaboom, you're going to want to lean into that Ogerpon, the Incineroar there, and that Sunny Day. Speed control that you've got on that Tornadus, but if you go for all three of them, it kind of fills up your slots, right? You've only got that Great Tusk left to kind of squeeze in there, which I feel you need to bring, but we'll get into that in a moment. We can take a look at the accomplishments of our trainers, just an overview, see where they've been and the road that they are on. Anthony Christopher here, top 128. We talked about that in the overview there at the EUIC. Bologna, top 64, a Worlds appearance in 2024, top 128 finish, and then Liverpool regional top 64, and a bare minimum this weekend we'll be able to add top 8 at the Seville Special Event Championship. So maybe even further, but at the bare minimum.
Yeah, but ahead of him is Samuel Pereira, like we just covered previously. This is the equivalent highest achievement of his career in VGC he's been able to attain. Coming back from last year, being in this very venue is incredible. And now he's one step closer to being able to make good on a higher accomplishment.
Yeah, and we can take a look at the team. We saw Anthony on broadcast yesterday, so we know what to expect. We've got the Incineroar there. With that Citrus Berry can be really useful, especially against those Surging Strikes. It can make the difference between surviving or not surviving. But the big hitters on the team, the Sword Stance from that Ogerpon, got access to Grassy Glide, can take advantage of that from the Rillaboom, setting that terrain there. You're going to have to watch out from the the Ice Spinner on the opposite side from that Great Tusk, but a great check in the Rillaboom to that Pokemon. And once that drops, it frees up the Raging Bolt. You can really lean into that. And if the sun is brought, Raging Bolt, one of those Pokemon that will really appreciate that with its photosynthesis ability alongside the Flutter Mane that has that speed control in Icy Wind, which could be quite key in this match to kind of combat the speed control on the opposite side on Samuel's Tornadus.
It's a beautiful way of being able to take what works really well for your opponent's team and take advantage of it, essentially. And that's what sort of works so well with this team composition in order to still have that Flutter Mane. It's just so popular and for every good reason. And that's why Samuel has also decided to bring it too, even with this sort of anti-meta sort of composition. Choice specs, Terra Fairy, it hits like a truck.
It does, and it's a bit of a variation from the one that is on Anthony Christopher's side, where they've opted for that booster energy. You've got the choice specs here. You've got that Sunny Day that can activate that photosynthesis, stack those attack power even further, especially when you add in the Fairy Terrestrialization, and you can really start to remove those threats quite quickly. You put on a lot of pressure onto that Raging Bolt as well. It's a really useful Pokemon to have in games against that, especially if that Terrestrialization's been eaten up. But we've talked about at the top of this match, we'll talk about it again, the Great Tusk feels like a key component for Samuel. Protecting it is the main aim, but utilizing it in that late game is going to be where it comes in clutch.
Yeah, and Ice Spinner is such a good coverage move here in order to make sure that it not only super effectively threatens like a Rillaboom or any sort of a Raging Bolt as well at minimum, even though you'll opt for the ground type, of course, you're able to get rid of that grassy terrain. So, question is, what are our trainers leading? There is no Rillaboom over on Anthony Christopher's side. However, we have got the Ogerpon Half-Flame and the Incineroar. A stead and true kind of lead. Fake Out, you've got potential for setup versus the Tornadus and Flutter Mane, similar to what we saw yesterday from Samuel, going on the immediate offensive.
Yeah, and Christopher needs to be very careful against this particular Flutter Mane because it has access to Power Gems. So that's going to be super effective into the Ogerpon and into that Incineroar, especially if the sun's set up. But it is that double-edged sword. Do you set the sun up to activate your photosynthesis, but also at the same time you're powering up those fire types on the opposite side of the field. And if you miss the knockout on any of those targets, then things can go downhill very quickly.
Yeah, as we actually have Samuel opting to preserve the Flutter Mane, acknowledging, of course, the threat of that Ogerpon Half-Flame, because, like we said, Anthony Christopher could easily go for the Terrestrialization here. They want to go on the full offensive, but instead they go on the defensive. Spiky Shield as the Incineroar from Samuel's side is now on the field. But most crucially, the Intimidate has been able to reduce the damage output from Anthony Christopher's side. Although, Tornadus, wanting to try to get any sort of chip damage there, it unfortunately failed to connect onto the Incineroar as a Flare Blitz. Chip damage, yeah, not too much, but you never know. Every little counts.
Every little counts, and now you've got the Incineroar, and if you're Samuel, you've got that active Fake Out. It helps support and just protect that Tornadus. An extra turn here, allow you to maybe set that Tailwind now, which would be a free turn now that the Ogerpon has to switch out because it did go for the Spiky Shield and would be a target for that easy Fake Out this next turn.
Yeah, as we do have Raging Bolt online. He has now joined the field in order to be able to take that Bleakwind Storm quite handedly, especially because of the resistance there. But the parting shot, Incineroar from Anthony Christopher's side, is going to be moving first, dropping its fellow feline on the other side of the field's special attack, as well as, most importantly, the physical. Get that pivot going. We get a reveal of the Garithmic, aka Rillaboom, in the back. So clearly something Anthony Christopher's done a really good job in prioritizing this quad, which has such great synergy with one another.
Yeah, and the pivoting here is really nice because you get rid of that initial Intimidate onto the Ogerpon that was maybe slowing it down slightly. We are going to see another pivot from Samuel in response to that, so keeping that Intimidate in the back, ready to come back in once again to drop onto that Ogerpon just to try and keep it in check, because once that does Terrestrialize, obviously gets an attack boost, you want to try and mitigate that as much as possible because it would be potentially picking up knockouts on things like that Tornadus, things like the Flutter Mane that don't have that alleviation initially from those big Ivy Cudgels.
Yeah, and it's so crucial because we saw Anthony Christopher yesterday on stream go on an absolute tear with that Terrestrialized Ogerpon Half-Flame, just picking up one KO after the other, and there could genuinely be such an important interaction right now. Clearly Samuel trying to focus in on which Pokemon to bring in, because it could be susceptible to a KO, whether it's a Flutter Mane or perhaps that Great Tusk. Very, very crucial turn. You can see he's really focusing down, trying to make the right decision because the 50-50 and the Great Tusk has now been revealed.
Well, you called it, Costa. There it is. It's finally entered the battlefield. The Great Tusk in a great position against that Raging Bolt. Kind of really forces it into a decision. Do you Terrestrialize to get rid of that weakness from the ground attacks? Well, you would normally be able to do that, but this Terra type on the Raging Bolt that Anthony Christopher's using is an electric type. Can't Terrestrialize out that weakness, so you've got to switch out. You've got the Rillaboom in the back, though, that can come in and take those attacks a bit better, but you don't want to get caught by an Ice Spinner, which could be a target in there. The whole time that you're concentrating down on that Raging Bolt, though, is going to leave you open to potentially taking an attack from the Ogerpon as well, and if we do see something like a switch to the Rillaboom or Grassy Glide into that slot, it's going to hit pretty hard if we don't see a Terrestrialization in response. So there is a lot to think about here, and you can't ignore the Ogerpon for one moment.
No.
Because of that threat, though, the Raging Bolt does leave the field.
Yeah, and this is pretty much a matchup that Anthony Christopher has a lot of experience in, as he's been able to face this exact 6 yesterday as well, even though not Samuel Pereira themselves. And this is a testament to how each individual trainer will have their own play style. But terrestrialization is in effect. We've got Embody Aspect now raising the heat as well as the attack of this Ogerpon.
There we go with the Tailwind in response from Samuel. Want to set that speed and make sure that the Great Tusk moves before everything else. What is the decision here? It is going to go for an Earthquake, but because of that grassy terrain, the damage is half, protecting that Ogerpon, allowing it to get a big threatening attack off. Where's that going to land into, Costa?
Oh, it's going for the Great Tusk. It does have a lot of defenses on it, but it's not enough because the critical hit is in effect. Now, I'm not confident of this damage count only because of how robust in physical defense that Great Tusk is, but that was a definite way of sealing the KO.
Yeah, that is a huge swing there, and getting the critical hit to seal it up makes a huge difference, putting Anthony Christopher so far ahead in this match and now in a great spot. The Incineroar comes in response from Samuel, dropping an Intimidate, just taking away that attack boost on the Ogerpon, but you're in a position where you could potentially just switch it out now, bring the Raging Bolt back in. It's not really threatened by either Pokemon that's out on the field now that Samuel's got with the Incineroar, got the active Fake Out, and the Tornadus only threatens with that Bleak Wind Storm, which, again, the Raging Bolt doesn't really care too much about.
No, it really doesn't, and that's sort of what Anthony Christopher has been able to identify, making sure that the Great Tusk sort of feels exposed to a KO and never safe. Even when Tailwind is set up, you've got great ways to be able to deter the offensive prowess of this Pokemon as long as you play your cards right.
You have indeed, as the Ogerpon is switching out of harm's way. Gonna reset that Intimidate drop so it can come back in later and hopefully clean up and execute the plan that Christopher's put in place. Meantime, the Incineroar coming back onto the field, dropping an all-important Intimidate onto the opposing Incineroar, and a double switch. Double header here. The Raging Bolt gonna make its way onto the field, and it's gonna protect that Rillaboom from those potential Bleak Wind Storms.
Indeed, a great way to be able to sponge up that damage, as we do have a double connect from the Tornadus, a speed drop onto the Incineroar, which actually, I would say, if Samuel's Incineroar would stay on the field, could be crucial, but it does not. As if I'm not mistaken, Tailwind turns are still in effect. We've got the U-turn pivot going. Samuel now has to bring in the Flutter Mane. They will still have the speed advantage, and the Flutter Mane is quite healthy, so it should be able to handle any sort of individual attack into its slot, but it's ready and primed to go for damage.
Yeah, and is this the turn where your Samuel, do you kind of double up on that damage with that Sunny Day to activate that photosynthesis ability just to make sure, you know, the Raging Bolt already threatened by those Fairy-type attacks, it can't terrestrialize because that's been taken up by the Ogerpon, and the Incineroar has taken enough chip damage where potentially it would go down to maybe a spread attack, maybe a Dazzling Gleam with the Sun in effect.
Ooh, potentially.
Potentially.
Yeah.
So there is the potential here for Samuel to dictate the match a little bit in a way, but if you miss a knockout on anything, like we said before, we missed the knockout on the Incineroar or the Flare Blitz. If the sun does go up, you are going to be susceptible to getting knocked out on either of these Pokemon. So have to have your conviction in your decisions.
Here we go. Here we go. Terra Fairy is now in effect, and it is going to be going on an absolute tear. You need to make sure that you pick up the KOs as soon as possible and not allow Anthony Christopher any sort of opportunity to be able to capitalize off of a very robust, synergistic quartet of Pokemon. Although the photosynthesis does now also enable that Raging Bolt's damage, potential Life Orb, as well as essentially 2 Life Orb equivalent, but the KO, the double one-hit KO, is really, really solid from Samuel's side, although there's still the Rillaboom and the Ogerpon to contend with. However, how many more turns of grass terrain are there?
That's going to be something you have to consider, but I think the bigger picture here is that Samuel is locked into the Dazzling Gleam, right? But you've got the Incineroar on the back, so you can switch if you want that Fluttermane out and then bring it back in later. You can drop an all-important Intimidate onto the field in front of these two physical attackers. You've got the Bleak Wind Storm. Sunny day is not the best weather to have out at this time for that, but hopefully you can hit and do that respectable little bits of damage that you would need to hopefully put that Fluttermane when it does enter the field again into a position where it can choose something else and clean things up. So everything to do for Anthony Christopher here. Things looking a little bit tougher than they did a few turns ago.
So this sort of may invite Anthony Christopher to focus on the Tornadus if they're going to try to make the read of the obvious switch in of the Incineroar. But then again, Samuel might try to read into that, and keep it on the field, thinking it's going to be ignored, but that's not the case. Incineroar does indeed enter and apply the Intimidate drop.
It does, and that's going to be really great for just keeping these Pokemon a little bit better in check. Although we say that, the sun is up for this Ogerpon, and just to kind of extend its time on the field, we do see that protect from the Tornadus.
Yeah, it's very safe, and at this point, the Incineroar will be able to tank a lot more damage than the Fluttermane would, no doubt. However, the high horsepower is not enough, so that is quite crucial to the point where now you've got Fake Out available from the Incineroar's side. You can disrupt the Ogerpon to not allow it to pick up a KO on the Tornadus, and then even set up another Tailwind if you really want to try to make sure that you can outspeed all of the threats.
Yeah, that will be a huge play as well, just to make sure that you kind of supersede everything, although the Fluttermane already naturally kind of going to be one of those speedier Pokemon anyway, but I think that the thing is to slow down this Ogerpon and maybe get some damage off onto the field as well. You could utilize the turn, get a Bleak Wind Storm off, because the Rillaboom we know cannot protect here. It has got the Assault Vest, so it would take damage if the Bleak Wind Storm comes out, and it does connect. Of course, that Ogerpon can just go for a Spiky Shield to avoid any unnecessary damage. That's what we might see from Anthony here. And there is the opportunity where you could potentially, if you were Samuel, do you switch the Incineroar out, expecting those protects, and maybe try and get another Intimidate onto the field? But we're not seeing that this time around.
Not indeed, as the Incineroar does try to play it safe, go for the Fake Out into the Ogerpon to at least guarantee that it cannot move this turn. However, is actually going to fall short to actually not getting KO'd. That was very close and marginal because of the Spiky Shield contact recoil damage, let's say, but connect onto the Rillaboom is key here in order to whittle it down to the point where the Fluttermane can finally just pick it off at its own pace and time. Because I think if I'm not mistaken, around the 100 hit point mark, 105 is where Rillaboom's at. And even though Grass Terrain's in effect, currently, it's no longer.
No longer in effect. No recovery for those two Pokemon on Anthony Christopher's side, but you still have the Sun in effect from the Ogerpon, and it's not any immediate threat from being knocked out from this Tornadus' Bleak Wind Storm. But if it is able to land an attack into that Pokemon, it will pick up a knockout with the Sun in effect, even though it has had this Intimidate dropped onto it.
Yeah, and that's essentially what you need to be able to gauge in the scenario. Will you be able to just avoid any sort of immediate priority pressure from Anthony Christopher's side? And that's exactly what Samuel has been able to do. You just need to clean up with the Fluttermane, just bring it in a position where it's safe in order to just pick up a double KO. Although Dazzling Gleam, it's not going to be enough from this range on the Ogerpon, and that's why you need to be able to commit some sort of damage onto it to whittle it down.
But with this Tailwind, does it supersede the Incineroar into a spot where it could maybe bypass the Incineroar? No, the Ivy Cudgel really smartly targeted there, knowing that the Tailwind could come out. You don't want to lose the Rillaboom. I think when the Fluttermane comes onto the field, you kind of want to have that Rillaboom gone so you can easily Power Gem into the Ogerpon, but yeah, smartly done to get rid of that Incineroar and take away that potential threat of an Intimidate coming back onto the field if it did switch out.
The awkward thing for Anthony Christopher is the fact that the Rillaboom, even though it's been given 2 clean opportunities to deal damage onto the Tornadus, can't deal enough damage because it only has the Wood Hammer outside of terrain and the high horsepower as well to be able to give it some respectable damage, and that's not the case. So this is going to be a wrap-up from Samuel in what seemed to be a tantalizingly big disadvantage in the early game. Was able to bring it back as long as he safeguarded the Fluttermane to bring it in at the most opportune moment, and that is now.
Yeah, and the Ogerpon doesn't look like it's in the best of spots here, and here we go, there is that Power Gem, it is coming out, and with that Sun up.
All right.
The choice specs boosting it. Going to be more than enough. And I don't think the crit really matters in that scenario. Leaving the Rillaboom to face down against these two Titans that Samuel's preserved so well in this game one.
Yeah, and that's a beautiful way of being able to guarantee it. There was a scenario of maybe a spiky shield coming out from the Ogerpon, but it's not the case. There is another critical hit right now, but it's a single target attack onto what was an already weakened Rillaboom. So even if the Rillaboom was able to go ahead and get a Woodhammer critical hit KO onto the Flutter Mane, which probably would have been required due to the grass terrain not being available, the Tornadus should have been able to deal with the Ogerpon. But Samuel looking very confident in terms of understanding the sequencing and the lines required.
Yeah, especially after losing the Great Tusks in the way that they did to that critical hit.
Yeah.
Because I don't think without the critical hit, Great Tusk very good defensively.
Yeah.
It probably is going to be able to take that attack, you would imagine.
Should.
So yeah, and you feel like to kind of keep composure after that point, and then be able to execute, like you say, the game plan perfectly to get a lead in this top 8 set is just a phenomenal. It's not over, and there's a little way to go before you can move on to potentially top 4. And Anthony, I'm sure, has maybe been in these scenarios over this weekend, come back from these positions. Can they do it coming into this next game? There's a lot to do it.
Yeah, back against the wall, but like you said, not anything that he would not already be familiar with. He needs to be able to win this game 2, force a game 3, and pick up the set in order to keep his winning streak and his tournament life on the line. It's going to be tough. This is going to be a lot of potential damage coming out from Samuel's side as the same lead is on the 4 alongside Anthony. Christopher's side too. You got the fake out available as well as the Ogerpon.
You do, and the Fluttermane's still going to be pressured here because can it pick up the knockout onto the Ogerpon here? It does have that power gem. It does have the immunity to the fake out, so it has a free kind of swing at the power gem into the Ogerpon if you want to. But we saw Anthony, Christopher go for the spiky shield turn 1. Game 1, so whether or not you want to waste it into that, or do you want to preserve that Fluttermane because it was so valuable, maybe keep it for later and switch in that Incineroar, but it doesn't look like any switches this time around.
Okay, going on the defensive, wanting to scout out what the Fluttermane does. A lock into Sunny Day, now in effect. Incineroar has not moved as of yet with any sort of cheeky fake outs. Now, Fluttermane, where do you attack? Oh, it's the Rayon Gem, which is definitely the power gem. Trying to pick off that Ogerpon, failing to do so. And the parting shot, not actually into the Fluttermane, going for the Tornadus, perhaps in anticipation of a potential switch out and in of the Fluttermane, maybe to a Great Tusk to get things going because of the Clear Amulet.
Yeah, it could be. And I think the nice thing here is for Anthony, they know what the Fluttermane is locked into now, so you don't have to worry about any of those fairy-type moves. So something like the Raging Bolt here could come in, put a lot of pressure onto the Tornadus, and also just not have to worry about those fairy-type attacks that you would generally otherwise have to. So even if you are a bit threatened with something like your Ogerpon now, you've got the ability to switch it out. You can utilize and leverage this Rillaboom that has its grassy terrain on the field, maybe put on the pressure for that Fluttermane to feel a little bit more pressured in this scenario, so it does switch out, leaving you a little bit of room to maybe go for a high horsepower there, suspecting an Incineroar. And I think you need to make some calls at this stage of the game to try and get that leverage for that momentum swing to kind of tie things up.
Yeah, you need to pick up KOs hot and fast if you want to be able to break down this core, get the advantage. Like we said, a tournament life on the line for both of our trainers, but in particular in this scenario, Anthony, Christopher having the disadvantage. That's the Incineroar being brought in. Is there going to be a double focus here, or even some sort of respective high horsepower, as well as Terastallization? No! Rillaboom switches out in order for Anthony to bring in their own Incineroar. You've got Fake Out, Mind Games available if there's no Tailwind in effect, but most crucially, wanting to be able to get that additional pressure the following turn. You've got the parting shots. You've also got the Flare Blitz, which could be powered by the sun.
Yeah, but more importantly, the Terastallization's being commit on the Ogerpon once again. It's going to take full advantage of the sun. It's going to get that Embody Aspect ability activated, giving it a +1 to its attack stat. And this Tornadus, without that Protect, was in a very vulnerable position, but going to keep itself safe for at least another turn.
Yeah, and I think that is a really good play. And Anthony, Christopher, identifying Tornadus has such great utility and you need to try to get rid of it. And then again, Samuel just doing an incredible job defending it. So even though the Ogerpon is at neutral right now because of the Intimidate drop, it still would have picked up a KO on the Tornadus because of the Sun.
Yeah, it would have. And now it's in that spot where you can potentially go after the Tornadus again. I mean, you could potentially just double into it now and say if Incineroar fakes out one of my targets, at least I'm going to get a big, powerful fire-type attack off into that Tornadus in hopes of removing it. But we see the Incineroar not up for that as the Great Tusk makes its way onto the field.
It's a great switch in order to cover for what should not be an Ivy Cudgel into that slot or even a Grassy Glide because it was previously an Incineroar. However, Ivy Cudgel now, yes, is going to target the Tornadus at neutral is actually not enough. It somehow survives even with the Sun in effect with the multiplier of the Terra 2.
That is a huge survival. How did it survive that? You inevitably thought it was going to go down, but it is able to hang on. It is going to stick around for another turn and maybe even alleviate a play where you can utilize that Tailwind later on in this game, which would be so valuable. But now that Great Tusks is in play, it is going to be able to put on a bit more pressure onto things like the Incineroar, the Ogerpon that are now going to be susceptible to those ground-type attacks. Can't really utilize the Earthquake with the grassy terrain in effect, but you can utilize Headlong Rush, that you've got that single target attack, and now with the Tailwind putting you above everything else in the speed tiering, you're going to be able to target things before they are able to target you. You do have to worry about that Grassy Glide, though, that Ogerpon has access to.
Yeah, because it's going to be hitting very, very powerfully. There is a scenario where Samuel could even try to go for the Ice Spinner, but before that connects on both targets with that Bleak Wind Storm. There's the Ice Spinner into the Rillaboom slot, picks it off, gets rid of the grassy terrain, and all of a sudden has all of the momentum behind him with that Tailwind pressure.
What a call there into that Incineroar. It switches into the Rillaboom and you pick it up. And here we go with the Ivy Cudgel. It is into the Great Tusk and it is able to take it. So that critical hit from game one did matter.
Yeah, confirmed it right there. Now Anthony Christopher down to their final 3 Pokemon. One of the most key value members there, the Rillaboom, is no longer in contention. This automatically means, aside from the grass terrain no longer available, you don't have that synergistic pivot action going between the Fake Out Bros.
Yeah, and now with that grassy terrain gone, you've got another problem. You don't have the priority Grassy Glide, and everything that you've got remaining on Anthony Chris's side of the field, the Ogerpon, the Incineroar, the Raging Bolt we know is in the back, are all susceptible to Earthquake. That cannot be reduced in damage. Yes. Everything will be hit so hard by that one attack on the Great Tusk, and it has the Clear Amulet to avoid the Intimidate.
It's incredible. The fact that the Tornadus was also able to survive to further enable this Great Tusk to essentially do what it's meant to do in terms of the role against balanced compositions. Yes, it doesn't have close combat, but clearly that's respecting, like you mentioned before, Lee, the grassy terrain being available in order to lower the damage output of the Earthquakes. So, yeah, no fighting type access in terms of offensive prowess, but it doesn't need it.
You don't need it at all. You need to get through this turn where the Fake Out's active here, but you do have Protect, so you can double Protect here. It is going to eat into those Tailwind turns, but that's fine because you're still going to have one remaining after this one and put yourself in that spot where you can utilize that Earthquake with that Flying type next to you, so you don't have to worry about damaging your own Pokemon in the process.
Yeah, as we do have the safe Protect from the Tornadus, once again wanting to preserve its role on the field, or should I say above it, followed suit by the Great Tusk. But Anthony Christopher raising the temperature as with that Sword Stance, now bringing it up to +2 of its physical attack. So great way to be able to capitalize off of what was essentially a stalemate-free turn for himself.
Yeah, and I love that in response. They say we're not going down without a fight, and that's exactly what you have to do. But you've got to try and get into a position where you can utilize and leverage this Ogerpon without taking heavy damage in the process. You wanted to get through this next turn of Tailwind. You could protect it, switch in the Incineroar, but has it got enough in the tank to take an Earthquake on that switch? And that's the big question here. That's the play you go for.
Yeah, as Spiky Shield wanting to further preserve the Ogerpon. Sunny Day is now on the field, and this actually could be a really good play from Anthony Christopher in order to bring Fake Out onto the field at the same time if the Raging Bolt does go down. Like we said, the Thunderclap, because of the ground typing, is not going to be effective at all onto the Great Tusk, so the only way it's going to be dealing some damage here is if there is no KO onto itself, which is something very difficult to avoid, but it's a Pokemon that could do it, and it does not! Because Earthquake! There's another critical hit!
That's a huge, huge knockout there. The sun setting up, activating the photosynthesis on the Great Tusks here, boosting the power of that Earthquake even further and really pinning Anthony Christopher down.
We need to check to see what the roll was, or if there is any sort of roll with that damage count. Once again, I'm not any sort of Great Tusk connoisseur myself, so I do not know those counts. However, Samuel does. And we see the white flag being given from Anthony Christopher. Samuel Pereira has been able to do it. He's in the semi-finals.
We talked about Great Tusks at the top of this match, the importance of it, and Samuel executing the plan perfectly, showing why this Pokemon was the right choice coming into this tournament and carrying them into top 4. They'll be going on even further in this tournament. Can they take it all? Well, we're still yet to see.
Well, I'll tell you what, Lee, I think he's got the greatest potential to be able to do it, because not only is he in the semi-finals, he beat the undefeated trainer of this event. The spotlight has been on Anthony Christopher because of his amazing progress and form, and he's been able to now get quelled by Samuel Pereira in what was just a big turnaround. Unexpectedly, I would say, because of how a couple of those early board game states ended up developing.
Yeah, I mean, what a great example of why this team was a great pick coming into this tournament, right? We know the balanced teams were going to be here, and it matches up so well into it. And Samuel showing how well they know the team inside out, what they need to do. And especially after that game 1, where the critical hit into the Great Tusks, you thought things are falling apart here. And probably going to go to a game 2. Anthony Chris are going to probably win this one out from that point on, because that outlet was gone. But no, you've got other options. You've got other ways to get around these threats, utilizing and leveraging that Flutter Mane with the Tornadoes so well to close out that game in fine margins. And then game 2 is where we saw the Great Tusk shine and really come to the floor. And what a way to do it. What a way to kick off top 8 here in Seville. And Samuel will be progressing on in fabulous fashion.
Yeah, I don't think he could have wanted any sort of better flair potential from himself with that sunny day up in the game as well as in person here at the lovely venue of Seville. We see his determination was so key here. There's so many great back and forths between both of our trainers there. KOs that really just came down to the wire, but the Flutter Mane was able to find itself in a position, because it was a preserved early game, to just sweep. And that's what Samuel identified, even though the Tusk had gone down earlier on. And now, game 2 is where things just flared up. That survival of the Tornadoes, and followed by the Ice Spinner read into the Rillaboom, which was an Incineroar, was absolutely phenomenal.
That was definitely the swinging point of that game, right?
Yeah, 100.
Calling that and getting it right was just phenomenal. You can see how much it meant to Samuel when he actually clinched that knockout on the Raging Bolt after setting the sun. The Earthquake was freed up. There was no way that that move was going to be reducing damage like it was in game 1. The Rillaboom removed, and Samuel, what a way to do it. Just amazing. I cannot wait to see more of Samuel in top 4.
Masterclass.
What a treat.
Masterclass, mate, honestly.
Amazing.
You know what? We saw Samuel on stream yesterday, right? We already mentioned it a couple times, but he was up against Miguel Paquete.
Yeah.
Which essentially had the same 6 as the Anthony Christopher. It was a bit more, I think, offensive with the choice specs variant, at least certain... Calm Mind.
Booster Energy, Raging Bolt. So it's more along the whole Chua build of that balanced team rather than the Life Orb, more kind of burst sword stance setup options.
Exactly, but at least when it comes to his preparation on identifying when to bring the Great Tusk, when to be able to bring the Flutter Mane to essentially just dispatch of an early piece from your opponent's side or act as an endgame sweeper, he's got that experience built up, you know, and clearly it's worked. That allows him comfortability and confidence, most importantly, in making that type of read, the ice spinner into the Rillaboom switch-in, because he understands what his opponent has to do in order to further progress their own board state. It's like, yeah, you know what? Let me just take that thought, just chuck it in the bin. I'm just going to show you that I'm going to win.
It's a brave decision to make in that moment, because if you do that and there's no switch there, yes, you get rid of the terrain, but there is the possibility of losing that piece, and that was a valuable piece that you needed to help deal with the likes of that Raging Bolt that would otherwise be a little bit more of a thorn in your side on the road to trying to clinch the match. But yeah, just such a good call, getting it right, and it looked great when it came off.
Fantastic. And Samuel has been able to already progress through to the top 4, our first semi-finalist, being able to just further advance his own personal achievements generally in terms of what has been able to accrue with accolades, with major events, but specifically from this venue last season in Seville, top 8, now top 4.
Yeah.
Who knows what's next?
Well, you said it at the top of this match. Will that experience from last year pay dividends? It definitely did, but more importantly, we've got Samuel waiting on the couch. Let's hear more from them. I'm dying to hear about how they thought through that match and how they're feeling after that incredible top 8 win.
Yes.
Congratulations to you. Talk about un golpe crítico. There were so many in that game. You've just defeated the only undefeated player of the tournament so far. How are you feeling?
Me siento increíble, la verdad. No me esperaba llegar tan lejos. El año pasado hice top 8 aquí y mi objetivo siempre ha sido superar ese top 8 y conseguir la medalla, y hacerlo venciendo a la persona invicta. Estoy muy feliz.
I'm feeling great. Last year here in Seville, I did top 8, and this year I wanted to improve that result, and winning the undefeated player, it's great.
Well, that you have, my friend. You have improved that result to no end. You've now reached top 4. You could even go all the way and become the champion. How did it feel sitting down in front of a player who hadn't lost any games?
¿Cómo te sientes después de haber te enfrentado a alguien que no había perdido ninguna partida todavía?
Bueno, siempre tiene que haber una primera derrota, ¿no? Y le ha llegado en la eliminación directa hecha por mí, así que bastante feliz.
There's always a first time for the defeat during the tournament, and he feels great because it was against him during the top 8.
Yeah, absolutely incredible. And it was a pretty swift set as well. Did you feel like when you saw your opponent's team, you had the advantage?
Si creías que tenías ventaja contra el equipo de tu oponente.
Creo que he preparado muy bien el matchup. Lo tenía entrenado con un amigo que teníamos testado muchas líneas y creo que podía ganar. Estaba bastante convencido.
He tested the set against a friend and he was pretty confident that he had the advantage.
Oh, really good. But then there were all those critical hits that you had as well, un golpe crítico, as they say here in Spain. How important do you think they were?
Creo que importó el crítico, dice.
¿Cómo de importantes crees que fueron los críticos?
En el Game 1 él me mete un crítico a mi Greytas, que creo que me quita toda la ventaja que tenía hasta el momento, pero he conseguido recuperarme. Y en la segunda no estoy seguro si influye el golpe crítico que le meto de Earthquake al Raging Bolt. Creo que lo mataba igual.
In the first game, he thinks the crit that he got into his Great Task was important, but in the end he managed to win. And in the second one, he is not sure if the crit into the Raging Bolt matters, but it was still a huge impact for the game.
It all helps. It's all going to help you get that victory in the end. There was that moment where your Tornadus hung on with 1 HP, it looked like. Were you confident that it would hang on?
¿Cómo me siento con el Tornadus que haya aguantado, no?
Si creías que lo iba a aguantar o no.
No estaba seguro si lo iba a aguantar, pero hablando con el amigo que me he preparado, que es Gabriel Jansó, antes de Londres teníamos un spread distinto al que tenemos ahora y lo hemos cambiado para hacerlo mucho más tank, más bulky. Y yo creo que eso ha ayudado mucho y no estaba seguro, la verdad. Pero pienso que podía ganar aunque muriera el Tornadus.
He wasn't sure about the spread. It's bulkier than the spread that he used before at UIC. But even if the Tornadus was defeated, was KO'd, he was confident that he could win anyways.
Wow. Okay, well, it was such a hype moment, and may there be many more for you, Samuel. Now, we want to let you rest and get ready for your next game. Do you have any shout-outs that you want to give?
Saraos, sí. A ver, esta es la parte que nunca quiero que llegue porque siempre me olvido de alguien, pero para empezar, gracias a Gabriel Jansol, sobre todo, que es el creador del equipo, él ha hecho el 90% del equipo, yo he puesto una mano. También a Adlon por la preparación, a todo el mundo que me está apoyando aquí en el torneo, a la gente de Galicia. Es que si me puedo decir uno por uno me voy a olvidar de alguien, así que sobre todo a la gente que me ha ayudado a preparar y a todo el mundo que me ha visto, me ha saludado y a la que me está apoyando desde casa, y sobre todo a mi equipo que es Megas Clan, así que un saludo desde aquí.
So that's to all his friends, everyone who helped him during the preparation for the tournament, to his team, Megas Clan, and to everyone who's cheering for him.
Wonderful. And may you keep on cheering, everybody. Congratulations again to you, Samuel. Good luck. Very much. All right, everybody, which will be the next trainer to seal their fate? We'll shortly get into our next top 8.
It's been amazing to see Nicholas Morales' journey throughout the Baltimore Regional Championships.
My name is Nicholas Morales. Currently, I live in Georgia. What Pokemon typing would I be? I want to say the poison typing. I think the poison typing has a really good defensive toolkit. I think they have a bad rep for being kind of bad, but I think there's a lot of amazing poison types out there. I first got into competitive Pokemon when I was around middle school, actually. I found it on the internet pretty much, just like competitive Pokemon videos during the Platinum days. That's my first step into it. I actually skipped Gen 6 and 7, but I really picked up during Double Restricted in Swish. I really liked that VGC format. The overall strategy was just playing towards rain. You know, Archaludon, it's almost impossible to one-hit. You know, you have Basque Legion 2, who is a massive threat. So multiple threats, multiple big number guys. The first time I was on stream, I felt like the crowd was kind of rooting against me. I could kind of hear them. He was doing really well for most of the match. I was sitting there like, I don't know, like I gotta focus. Like, what are you doing?
3 HP and a dream.
The second time on stream, it was over pretty quickly. It's really nerve-wracking. like, I can keep my cool during like a high-stress situation, right? Like, I don't when I was playing up on stage, I didn't really let it get to me too much. Like, maybe my leg was shaking, but like everyone has that, right?
It's gonna be the newcomer, Nicholas Morales.
Finals, I could tell when I heard the crowd counting down the population bomb hits, I was like, okay, they're rooting for me. That's really cool.
Can it do it? Another one! Give me 2 more! Oh my goodness! This is his first tournament ever, and he wins it all!
I've never been to locals before, so this is my first one ever. It feels surreal. I didn't even think I would day 2, let alone hitting the whole thing. My friends really kept pushing me along the way. My good friend Ming, he's really into the VGC scene. I would never have known like what EV spreads to use, common lines, team comps, or whatever. I would never know any of that without him. The power of friendship, right? But honestly, they help you push that goalpost so much more, and then you all push the goalpost together. If I don't have fun with it, I'm just not gonna play. I did a lot better than I expected to. And, you know, qualify for Worlds is great. I still don't think it's real. If I would win my first regional ever into winning my first World ever, I would permanently retire.
Welcome back, Pokemon trainers, to the Seville Special Championships. I'm Charlie Merriman, and I'm joined on the desk by Marcus Harmon. This championship could not be more electric, and we cannot wait to bring you our next game with two phenomenal trainers. Marcus, it's slowly but surely, I say slowly, but pretty quickly now, pretty intensely coming to a wrap.
Wait. It couldn't be more electric. You're talking about slow and steady. Is this another Raging Bolt mirror we're looking at?
Well, maybe a Pikachu mirror here with your pin as well. No Raging Bolt mirrors here. No, we just saw Great Tusk cement their place in the top 4 of the Seville Special Championships. The talk of the tournament so far. A Pokemon no one saw coming. Did you expect it this weekend?
Well, so yeah, Great Tusk, I think, is one of those Pokemon that we have seen before. Like, it was able to do really, really well. For example, in Regulation Set B, I had a really one of my favorite teams ever included Great Tusk, but no, it wasn't really on my radar because, yeah, if you need a ground-type attacker, usually you would look at Landorus, you would look at Ursaluna, but Great Tusk, with that little bit of extra speed, actually making quite the difference there, and with Clear Amulet also, yeah, but just proving to be really, really valuable. Having Ice Spinner to remove the grassy terrain so your own Earthquake is more powerful. Also, very, very unique kind of set of moves that it can learn. So, not something that I had on my list, but yeah, definitely very, very deservingly doing so well in this tournament here.
Is it going to be surprising all of us this weekend? Now, the next match we'll be able to bring you will be between two, of course, fantastic trainers. It's top 8. What else would you expect? First of all, let's take a look at Roberto Parente, a trainer who had such an incredible performance at the Europe International Championships very recently. There you go. Top 4 there just a month ago, running this Indeedee Iron Crown team, which, to be honest, I expected to see far more of this weekend, Marcus.
Yeah, I think it was doing quite well. We saw it on our graphics time and time again, but now we get to see one of the absolute best players in the world with this archetype. EUIC top 4 was the most recent of their big accomplishments with that exact team. And then also in the past, it seems like every 2 years there's going to be a big event and a big result for Roberto. Top 8 in Liverpool in 2024, then a World's top 16 in 2022, and also in Paris, another top 8. So yeah, maybe now is finally the time for Roberto to make it into that big finals after coming off of their very, very best event now from EUIC. Top 4 there. Let's see how far he can go now.
Love to see that hyper offense with the Regidrago on the team as well. But their opponents, Santiago. Let's remind ourselves of the composition Santiago themselves is bringing, as well as the achievements they have so far to their name. And of course, top 8 at the Seville Special Championships at least will be prime among them. Fascinating matchup. We have Tazugiri and Dondozo and Glimora alongside Chiyu and Dragonite, which is a Pokemon that really has been rising throughout the Seville Special Championships. Seen more Dragonite than I was expecting. Got a lot of top cuts here, and top 4 at EUIC as a senior. So a trainer who's been playing for a good proportion so far, but still looking for that major win.
Absolutely. Yeah, just recently aging up into the Masters division. In the most recent tournament, Birmingham, top 32, actually played him there in phase 2 as well. There he was using a completely different team, so switching things up here and bringing the Dozo to Seville.
The Dondozo and, of course, the Glimora that can poison your opponents while you're waiting to get Stoolie with your Dondozo and Tatsugiri. And that really is the name of the game, and it's going to be fascinating seeing Roberto go up against this because, of course, stalling is exactly the opposite of what Roberto wants to do here. Roberto wants to tear through, claim those decisive knockouts, and get us swiftly into our next, well, top 4 game that will be next at the Seville Special Championships. But is Santiago going to enable them to do that? They're both looking, you know, pretty collected on the table right now. We've got a Pikachu wearing a Skiploom hat to boot. Unfortunately, we'll see neither of them in this matchup, even though we did see a Pikachu at Houston last weekend. That Indeedee is there, ready to provide the helping hand that Roberto will need to secure the victory here.
Yeah, that Indeedee, a trademark Pokemon of Roberto, especially in this regulation set. And then back there, Pikachu carrying all the weight there. But let's have a closer look at that in a second. First up, let's have a look at Santiago. Happy there. The crowd starts to cheer his name, and he is feeling good about that. Getting ready. This is the biggest stage for Santiago that he's ever played on, while Roberto, again, he was just playing in top 4 on the big stage at the EUIC just a couple of weeks ago, so he knows what it's like to be in this spot.
Santiago, no stranger to that either, back in 2024 being top 4 as a senior, having that experience in both worlds as a senior and now as a master. Let's see if it stands them in good stead alongside that Amoonguss and Dondozo plushies. All right then, Ogerpon Halflame, Regidrago, Iron Crown, Indeedee, Urshifu Rapid Strike, and Tornadus.
So many players were looking at this team early on when Regulation Set F came back because of how well it did in the previous time we had this format around. But almost everyone kind of decided that, yeah, you know what, we were running Urshifu Choice Scarf. Yeah, that's not the item choice anymore. A lot of these Urshifus were now equipped with Focus Sash, some of them even carrying the Choice Band, but Choice Scarf really out of fashion. However, there was Roberto Parenti saying, you know what, I think this is still the best item for Urshifu on this team, and let me give the Focus Sash to Tornadus and let me use it like that. So a very, very particular choice set here for Roberto, and it's been playing off so well at EOIC and also here.
I really got to call out the Rock Tomb on the Urshifu Rapid Strike. It's not a move we see so often, but when it connects, first of all, Rock-type damage is really good. I mean, you're hitting Flying, Ice, Fire, for example, for super effective, but also will reduce the speed of the opposing Pokemon. And yes, this is an Iron Crown set without the Carmine that we have seen rising through the ranks recently in Regulation Set F. It will be that Water Terra Blast. Really nice into something like this Chi-Yu that Santiago's running, alongside Dragonite, Dondozo, Tatsugiri, Glimora, and Tornadus.
Yeah, and we saw Santiago play yesterday in Phase 1 already, so we have a little bit of an idea about this team. Let's have a look at some of his choices. Dondozo with Unaware, and that's not going to be too much of an impact in this matchup. Roberto is not trying to boost things up with his team. The Glimora with the Mortal Spin Terra Fairy. Yeah, if that was a Terra Dark, then that might have a lot more potential here, but being weak to psychic type attacks, I don't know how much of an impact it's gonna make. One Pokemon though for Santiago though that is definitely going to come, I would say maybe into every game, is probably the Chi-Yu. If you can position Chi-Yu against the psychic types, against Iron Crown and Indeedee, yeah, they don't have a lot to say to that. However though, Roberto, unlike yesterday with David Partington, Roberto's Iron Crown actually has that Terra Water, Terra Blast combination.
Exactly that. That's what you need in the face of those fire types. All right, trainers, it's our second top 8 game here at the Seville Special Championships. We got a couple of big blue fish on the field in Chi-Yu and Dondozo. Here comes Tornadus and Regidrago, ready to get that energy flowing.
Gotta love that color synergy between the shiny Chi-Yu and Dondozo, and it is one of those turns where what is Santiago going to do with this? So there could be just an attack coming out from Chi-Yu. It has a Focus Sash, so one attack is guaranteed, as Roberto would need to set up Tailwind first to get the speed advantage. There is no Icy Wind on this Tornadus. However, it seems like Roberto, it's a very common play against those Dondozo teams. Just take it safe and start off with a double protect.
But it means that Roberto is far less likely to be able to protect on the successive turn. What was Santiago thinking? A protect on the Dondozo. And what is the Chi-Yu going to be doing? Do we have 4 protects all around the field? No, that was a Dart Pulse targeted down into the Tornadus, trying to at least break that Focus Sash, soften it up for a future turn.
Yeah, it's a play we've seen many times. There's no downside of going for this double protect. Whereas Santiago has to be very, very careful because you don't want to leave your Dondozo open to a Dragon Energy. And now, is the switch into Tatsugiri kind of forced over on Santiago's side is the question. It seems like it. Chi-Yu retreating to Santi.
And another fish taking its place. It certainly will be the case. Here's Tatsugiri. It's going to hop into Dondozo's mouth, giving it all of those delicious boosts. But is it going to be enough in the face of Regidrago? The higher HP that Pokemon has, the more damage it does with Dragon Energy, and it hasn't taken a single bit of damage. But of course, Dondozo will also get a boost to its special defense here. Maybe you want to get that Tailwind set up to try and outspeed this Dondozo, which is boosted up with its speed now. Regidrago not the fastest, and that's exactly what we see coming out. The Dragon Energy now will be fascinating to see how much this does. Tatsugiri is, of course, going to dodge, and the Dondozo is brought down to just above 50%.
Yeah, and it's going to strike back here with Order Up.
And it's going to be super effective and get the KO onto Roberto's Regidrago, going right back to its Pokeball. Roberto has lost a Pokemon already.
Yeah, so trading half of Dondozo's HP for Regidrago, I think that's a trade that Santiago is happy to take. Of course, now Roberto will get a little bit of a better idea of how this Dondozo is trained, but with the leftovers, that's going to be a little bit of recovery every turn for Santiago, and I think he has to feel pretty good about this first couple of turns.
Absolutely. So many resources dwindled over on Roberto's side. We know that it's Ndidi and Iron Crown in the back, and Santiago can probably assume that it's Ndidi in the back now for Roberto. Iron Crown is just so much helped by that Ndidi. Now, how do you carve your path through this Dondozo? Do you perhaps switch in the Ndidi here to go for those big spread moves?
Yeah, I think going for the offensive is definitely the name of the game. Switching in Ndidi can be a little bit risky, because if Dondozo decides to go for an Earthquake right here, then that would do significant damage to both. So I like the play that Roberto is going for, saying like, well, I still have Tornadoes on the field. It did set up, but it still has Focus Sash available, and Bleak Wind Storm also can do some serious damage, and maybe even get some speed drops.
Terra Water is so nice here, meaning that Iron Crown isn't taking super effective damage from the Earthquake Dondozo has access to, but in fact, Dondozo will just be protecting. Attempting that Bleak Wind Storm into the Dondozo, but of course it's not going to be taking any damage here. Now Santiago has burnt that Terra. Looked like it was going for that Expanding Force as well, even without the Psychic Terrain. Of course, there's only one target on the field as it is.
Yeah, and that still would do a significant chunk. We have the Booster Energy activate and boost the special attack on this Iron Crown. But we saw Dondozo over on Santiago's side was able to take Dragon Energy quite well, so indicating that it's a very specially defensive Dondozo.
Oh, okay, so the Tatsugiri, of course, is going to dodge, but also the Dondozo in the face of the Bleak Wind Storm. The Expanding Force, just single target now, is not boosted by the terrain either, but it's still a really good amount of damage. That Booster Energy really coming in clutch, boosting the special attack. And, of course, the Tatsugiri is going to be dodging the Earthquake here. Iron Crown takes it a whole lot better, but it's still 50%.
Yeah. Showing that it was important for Roberto to commit to Terrestrialization there, is, yeah, you know, if that was still a Steel type, then that Pokemon would be knocked out. Now, Focus Sash still in effect for Tornadoes, cannot be knocked out that easily, but the threat of another Earthquake is lingering. Dondozo decides to go for another Protect, because of course you get more leftovers recovery and you stall out another turn of Tailwind.
This is exactly it. Santiago's team wants to stall things out, as you said, Marcus, but Roberto wants to try and carve their path through. Santiago is so far denying them that, and Dondozo is so bulky, whereas Roberto's Pokemon generally on the frail side. How is Roberto going to be able to see it through?
Yeah, Roberto setting up Rain Dance here is a little bit of a read there, saying that, okay, you will go for Protect, but I am tired of missing Bleak Wind Storm. Now, it could look like, well, aren't you helping Dondozo here, boosting up its Water-type attacks? Yes, that is true, but at the same time, if you can land Bleak Wind Storm and this and another attack, I guess, Expanding Force would be enough, then you can maybe knock out Dondozo before it gets to move. So Bleak Wind Storm now going to be 100% accurate.
So it's obviously going to dodge Tatsugiri once more, but here we go. It could get a speed drop here too. The Bleak Wind Storm is not insignificant damage. There is that drop of the speed, and now Dondozo attempting here the Wave Crash, it looked like, into the Iron Crown. Okay, and now the Dondozo getting that leftover recovery once more. Again, Roberto just needs to keep chipping away.
Yeah, maybe it was an order up, doesn't really matter. Iron Crown protecting there, and I believe now as, yeah, Tailwind was over, you gotta set that again, so you cannot really make use of that speed drop. And now I don't think this is going to be enough.
Let's see the Expanding Force. No, the Dondozo is just going to be hanging on there. It is that Wave Crash again into the Iron Crown, boosted by the rain here. So Santiago, knowing those calculations, knowing that in the rain, my Wave Crash should be enough for this KO, even though it's resisted. And now you're left with a Tornadus and an Ndidi, neither of whom are the most offensive Pokemon by any stretch of the imagination. Dondozo, though, thanks to the recall, will be knocking itself out, and Tatsugiri will go pop and appear back on the field.
Yeah, and I think this actually might have been intentional there by Santiago, saying that, you know what, if Dondozo makes it through this turn, this actually wouldn't be that great, because then I'm stuck on the field, then you can take the KO on Dondozo and then hit Tatsugiri on the same turn with Ndidi, but now you get to bring in your own Tornadus, so you can counter the speed advantage that Roberto has at the moment, and with two supportive Pokemon, Tornadus and Ndidi, over on Roberto's side, this is not what he needs to power through the remaining three Pokemon of Santiago.
Time for Santiago's Terra in kind, and that's going to be Tatsugiri. It's going to become a Steel type. Sure, it might be the sushi, but now it's got the knife on its head and it's ready to switch up its defensive profile. That's going to be the helping hand. Tornadus is now the main damage dealer in this matchup, as strange as that sounds. Here comes that Bleak Wind Storm. It's really good damage on Tornadus, and actually, even though Tatsugiri resisted, it wouldn't be able to take many more of those. That's going to be the Muddy Water now, boosted by the rain. Great damage onto both, but there's no accuracy drop. Another Bleak Wind Storm, that's Tornadus down. All this Indeedee can do is Dazzling Gleam.
Yeah, and with Tornadus down, that was the main damage dealer. And now the rain that Roberto set up, working against him, giving his opponent also the perfectly accurate Bleak Wind Storm, while also boosting Muddy Water's damage. So Roberto knows that this game is over, locks in the forfeit.
That is a wrap. Santiago orders up a victory. So we're going to head into game 2 here, and it seemed like Santiago had a lot of control in that game, Marcus. How on earth can Roberto try and turn this round?
Yeah, when I saw this Tornadus and Regidrago lead for Roberto, I was like, oh wow, if there was a Glimmora over on the other side, this would be really, really good now for Santiago, because you have the Terra Fairy available, basically making Regidrago pretty much useless. However, yeah, what Santiago was going for is probably even better, because you need to go for powerful attacks with the Regidrago in order to do anything to Dondozo. But because this is not the typical set that we saw Marcus Cole popularize on Dondozo, it's not Rocky Helmet, it's not the super fast Dondozo. This one is actually bulky and has leftovers. So this plan of Roberto doesn't actually seem to work that well, because just going for the protect, leftovers recovery, and then taking the hits allowed Santiago to trade favorably throughout the entire match. And with only special damage coming out from Roberto's team, he just wasn't able to break through.
That's exactly it, Marcus. The trading favorably. Pokemon is a game of resources. Which of these trainers can manage it better? The run back of the leads over on Santiago's side. And this time it's going to be Tornadus and Urshifu for Roberto.
Yeah, I like that adjustment. I think that's also what I would have done here, because it means that while you put a lot of pressure on Chiyu right away, is Santiago really risking Chiyu going down right away? And you also have the speed advantage against Dondozo naturally. So you could go for a Rain Dance and Surging Strikes potentially. It seems like, though, Roberto is thinking about going for this Terra Surging Strikes and Bleak Wind Storm just for some extra damage.
That would be a lot of multipliers on that Urshifu there, but of course Dondozo would be resisting the Surging Strikes. And the Tatsugiri will now be coming in, boosting its defenses to boot. At the same time, with the Urshifu, you certainly do not want to be eating up defense drops in the face of this really threatening Dondozo here. Has access to Dragon and Ground and those water moves. That's the combination again. This is exactly the same and in the previous game. Tatsugiri coming in turn 1. Santiago didn't drop a set, well, actually did drop that Dondozo right at the end there, but was close to not dropping a single Pokemon. Can it be as convincing a victory for Santiago this time around? Time for the Terrestrialization, and it's gonna be that Urshifu, and all of a sudden, it's become a pure water type. Indexing hard on this offense. All out into what is a big fish that's going to resist, but once you're taking 3 critical hits, at least it's going to be multiplied somewhat. Here we go. Here comes that first strike. It's not looking like much now, but there's going to be 3 of them in total, and every little bit of chip damage adds up. That's something that these trainers who have reached top 8 here in Seville know better than anyone else. Now the question is this Tornadus going to be able to connect with any Bleak Wind Storm if it goes for that? Looks like the Tatsugiri, of course, is dodging in Dondozo's mouth, but it will connect here and brings Dondozo down a half, and this is exactly it. One more Surging Strikes and Bleak Wind Storm combination, and it's down. The order up, and the Urshifu takes that really well, but now Dondozo is getting a boost to its attack as well.
Yeah, and this goes to show why Rocky Helmet is so commonly used on Dondozo. Yeah, with that, Urshifu would have taken 3 Rocky Helmet chips and, yeah, maybe even been out at this rate. So definitely helps now that Roberto kind of adjusted his game plan into this type of Dondozo. And if you can land another round, as you were saying, another round of Surging Strikes plus Bleak Wind Storm might be enough to knock out Dondozo. We saw that Tornadus also outspeeds Dondozo, so it's really not that fast, even with the +2 speed.
Another Surging Strikes here. Roberto is going to be staying and was considering a switch out to another Pokemon there, but will be staying firm. But with the leftovers recovery, now Santiago's Dondozo may well be able to hang on through this onslaught. Here comes that that third Surging Strike. Now we turn our attention over to Tornadus. It's going to miss on the Tatsugiri, of course. But the Dondozo, is it going to be kept safe, or are we connecting? It's going to be missing on the Dondozo. That's huge for Santiago. That could be securing their ticket. A big wave crash into the Urshifu. It's resisted, but look at all of that damage. However, just like in the previous game, there will be that recoil damage to boot, softening up that Dondozo all the more. But what a crushing miss for Roberto.
Yeah, this time though, it's going to be really tough. I think maybe once again Santiago was going for the wave crash intentionally to potentially knock Dondozo out. But now we're at a very, very close range where Bleak Wind Storm might be enough for the knockout. But after a round of Protect, it's definitely not enough. Yeah. So if you can go for the Bleak Wind Storm this turn, knock out Dondozo, then Regidrago is free to go for Dragon Energy and also will knock out Tatsugiri in the same turn. Yeah. However, yeah, if Dondozo just goes for the Protect, then you're out of range. So I'm thinking maybe just going for the Tailwind and Dragon Energy is the safer one of the two options, because that way you guarantee that it will connect. You guarantee that you have Tailwind up for the next couple of turns. But yeah, ideally you would want to delay that a little bit further to maintain speed control for longer in the game.
So safe to set up the Tailwind here in the face of a Dondozo that is likely protecting for more leftovers recovery. And so, sure, Dragon Energy only has 8 PP, but Regidrago prefers to be here for a good time, not a long time. Hopefully we'll still have enough gas in the tank to be able to take care of Santiago's team. This is a better position for Roberto than it was in Game 1, even though we had the miss of the Bleak Wind Storm.
Yeah, and so now Roberto can take the time to swap out Tornadus. Since Tornadus will move before Regidrago, it doesn't really matter what it does, because, well, it's not enough to knock out Dondozo, and then the follow-up attack from Regidrago will knock out Dondozo either way. And so repositioning into this position where you have Regidrago and Indeedee on the field, Psychic Terrain is set up, and you can use that for later. I like the kind of defensive play, taking the time here to switch an Indeedee.
Right, that's going to be Dondozo down easily. And now, of course, Indeedee next to Regidrago can be redirecting it, can be going for Follow Me in the face of any single target moves. But we've already seen that Muddy Water on Tatsugiri. It's a spread move. You can't redirect it. It's going to be hitting both targets. You also have the Chi-Yu with Heat Wave, another spread move you can't redirect. But something like a Dark Pulse you certainly can. But Indeedee is certainly not going to appreciate taking one of those.
Dondozo down 3 Pokemon apiece. If Santiago wins this, he will move on to the top 4. So sending in another fish. One blue fish down, another one enters the battlefield. And now, though, you have the speed advantage over on Roberto's side. And if you can go for another Dragon Energy and Dazzling Gleam, this might be enough for a double knockout. However, like in the previous game, this Tatsugiri could go ahead and go for that Terra Steel.
Terra Steel, and it's also got the Choice Scarf, so it's acting faster than it would before. Going for a Dazzling Gleam would be so nice to break that Focus Sash on the Chi-Yu, meaning that a full-out Dragon Energy would get the KO, and this is going to be that Terra Steel, Marcus. However, even with the Terra Steel, Tatsugiri is certainly not the bulkiest of Pokemon. It still might go down to something like that, especially if there are any critical hits to speak of. The Earth Power call into the Tatsugiri, calling out that Terra Steel. Masterful from Roberto there. The one-hit KO, predicting the Terrestrialization. All of a sudden, Santiago is down to just the one fish, but can it grant Santiago's wish? And now you can break the Focus Sash with the Dazzling Gleam. Roberto is saying, I'm here. I don't want to keep Italy's hopes of a 6th consecutive regional level event win alive, as that Dark Pulse, of course, is enough to take care of the Indeedee. Now we're stepping on the gas, trainers.
What a big play there by Roberto. It was so risky, but it paid off, and now no more Terrestrialization, but Santiago can bring out Tornadus and match the Tailwind. So Santiago could set up Tailwind, go for a Dark Pulse, this time into Regidrago. However, well, Pokemon has so much HP, I think it might be able to take that hit, and then if you can withstand that, you can fire back with a Draco Meteor and Bleak Wind Storm combination. Maybe this is what, Roberto needs to do to come back into this game.
As long as the Bleak Wind Storm connects, and that is a big question, Marcus, as the responding Tailwind comes out from Santiago's side. That's going to be the connect on the Bleak Wind Storm. Fortunately, that Tornadus is treating its trainer much better this time around. The Dragon Pulse into the Regidrago is 22 HP. Is it going to flinch? No, it's not. The Dragon Energy in kind. Of course, the lower the HP bar, the less damage that move does. So really, Tornadus is the biggest damage dealer. Well, now the Regidrago has gone down. Once more, Roberto is relying on these Bleak Wind Storms connecting.
Wow, no Draco Meteor, no Earth Power, just the Dragon Energy, and Santiago calling that out with a Dark Pulse.
well, now Roberto certainly is on the back foot. Dark Pulse plus Bleakwind Storm should be enough to knock it out easily. I think you have to bank on a Bleakwind Storm miss here in this positioning.
Bleakwind Storm miss, and of course the Tailwind being stalled out over on the other side. That's going to be Dark Pulse. The Tornadus brought down to 17 HP, but the Bleakwind Storm connects, and that's it. Roberto Parente is out. Your winner of our second Masters Top 8 game is going to be Santiago Molina.
And the Spanish crowd, of course, supporting Santi over here. What a big win for him. Defeating Roberto Parente, who just finished top 4 at EYC with this same team. And in both games, it looked like Roberto was ready. But in the end, I think taking down this Dondozo just proved to be so difficult. And Santiago really trained Dondozo to be very, very bulky, especially on the special side. And yeah, with that, moving on to top 4, was Roberto the last Italian player in contention?
I was just wondering that, Marcus. I'm not sure. We had one other who made top cut. Whether they have now progressed through to the top 4 remains to be seen. But yeah, we could be totally rewriting the script here at the Seville Special Championships. Really fascinating decision by Roberto to go for that Dragon Energy when their back was against the wall and the Dark Pulse did so much damage there. Of course, didn't know that that's what Santiago had locked into. Something like a Draco Meteor to be able to just secure at least 1 KO, and then your Tornadus isn't so much under the thumb. But who knows what was going through their mind?
Yeah, no, then it's all down to Davide to maybe continue the streak of Italian winners. But yeah, let's have a look again at what went down here in the first game. Leading off with Regidrago just wasn't doing enough damage to Dondozo, and then once Iron Crown joined the field, finally with this wave crash, yeah, Bleakwind Storm, of course, missing, definitely played a role with that as well. But then, yeah, being down to Indeedee and Tornadus, that's not going to do it for Roberto. And this Terra Steel Tatsugiri stealing the show and taking game 1 for Santiago.
Urshifu was such a wonderful adaptation from Roberto heading into game 2. It's exactly the damage you need, adding up and up and up onto that Dondozo with all of those boosts. Again, game 2 went a whole lot better for Roberto, but left in the end game as they were with this Regidrago that took so much damage from the Dark Pulse. It just wasn't going to be enough, and look at that support from the crowd. This is Regidrago giving 1 for glory as Dondozo goes down. It was wonderful to see Roberto as well, calling out the Steel Terror on Tatsugiri, going for that Earth Power immediately into that slot. That's the kind of play you need to make in order to have that decisive advantage. But at the end of the day, it was Santiago Molina of Spain, proving that on home turf, Spain could well be the champion.
Yeah, and then in the end, yeah, it was that Chiyu we were talking about before the game, but it never really came down to this Chiyu versus Iron Crown kind of stand down. Instead, yeah, Chiyu was mostly facing down Indeedee and facing down Regidrago and Tornadus, but yeah, proving to be a little bit too difficult to knock out. And yeah, with that, that concludes our top 8 games. And wow, now only 4 players are left. I think maybe some games are still going on, but wow, it's always amazing at this stage of the tournament. We started with 600. We've had narrowed it down to 12 when the top cut phase began, and now there's going to be only 4 players remaining, and Santiago Molina is going to be one of them.
Going to be one of them, and cannot wait to see who else will be joining them in those top 4. We just had the winner of that previous game, Samuel Pereira, so that is at least 2 Spanish players who have secured their spot, but who will it be joining them? You'll be finding out very shortly, trainers, and then all of a sudden, Marcus, 4 will become 2, and then 2 will, of course, become 1, not to quote the Spice Girls.
And then at the end of the day, we will have a new champion. Neither player who is still left in this tournament has won a regional level event before, so one of them is going to fulfill their dream today of becoming a Pokemon champion. Isn't that fantastic?
Oh, it's wonderful. And of course, the final event of Regulation Set F, or one of them, because of course we have an event over in South Africa happening right now. So we'll see how that one shapes up as well before we revisit Regulation Set I, and then, of course, the advent of Pokemon Champions coming soon as well. To be able to claim the final championship in a particular format, that feels extra special, I think.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think with how the circuit is set up, like, of course, we are moving from one format to another every now and then. But
in hindsight, I guess, in history, it doesn't really matter that much in which format you won. It just matters that you did, right? And this is what the players are going for. Training, preparing, whatever format is the current one. And yeah, someone that was able to prepare really well and do really well is Santiago. And he's now ready to spill a couple of his secrets about what was going on through his head in that set. So let's hear it for an interview with our winner of this round.
We have got our remaining semi-finalists to complete the quartet. Santiago Molina in what was an incredible show that we had just on stream now. My friend, how are you feeling? You're in the semi-finals.
I feel very happy, first of all, because this makes me sure that I'm going to Worlds. I am very happy also because I didn't expect to make this result. And I am also very happy because I could play well in the stream, because I tend to become very nervous in this situation, and I play really, really well.
I could not tell, and I don't think a lot of people could, because you did an incredible job. You had a lot of calmness to your plays, and you kind of knew exactly what you needed to do, and there were a couple of back and forths in that game. So going up against Roberto's team, as well as Roberto themselves, what was your thought process? Just going for the usual safe lead that we've discussed yesterday as well? Chiyu Dondozo?
The matchup was very, I will not say it hard, but it's like very difficult because we both have a lot of damage.
Yes.
So I need to get if Regidrago is going to terrestrialize or no. And the lead is always the same. I think that Chiyu covers very well all of the things that he can do. Because if he makes Urshifu, I can just play the Dojo mode early in the match. So I think that I was happy because even if I don't like this matchup, it was something that it was playable. So I think that that was nice.
Were you surprised to see the Iron Crown being brought in game one?
Not really. I expect Ogerpon, but I think that Crown is a good pick also. I was more surprised by seeing the Draco energy in the last game.
Yes.
Because I expected Draco, and I was like, well, we are going into game three.
Yeah.
And I was really, really happy.
Yeah, it was very close, right? Because it could have gone either way. But like we said, game two, Roberto switched it up, brought that Urshifu as a lead. And there were options of maybe going for Rain Dance, just to focus on the Dondozo or whatnot. But you were able to sort of sail that through. So like you mentioned, that could have changed things. If it did come to a game three, what would you make any adaptations or just stick with the same Pokemon you brought?
I will play the same lead. And I think that I might bring... also, I could bring Dragonite lead because Dragonite is very bad against Iron Crown and Indeedee, but it's great against all the picks that he has.
Yeah.
So I saw like he's going to bring Ogerpon because he didn't have a lot of great results with Crown, or he have problems, or indeed he doesn't do a lot of things. I think that if he doesn't pick that and I pick Dragonite, I win in the spot.
Yeah, I mean, that sounds like you had it thought out, of course, and you've done it. You've done it, Santi. The crowd was going wild for you as well. They're absolutely happy. They're one more step to having one of the major events now covered by a Spanish trainer. We know that Italy has been on a bit of a riot with 5 consecutive wins. You're going to have to see how that unfolds, who else has progressed into the semifinals. But we're going to give you an opportunity to go and get some rest, prep up for semifinals. So before we do you have any shout-outs or anything you'd like to share as well to anybody home or here in the venue?
First of all, thanks to Poke Alex and Sekian, because I want to thank them the day before, but I was very nervous and I forgot. To my brother that is seeing me now, to my mother that supports me a lot even if I am not the best player all the time, and to all my friends that have supported me, like for example George.
Well, right now, you are one of the 4 best players throughout this weekend. We're going to have to see how it unfolds. Previous EUIC Senior Top 4. What's next for Santiago Molina? With that being said, thank you so much, Santi. And we'll be back very shortly with our semi-finals.
So I think what makes the difference between a great trainer and other trainers is consistency and persistence. I think the amount of time you put into the game makes a lot of difference. And actually today that's reflecting on my score. So I didn't put as much time as needed. So now I'm out of the day 2. So persistence throughout the years, and sometimes there's some setbacks that will happen, and we will feel pretty down. But to keep at it and to not give up, I think that's the way, and that's what makes a difference.
I would say that making a great Pokemon trainer would be someone who practice with friends, help build and everything. Just practice, practice, practice.
I think the good Pokemon trainer is someone who really knows their Pokemon, really gets around with them. He's also in VGC. Just by practicing a lot with my Pokemon, I know them through and through, and that's how I win the games.
Para ser un buen entrenador tienes que estudiar mucho, mantenerte constante en el meta y divertirte con tus amigos, que es lo principal.
I think the most important thing is practice, because without practice you cannot go anywhere. And of course, I think second comes passion. Because even though you're the best player, if you don't have passion for the game, if you don't train every day, you will not win. So that's what it takes for winning.
Yo pienso que para ser un buen entrenador, la habilidad de adaptarse a cualquier situación es muy importante.
Para ser un buen entrenador Pokémon, considero que es importante la resiliencia y ser constante. Aunque hayan días malos, días buenos, seguir intentándolo, nunca rendirse. Solamente así se consigue el éxito.
I think if you just like play with the things that you like, play with the friends that you like, use like strategies that work for you and you think is the best, no matter what anyone tells you, I think that's what makes you a good Pokemon trainer.
Para ser bom treinador, precisa treinar seu Pokémon e pegar muitos Pokémons muito raros, até os míticos, e cuidar de Pokémon muito bem.
My name is Simon van der Borgt, also known as Schmon, and I am a VGC player, organizer, judge, anything you want really, because I love VGC that much. But next to VGC, I also play TCG, I play a little bit of Pokemon GO as well, I dabbled in Pokken as well, but ultimately I do prefer VGC. When people are talking to me about judging, I always try to tell them about how happy it does make you to be able to provide something for other people, because in the end that makes me a very happy person. And you get great experiences at regionals where judges make jokes with you, you're happy to see them again, and it's fun to be able to see judges, players, and even staff again, time and time again, and say hi as if you're honestly one big Pokemon family. Typically, for judges at locals, it is a bit more fun where players come to you and tell you about their games, what went well, what went wrong, did they make a mistake, and then you can actually try and think with them and you can try and help them improve, which is a really great feeling. And even at regional level, that can also happen, where a lot of players do want to talk to you and want to talk about their last game, and where you're just able to provide input without having a competitive mindset, so you're just the ultimate backup to them. The reason I think I spend a lot of time on Pokemon is because I, at its core, just really love playing Pokemon. I love playing the TCG, I love playing Pokemon GO, I love playing VGC, I love all of these games, and Pokemon has been by my side since I was young, and it's still by my side, and I love absolutely being able to introduce people time and time again to Pokemon and seeing their face lit up as well with the amount of enjoyment that they have. So I just love Pokemon.
Marcus, I feel like it's my birthday. It could not be more exciting here at the Seville Special Championships. We've reached top 4. I am Charlie Merriman. I'm merry by name and merry by nature, and I'm joined by Marcus Harmon. This tournament is coming to a wrap very swiftly, Marcus, and the excitement just does not keep on coming.
Yeah, we're in the top 4. This is where it absolutely counts. This is where players play for a spot in the grand finals. They have already confirmed that they will be going home with a medal. They will be going home with a lot of booster packs. And of course, anyone who has made it that far wants to make it one step further and make it into that finals. Let's have a look at the bracket.
Okay, Samuel Pereira versus Stephen Van. I'm aware you are familiar with Marcus, so I look forward to hearing more about that momentarily. And then Santiago Molina going up against Juan Nunez. And Juan is not a player that I think we've been able to feature very much on stream so far this weekend. But anything you know about Juan?
Well, it's done. It's done. Davide... well, we never cheer, of course, when someone goes down. I'm not cheering. I'm just saying an Italian player will not win this event. So for the first time this season, we will have someone not from Italy, win an event. That's a first.
Goodness me, yeah. That was the unfolding storyline of this season, but no more Italians left in the Seville Special Championships. Of course, he could well be one of these Spanish players, but Marcus, we're about to see Stephen Van.
Yes.
Stephen Van, a fellow German player?
Yeah, so Steven, we will see Steven against Samu Pereira up next. And Steven is actually a player who has played the game in back in the day. And when I say back in the day, I'm not talking about like, oh yeah, he was playing like 2021. No. Steven is a player who has played in 2013.
Wow.
And yeah, so that's like, yeah, many years ago, over 10 years ago. And just very recently, I think it was Birmingham Regionals where I ran into him. And he was like, hey, like, how are you doing? And I was like, well, nice to meet you. Well, who are you again? And he was like, oh yeah, you remember from back in the day? And I was like, oh wow, no, wow, that is quite the time jump. But he was saying that, yeah, he's just feeling it and he wanted to get back into it. And of course, now is a good time as ever to start playing Pokemon again. In Stuttgart, he already showed his potential with a top 128, but now he's starting to kind of confirm what he's able to do. Back in 2013, a top 8 at the German National Championships back then. And now in the top 4 here in Seville. What a story.
Absolutely, and what a team. This is a team that a lot of trainers have had their eyes on, and it's going to be fascinating to see how it matches up into Samuel's own, but we'll take a look at that in just a moment. So do you know, is Steven someone who went away from the game and then came back to it, or is he playing all that time?
Yeah, well, I don't know for sure if he was playing or following casually, but he was definitely not attending tournaments like he is now. Oh. But now he's like, he's not doing like a lighthearted comeback. I think he was like lit on fire again in a way where he was like, oh wow, like this is actually so much fun. So I'm not only going to maybe like Stuttgart in Germany, but yeah, I really want to compete. I want to travel and play in more tournaments again. And yeah, it's all led to this now on the big stage, sitting across one of the home favorites here, Samu Pereira, with a lot of following, but there is Steven. And yeah, you can see it. He's like, well, it's been a while. How's everyone doing? Looks a little bit different from back then. But yeah, across from him is sitting Samu with the great Tusk, one of the best players in Spain at the moment. And yeah, he's showing why.
Absolutely. Stephen, how incredible it would be if Stephen was to take this championship away from a Spanish player. And you said there, Marcus, that, you know, they're coming back with that fire lit, wanting to do well, and what a way to cement yourself as one of the top trainers right now. Samuel Pereira, EUIC top 64 just a month ago, the Europe International Championships, now looking for that first major win. Stephen, of course, yes, got regional top 128, as we saw, a very recent achievement, but will that legacy experience stretching all the way back to 2013 also stand Stephen in good stead?
Yeah, definitely good to have that experience, but yeah, Samu has shown on stream here in Seville what he's capable of doing with this particular team. The great Tusk, big talk of the tournament, now here in top 4. Yeah, supported by Tornadus. Those two really make a fantastic duo. The Tailwind and Sunny Day moves to support great Tusk as best as possible. And then also the other pieces really shining in the sun. Ogerpon, the Incineroar also dealing significant damage there with Assault Vest. and allowing it to invest a little bit more in its attack stat.
And Fluttermane as well, of course, benefiting from the photosynthesis. Golden Go here too, which isn't going to appreciate the heightened damage in the sun, but it's a nice way to deal with some of those opposing, for example, Fluttermanes.
Yeah, Golden Go I don't think we saw in some of the stream games that this team was featured in, but yeah, it's there for some very specific matchups, I would imagine. And then as players are exchanging team sheets, this is where it counts, a firm handshake. And yeah, now we are off into team preview. Steven is having a look at the team, and this is the team that he will be bringing. Also a Fluttermane, but this one has that Thunder Wave. Not really something that we saw throughout the stream so much. And then, yeah, I think it's a team that has seen some success in a little bit of a different combination. I don't actually think I've seen those exact same 6 Pokemon. Because usually when you see a Qianpao, usually there is an Urshifu lurking in there somewhere. But with this version, actually the Qianpao is the start of the show, trying to use the Terra Stellar and just attacking. And then, yeah, Ogerpon maybe a little bit more of a supportive water type rather than the Urshifu.
Fascinating to see the Thunder Wave on this Fluttermane. It was the bane of many players earlier on in Regulations that if those full paralyses can go a really long way. And is it something that Steven will be investing in here? Well, Thunder Wave won't do anything against the opposing Great Tusk, this star of Samuel's team, because of course it is a native ground-type Pokemon, immune to all electric damage. All right then, trainers. The trainers are getting ready on stage to get locked into this game. Steven and Samuel, by this point, they're no strangers to the Pokemon scene. I wonder if they've met so far already in the tournament. I wonder if Steven is prepared for this Great Tusk. Probably not within their practice, but over the course of this tournament so far, quite possibly. Time is ticking down. They've got their teams locked in, and it's time to get going with our top 4 here at the Seville Special Championships. Everybody in the venue, make some noise for Steven Van versus Samuel Pereira. And we have the leads of Qianpao and Fluttermane going up against Tornadus and Fluttermane on Samuel's side.
Yeah, both players are ready to go fast. Fluttermane and Qianpao, 2 of the fastest Pokemon in this format, and even faster when that booster energy is going to boost the speed. But Samu is ready for this. Tornadus there, ready to set Tailwind. We've seen this lead from Samuel before. You can set up the Tailwind and then have that choice Specs Fluttermane dish out so much damage. So yeah, where do you want to go with this though? You could try and set up Tailwind to go for Dazzling Gleam, but that would not knock out either Pokemon. And then yeah, you are under a lot of pressure. Maybe Ice Spinner takes down Tornadus, and then Fluttermane over on the other side can also do some significant damage. So yeah, it's really already coming down to this important decision here on turn 1.
Turn 1 can be so crucial in Pokemon VGC, and Fluttermane doesn't want to have anything to do with it. Switching into the back and Raging Bolt coming in instead. Really bold switch there.
Bold switch, yeah.
In case of a Dazzling Gleam that would be super effective now against both targets. Of course, Qianpao holding the Focus Sash will be sticking around on the field no matter what. Going for the Terra Stellar. Steven ripping that already. Steven really stepping his foot onto the offensive gas here. But can this Qianpao connect its moves? Can it do what it's intending to? That's going to be the Tailwind. What move did Samuel lock into? Was it going to be a Dazzling Gleam? It's going to be the Shadow Ball. Great call here from Steven. Into this Raging Bolt. It's holding the Assault there, so we can take that so much better than it might do already. That's going to be the Stellar boosted Icicle Spinner, sorry, right into this Fluttermane, and it's going to be enough for the big one-hit KO.
Yeah, Steven investing the Terra there, expecting this Fluttermane to be bulky enough so that it could take Ice Spinner. And if we look in the back here, there's actually no Incineroar. So how do you even check the Qianpao here? You cannot intimidate it. But there it is. Star of the show, the Great Tusk on the field. And it's staring down on Raging Bolt. That's definitely kind of the positioning that you want. But it will be difficult to go up against that Qianpao. So are you thinking about going for a Terra Ghost? But that would leave yourself susceptible for Sucker Punch and Thunderclap if that is what Steven wants to go for. So a very crucial turn once more. Raging Bolt cannot protect. It's the Assault Vest set. But this Great Tusk really needs to do a lot of damage.
They say an elephant never forgets, but let's see if this Great Tusk is going to prefer to forget this game. You've got to fear the ground-type moves that Great Tusk can go for, running that Raging Bolt over on Steven's side. Steven already has the early advantage, but it's going to be switching out that Raging Bolt. Came in to take a hit, and now it's going to get in on out of there. And this is going to be the Landorus coming in here. Another Bolt switch, because this Great Tusk has access to Ice Spinner that would have been super effective into the Raging Bolt as well. That's going to be the Sunny Day now. That's going to be the Photosynthesis onto the Great Tusk, boosting up the attack stat. This Great Tusk is going to be hitting oh so hard. That's going to be the Earthquake. It's going to be bringing down this Chien Pao oh so low. And of course, the Landorus immune. It's got the Focus Ash anyway, but it's going to be the Ice Spinner now, super effective into this Great Tusk. It's able to hang on. It's a Pokemon with a huge physical defensive stat.
Yeah, once again, Steven showing that he is ready to make those switches and take those risks. Time and time again now, calling out Samu's move very, very well. And yeah, stalling out these Tailwind turns. Chien Pao still on the field, now threatening a Sucker Punch. I don't know. With Sucker Punch, yeah, with the Terra Stella boost, I think it might be enough to knock out the Great Tusk from this range. Very, very tough. But with Terrestrialization already committed from Steven, and if you look at the rest of his team, yeah, you can go for some Ice-type moves, for example. Landorus won't be able to Terra out of that. So, yeah, if Samu can find a couple of turns to establish a positioning, then Steven's team might kind of crumble under the pressure.
I love the way Steven's playing this, though. Really going all in on that offense. That looked like a friend ball Ogerpon for the style points. Joining the fray as well. Chien Pao is going to be keeping itself safe this particular turn. The sun is beaming down, and that's also going to be boosting the firepower of this Ogerpon half flame in the back. Just going to be the double protect to stall out this sunny day.
Yeah, this was a great turn, though, for Samu. Switching in Ogerpon means that now he has offensive pressure, and Sucker Punch is not going to be a KO on either target. And yeah, you can go for example, for Bleakwind Storm and Ivy Cudgel into that Landorus slot. That would guarantee a knockout onto the Chien Pao as long as Bleakwind Storm hits. And then also would do a ton of damage into the other slot. Landorus could try and swap out into that Raging Bolt potentially, but maybe you want Raging Bolt around actually for later on for some Thunderclaps. Or, yeah, maybe you are fine giving up a Pokemon in this spot, but since you just double protected and both could go down, I think we're looking at a big turn for Samu.
Steven is going to be switching out that Chien Pao. It's only got a bit of HP, but it can still battle. As Raging Bolt is going to be joining in its place instead. Activating the Photosynthesis thanks to the sunny day set up by the Tornadus, benefiting from the opponent's play. Now time for the responding Terrestrialization over on Samuel's side of the field. The choice will be this Ogerpon. Its mask is going to be shining brilliantly on the field right now, trainers. It's going to get a boost to its attack, and you've already augmented the firepower thanks to the sunny day. This Ogerpon means business. Samuel sees the hyper offense from Steven's end and wants to match it. Here comes a massive Ivy Cudgel. It's going to direct straight into this Landorus. Can it take it? It's going all the way down. Yet another one-hit KO.
And Tornadus will follow up with a Bleakwind Storm. Does connect, but yeah, with Assault Vest and the resistance, not a lot of damage on Raging Bolt. Speed Drop doesn't really matter at this point. And I think, yeah, both players kind of expected the turn to go like this. Steven was ready to give up Landorus, and this shows just how good the switch from Great Tusk into Ogerpon really was for Samu, as now Steven is forced to kind of switch in his Flutter Mane, which will benefit from the sun here. Booster Energy was already down, but now, yeah, you can just go for attacks. There's no protect over on Steven's side, and I wonder, yeah, I wonder what can be done here from his end.
Steven is looking to try and claim this victory after such a decisive start in this match. And yet, the problem is, Samuel has so much offense that they can now threaten Steven right back with. The sun is still beaming down. This is such a faster-paced game than we might expect with a Raging Bolt matchup in Regulation Set F, but it's getting the adrenaline flowing. I know you can feel it at home as well. As the time ticks down, 5, 4, 3,
Gotta make a decision.
In order for Samuel to lock in that move, there is that Tailwind. The speed boost is very much over on Samuel's court. And now the Ogerpon get off another massive Ivy Cudgel into the Raging Bolt. How much is it going to do? Do we have a crit? Maybe it's not even important. It's going to be enough for the KO. Not very effective. I laugh in the face of that. As long as you're getting the KO, that's all that matters. That's going to be the responding Thunder Wave, though. If Steven wants to get back into this game, this is a wonderful way to go about it. Flutter Mane can make sure, hopefully, that the Pokemon on Samuel's side of the field cannot move.
Yeah, crucial Thunder Wave there for Steven. However, now, looking at this board, Tailwind is set up again. And so, yeah, this Tornadus is the fastest Pokemon on the field. Could go ahead, go for Bleakwind Storm, and then Ogerpon can follow up. So, yeah, Steven could try and protect Chien Pao on this turn, but then you would need a hope for this Ogerpon to be paralyzed. So instead, it might be better. Maybe it's the best chance that Steven has to hope for a Bleakwind Storm miss.
Could it be the case? You never want to see any of your moves missing in Pokemon VGC, but sometimes it's exactly the out you need. And you know what they say, you need a little bit of luck to win one of these tournaments. Chien-Pao's once again going to be stalling out. It's only 2 Pokemon remaining for Steven. That Moonblast, its booster energy, not Choice Specs, of course, and with the Photosynthesis activated, that's going to be the Bleak Windstorm, protected from the Chien-Pao. It's going to connect with the Fluttermane. It's going to be good for a little bit of chip. Do we have a speed drop on this Fluttermane? No, we do not. The Ogerpon is going to be fully paralyzed. This is exactly it. This is step 1 for Steven here. And that's the sun going back behind the clouds.
Yeah, this is absolutely what Steven needed, because now Tornadus is in KO range of a Terra Stellar Sucker Punch potentially. So, yeah, will Ogerpon try and go for a follow me here potentially? But if you can land that Sucker Punch and knock out Tornadus, then you need one more paralysis on Ogerpon. But yeah, it's definitely much more doable than it looked like the turn before.
And yet Steven was off to such a decisive start. This is exactly why Thunderwave was the bane of trainers at the start of Regulation Set F, and I'm thrilled that we get to see it come in now at the end.
Oh,
that's going to be the
wow
again. The Chien-Pao is going to be dodging it. Steven seems to be the one with 9 lives here, and you get the speed drop onto the Fluttermane. It's going to be the Chien-Pao moving next. That's the Sacred Sword into the Ogerpon. Can this Ogerpon move? Will it be fully paralyzed? It can move. It gets that Ivy Cudgel off. That could be curtains for Steven in this game 1 of top 4. That's Fluttermane down. It's now just a Chien-Pao with its Focus Sash broken remaining against 3 Pokemon on Samuel's side.
Yeah, Bleak Windstorm giveth Bleak Windstorm, take it away with that miss on one target, but then you get the speed drop on Fluttermane. So crucially, this paralyzed Ogerpon in Tailwind is able to outspeed it and go for the knockout. Now, with only the Chien-Pao left, surely there must be a way for Samu to close it this game.
Well, just going to be the Protect from the Tornadus, but this, of course, also buys both trainers valuable thinking time heading into the next one. That was an attempted Sucker Punch there. It looked like potentially into the Tornadus. Yeah, here comes that Ivy Cudgel. That's going to be the Chien-Pao down. Steven Van has lost this first game. They're going to have to win the next game in order to stay in contention to be our Seville champion. Samuel Pereira, on home turf, Spanish player, has claimed game 1.
Okay, I'm sure Samu needs to breathe a little bit after this one. Definitely very, very exciting. Steven showing that he is ready to make some reads there with that Terrestrialization on Chien-Pao on turn 1, swapping out Fluttermane. Definitely some unconventional choices there, but they were paying off in the first couple of turns. But then it was Samu who really was able to find a position, predicts the double protect, brings in Ogerpon, and then with that pressure, nets the KO on Landorus. And then, yeah, just not enough protects because the Assault Vest, Raging Bolt, and the Fluttermane over on Steven's side do not carry protect. So no chance to stall out Tailwind in any way. And yeah, Samu then carrying that momentum over. Whew, yeah. I think the Great Tusk definitely showed why it is so great. Luring in a lot of pressure, and it just needs a lot of attention there over from Steven's side. Yeah, it's hard to say what he would need to do here. Maybe Ogerpon could be a Pokemon to bring, but then there's the Sunny Day over on Samu's team to really shut down those water-type attacks.
Yeah, it's really tough. Let's not forget that Samuel Pereira was the trainer that was able to remove the only undefeated player in the tournament, Anthony Christopher Manalash. 12-0, and Samuel Pereira saw their demise. Are they now going to see the demise of another veteran trainer in Steven Van? It's game 2, everybody! That's Fluttermane and that's Chien-Pao coming out for Steven. Here comes a Fluttermane in kind coming out from Samuel's side of the field alongside Tornadus once more.
Yeah, so the same situation like in the previous game. Let's remind ourselves what happened last time. So it was Tailwind Shadow Ball into Fluttermane for Samu, and then we saw this Terra Stellar Ice Spinner aimed at Fluttermane to knock it out right away, and Fluttermane over on Steven's side switched out into Raging Bolt. So this is something that both players will keep in mind now. Do you want to lock into Shadow Ball once again? I mean, we know that Samu ended up winning this game, even though it didn't look that great from turn 1. And once again, Fluttermane will leave the field.
Oh my goodness me, if Samuel has gone for a Dazzling Gleam here or a Fairy-type move, but this time it's going to be the Incineroar joining the fray instead of the Raging Bolt. Goodness, that was such an intimidating move that we saw on game 1. And speaking of intimidate, that's exactly what Incineroar is dropping on the field. There's that Tailwind. This Fluttermane can still deal massive damage in this situation, and it is the Dazzling Gleam. It's going to be breaking that Focus Sash well and truly on the Chien Pao. Nice to break that much earlier in this game, so Samuel can try and press the advantage. That's going to be the Icicle Spinner now. Connecting into Tornadoes, super effective, and that is a key piece for Samuel from game 1, down and out already with the one-hit KO.
Yeah, we saw this Tornadoes take a lot of physical moves previously. I think it might have taken an Icicle Crash earlier, but now going down to this Ice Spinner, a little bit lower base power, but maybe this is an Adamant Chien Pao, so Samu there being a little bit annoyed about that, but well, he was able to get in a lot of damage with Dazzling Gleam and now can send in the Great Tusk. Terra Ghost would be an option to avoid any fake out, but yeah, I think in this matchup you probably don't want to Terra until you absolutely need to. This Flutter Mane though, looking strong with the Dazzling Gleam, could also go ahead and launch the Terra Fairy, but then you need to watch out for a fake out play into that Pokemon. So yeah, if Samu can get this turn right, I think he can have a big lead going into the end game. But do you wanna risk it, or do you want to play it safe, maybe go for like a Protect and switch into Ogerpon?
It'd be wonderful to see Great Tusk go ahead and win the Seville Special Championships, but of course Steven is going to do everything in their power to prevent that massive surprise to all of us heading into this weekend, going ahead and turning into a reality. Steven is taking all the time they can to lock into their moves, because of course if they lose this game, that's it. Their tournament dreams are dashed. Samuel Pereira now switching out. Ogerpon joining the fray instead. That Half-Flame mask gleaming all red and making Steven see red as well. Now time for that terrestrialization. Which of these Pokemon will get all crystalline? It's going to be the Incineroar, the Feline, going for its Terra Ghost. It will no longer be taking any damage from normal type moves. It, of course, is now softened up to Shadow Ball that the Flutter Mane can go for on Samuel's end, and it won't be taking super effective damage from Great Tusk ground moves either. That'll be the fake out, though, into the Ogerpon slot for Samuel, and now that would have been the Great Tusk going for Ice Spinner into the Chien Pao, but keeping itself safe.
Yeah, wow, so Steven was willing to go for that big gamble and go for fake out into the Ghost-type Flutter Mane, but yeah, it was the play we were talking about, Flutter Mane switching out into Ogerpon, just Samu saying, okay, I can play this a little bit safer, and then Steven also going for the Protect just to stall out Tailwind. Tornadus is already down, so if Steven can manage to make it through the next couple of turns without taking too much damage, then maybe there is a world where he can kind of outspeed the Pokemon over on Samu's side. Yeah, a very unconventional play there, going for the Protect and Fake Out, but maybe it's working out here because this was the only way to guarantee that he didn't lose a Pokemon that turn.
Unconventional plays are the name of top cut games like this. This is going to be Raging Bolt joining the field here while it can. Have a Great Tusk will, of course, be threatening with big ground-type damage, and this is going to be Ogerpon once more going for its terrestrialization. The mask is looking grumpy on the field, but it could be propelling Samuel to a very happy victory indeed. There comes that attack boost from the terrestrialization, and Ogerpon is all ready to go with a big Ivy Cudgel. The sun isn't in the sky this time, but Incineroar isn't resisting it this time, and that's going to be the Incineroar down for Steven. It's 3 Pokemon now apiece, and that's the terrestrialization option down and out as well. So that's the Ogerpon going for its move, and now we turn our attention over to this Great Tusk. The Ice Spinner is still super effective, albeit not boosted by the native ground typing, but it's still enough to bring Raging Bolt down to half HP. Physical damage is what you want in the face of this Raging Bolt, holding the Assault Vest. Here comes the Chien Pao now, brought down to its Focus Sash. 1 HP though, it's infinitely more than 0.
Yeah, Chien Pao back on the field. Last turn of Tailwind, so I would be very surprised if this wasn't a Protect coming out here from Chien Pao. But there isn't really much that Samu can do to maybe try and reposition here. You could try and maybe bring in the Flutter Mane on this Protect on Chien Pao. However, you know that Raging Bolt cannot Protect because it has Assault Vest. So you kind of need to go for the KO onto Raging Bolt. And yeah, I think Spiky Shield Earthquake, that's one way to do it, because that also covers if in the off chance this Chien Pao decides to go for an attack, then you would also knock it out. So yeah, I like the play here by Samu.
Okay, yeah, so the Spiky Shield coming out from the Ogerpon, any incoming physical move or contact move would be dealing damage in response, but yeah, of course, the Chien Pao also going for its Protect here. That with the Thunderclap, perhaps, that was attempted into the Ogerpon, and the attempted Earthquake. So just protecting all round, but of course, this Raging Bolt cannot protect from this Earthquake, holding the Assault Vest here. So it's going to be big old damage, and Steven is looking pretty hot under the collar here. Brought down to their final 2 Pokemon. Pokemon. It's just going to be the Fluttermane and this Chien-Pao. 3 Pokemon remaining for Samuel, but let's not forget as well that, of course, the Chien-Pao is brought down to just 1 HP.
Yeah, Steven now forced to bring in Fluttermane. Well, the one thing that Steven has going for him is the fact that Tailwind is over. He has his 2 fastest attackers on the field. Against Great Tusk, not the fastest, and Ogerpon also not the fastest. However, this Ogerpon cannot only attack, but it can also support Follow Me for the redirection, and I think this is going to be it.
That's going to be that Thunder Wave into the Ogerpon there. Again, just Steven playing to their outs. As long as Ogerpon can't move, then it could be the case that Steven could come back and win, but you can't paralyze the Great Tusk. That's going to be the Ice Spinner. Not very effective, but of course, that's just all Steven can do in this situation. The Headlong Rush, it's enough to claim the KO onto the Fluttermane. Samuel is looking like this is on lock. And Marcus, I'm sorry to say it, but your friend from all the way back in the day, looks like this is where their journey through the Seville Special Championships ends, with this 1 HP Chien-Pao, but how well they've played, and it's wonderful to see this trainer make a comeback. Just 1 Ice Spinner for glory now. Super effective into the Great Tusk. We saw it take it before. This time, it will be getting the KO. Big 1-hit knockout. What's going to be bigger is this response from the Ogerpon. 1 Ivy Cudgel, 1 HP, 1 dream. Please give a warm welcome to your first finalist here in Seville, Samuel Pereira!
You can see it. He's absolutely ecstatic there. The crowd is going wild, and Samu has done it, overcoming Steven in this matchup, showing once again why Great Tusk deserves to be on the team. And yeah, very fittingly there, dishing out so much damage with that Headlong Rush, getting the knockout on Fluttermane. And Ogerpon, well, there was one turn in the first game where Ogerpon was not feeling like moving, but then when it really mattered, it was able to get in those Ivy Cudgels and Follow Me's. And yeah, what a run though by Steven as well, coming back to the game after so many years and now going home with a medal.
Marcus, if you told me before Seville that we'd have a Great Tusk in the grand finals of our last Regulation Set F event, I would have legitimately told you you're lying, as fantastic as VGC as you are. But here we are, we live in that world. Are we all just living in Samuel Pereira's world, or will the finalists they go up against, whoever wins this next game we're going to show you, be the one to take it all home? You know you don't want to move a muscle. And yes, of course, in the end game there, because we went for the Headlong Rush with the Great Tusk, it softened itself up with its defenses, so it couldn't take the Ice Spinner, whereas it could in that first game.
Yeah, Great Tusk really showing how great it is. One of the favorites in Regulation Set C, but then falling out of fashion a little bit, or B, and C, I guess, but then not really used that much after that, but yeah, showing what it can do here in the top 4. Steven, game 1, going for this big KO, but at what cost? Terra Stella was committed, and this allowed Samu to get into this positioning here with Ogerpon. And yeah, no protects available for Steven that turn, and such a big KO on the Landorus, and then also following it up with another KO on Raging Bolt despite that resistance.
It's really cool as well to see the Ogerpon Half-Flame be such a key piece for Samuel in this matchup and in this team as a whole. The talk of the town was Ogerpon Wellspring earlier on in Regulation Set F, but trainers realizing that no, I do want a little bit more offense, and so Ogerpon Half-Flame is rising to the fore for Samuel. So this is Steven 1 game down here, even though the start of game 1 seems so promising. Having to go for the Terra Ghost on the Incineroar in order to get around the ground type damage that Great Tusk could deal. But the hero of this for me was the hero of Kid Akami, this Ogerpon Half-Flame mask. And slowly but surely, Samuel made sure that the victory, the medal, that finalist position, and it could be champion position, was theirs.
Yeah, and Great Tusk with those last couple of KOs. Raging Bolt going down, Fluttermane going down. Yeah, in the end, Great Tusk also was sent back to its trainer, but Ogerpon finishing the match in style with that Terra Fire Ivy Cudgel. And with this, Samu Pereira has done it. Was it top 8 or top 16 last year here in Seville?
It was top 8 last year in Seville, yeah.
Best finish from them so far, and now he is in the grand finals and doing it with a team that no one else has seen before this event. He was saying he was preparing this with a couple of friends. We saw Gabriel yesterday also using that same team, advancing to phase 2, but it is Samu Pereira making it all the way into the grand finals.
Incredible scenes, and a Spaniard is there. Can it be a Spanish champion here at the Seville Special Championships? In fact, I believe it's only Spanish players left in the tournament now, so that home turf advantage coming in clutch. Unfortunately, we won't be able to hear from Samuel there, even though they've got that great task making other teams a pure husk. But that means that we'll be able to bring you our next top 4 match all the sooner. So, Marcus, I need a breather. I think you might need a breather as well after the intense action there. We'll see you back here in T-minus a couple of minutes. Grab the snacks, grab the beverages, but do not miss a minute of the action. Come back and join us here in Sevilla.
Welcome to the 2023 Pokemon World Championships.
世界最高峰のバトルがこの日本で行われているのが、とても信じられないというか、こういった舞台をすごく今楽しんでて。
It's been an incredible experience. They're going all out for this world.
The opening ceremony with the drums. Like everything was beating, my whole body was into it.
You've seen the show, you've seen the decoration, everything. Like it's definitely worse in Japan. Like it's everything I wanted it to be.
So exciting just to walk down the street and see all your favourite Pokemon everywhere, and to watch your children's faces as well when they light up as they see everything. Pokemon just brings such joy to everyone's lives when it's things like this. It's amazing.
Altaria, there's only some health left on the Azumarill, and its accent is going to be able to Shadow Claw down, and he will become the 2023 Pokemon GO World Champion!
It's Accent, the most decorated Pokemon GO player in history!
No. Are we there? Are we there? There's a second energy recycler we're waiting for. Now we can attack with the Kyogre. Aqua Storm is going to do so much damage. It's going to take out those bench Pokemon. And Xiao Tong'an is your Junior Division World Champion.
Pumpkin Pit! Pumpkin Pit can discard the stadium. There's a Lumineon V that can search out boss's orders. Bring up the Arceus V. Gabriel Fernandez is your Seniors Division World Champion here in Yokohama, Japan.
He's got a ton of cards in hand. Power Tablet. Vance is playing quickly. Does he have the pieces? Switch card. Moving the Mew VMAX into the active spot. And Boss's Orders brings up the Zacian V. Vance Kelly, the 2023 Pokemon TCG World Champion!
Out here, it's only really got that Pollen Puff or the Clear Smile, but it gets the knockout. Sora Evisara is your 2023 Pokemon World Champion. Now, Arcanine's gonna avoid that, but Gastron survives. It's just a sliver of HP.
It's the Arcanine sled. That means Gastron gets an attack off. It should get a knockout here if it goes for Ice Beam. It's Angelia Amogus, that's down. It's a 3v1 now.
The battle is just canceled, and Tomoya Ogawa is your Seniors Division World Champion in Japan.
Get any secondary effects. So as Pollen Puff will take out the Chien-Pao, and all Michael Kelsch has remaining in this matchup is a sleeping Dragapult. Michael throws in the towel, and Shohei Kimura will be your 2023 Pokemon World Champion.
まだ実感が湧いていないです。ワールドチャンピオンになることは自分にとって目標でありました。チャンピオンになってめちゃくちゃ嬉しいです。
家族に恩を返せて、観客の人も盛り上がっていたので、僕的にもとても嬉しかったです。
It is crazy winning Pokemon Worlds, especially here in Japan. The atmosphere, it's unlike any other tournament I've ever been to.
It still hasn't really set in that it's real, but it's really exciting, and it was super cool seeing my friends in the audience, and it's been a great time.
我赢下世界锦标赛后，我非常兴奋，也觉得不可思议，也很感谢所有支持我的人。I'm feeling good to be a world champion. Something I'm gonna remember for a long time.
we are here. It's our second semi-finals before we have got the opportunity to see who is going to make it all the way through to the finals and get crowned as the Seville Special Champion here. Of course, in this gorgeous venue, beautiful city. I am Costa, this is Lee, and we are going to be providing you the final battle between these two trainers and see who makes it through to the next one.
Taking on Samuel, who's already guaranteed their spot in finals. I mean, what a way to do it, and taking that Great Tusks to the precipice, to the point where they are in reaching distance of that trophy. And you can take a look at the overview. Top 8 bracket here and the road that our trainers have went on so far. We've got up next Santiago, who we featured a little bit earlier on, and Juan Nunes, who we haven't had the pleasure of featuring on the broadcast yet, but it's going to be great to be able to showcase their talents up next against Santiago.
And I'm sure they won't mind it too much being able to be showcased in the top 4. What a way to go about it. First moment to appear on stream. Definitely what you want to see. And between both of these trainers, we have got Santi, which is also, you know, backed by a lot of the local support in the crowd. Absolutely phenomenal play. Previous EUIC top 4 in the seniors division. Now making such a huge accomplishment for himself and 2 sets away from potentially being crowned.
Yeah, Juan Nunes and Santiago, I think, are the 2 Spanish players here that said, no, we do not want another Italian player winning another regional. Both felling both Italians that were remaining in the top 8 and then coming out to face each other in one final battle.
Yeah, exactly that. And Juan, like we mentioned, we haven't been able to feature him as much as we would have liked this weekend, but this is it. This is the time. A couple of achievements as well that he's been able to go ahead and get in this very season. Top 32 at Lille Regional Championships, and over on the Grand Challenge side of things, a top 8 at the second one being held this season. So obviously not only having experience with open team sheet formats, but also the best of 1 closed team sheets. So you already know someone's really good when they are able to get accomplishments on both sides of those type of tournament styles.
Yeah, both tournaments, they're so different from one another. You know, the fundamentals are there, but you've really got to have a very deep understanding of the teams that you're playing and the format that you're playing in. And Juan obviously does have exactly that, and carrying it into this tournament this weekend, and what a team to do it with as well. So you can see a very similar one to the one that Zachary Weed had a great run, successful run in EUIC, taking it all the way to the finals there. So Juan replicating that, hoping to take it 1 step further, but in front of them is going to be Santiago. Not an easy opponent.
No, and an opponent that we have been able to feature a couple of times on stream as well, but Juan gonna be able to bring his own version of the heat, at least in the form of the Ode Upon Half-Flame, which you chose quite well today. Representing with that gorgeous pin, and I'm sure both of our trainers agree as they will be able to get into the action. They're on stage. We've got Santi on the left-hand side and Juan on the right. There must be a lot of thoughts running through their minds, but it's all about tempering not only your expectations, but your calmness, because right now, you know, you're 1 set away from potential glory, at least getting into the finals, although you just need to focus on the game ahead of you and your opponent.
Of course, and both of these players have got a lot of support here in the venue, as you've probably heard throughout the broadcast when Santiago's been on, and it is brilliant to hear, and I'm sure they've got a lot. So you can hear them now. Here's the crowd going wild for both of our players. But yeah, I think we've seen Santiago go up against a similar team with that match against Roberto, and how well Santiago kind of set themselves up there and was very composed, had the lines, knew exactly what they needed to do in that match. There is a variation on Juan's side. Don't have the Regidrago. They do have a Landorus with that choice band that could help break the lines a little bit. Do you bring it into this match against Dondoso? It feels very difficult to bring it in, but you do have other options as well, not just leaning into that Pokemon in particular.
Yeah, exactly that, and it's just a great tool to be able to not only go for all the damage, but the Intimidates could be quite crucial, as it is a Dondozo that is unaware as opposed to oblivious. And there we've got our trainers' accomplishments. Like we mentioned, 2024 UIC top 4 in the seniors division, has done an incredible job for himself, progressing through the couple of seasons as a Masters competitor. And then Juan, like we said, very recent developments in terms of strong form and play with achievements.
Well, once again, we can take a look at Santiago's team, and you can see it is made up of the Chi-Yu, the Tornadus, Dragonite, Glamora, the Dondozo, and the Tatsugiri. The time we might see the Glamora? Probably not. I think more so the Dondozo Tatsugiri has been a mode that Santiago's had so much success with and knows inside out, which we would expect maybe coming into this game. But that Chi-Yu has performed marvelously throughout this event so far.
Yeah, I think truly an MVP with discussions I've had with Santi as well. A very easy lead alongside that Dondozo, especially when you're up against the Psy-Spam core, which we've actually seen Santi go up against a couple of times now over this weekend, clearly having a good familiarity in terms of what to do with the initial board plays. Chi-Yu, astronomically huge value when it comes to this matchup against Juan's Psy-Spam core.
And especially with that item choice as well, the choice, the focus sash there, because I think, yeah, you get maybe one attack into it, but you've got that buffer, that security blanket almost, where your opponent has to commit to it twice to knock it out, and that can be maybe a little bit too much overextension sometimes. But here is Juan's team. We've got the Ogerpon Hearthflame, the Tornadus, the Urshifu, Landorus Therian, Indeedee, and the Iron Crown.
Yeah, Covert Cloak on the Tornadus, actually, with no Protect, Rain Dance instead. So that might actually change up a couple of matchups. Even though it's a small, detailed change, every single thing matters. Ogerpon is redirection option. You got the Urshifu with that choice scarf, which essentially allows yourself a bit more initial pivot placement against like the Chi and Powers of the world and whatnot. But coaching is such a cool utility tool on it.
Yeah, the coaching there, not something you see that often, but can be really useful, especially in some scenarios. Don't know how useful it will be in here, but I think one of the leads that Roberto led into Santiago was that Tornadus and the Urshifu, and I feel like that could be a strong option here for Juan. You've got the ability to set the rain up and then lean into that Surging Strikes after terastallizing.
As we've got the leads, make some noise, everybody. The Dondozo and Chi-Yu are back on the field, as they tend to have been this weekend. But versus Juan's Landorus Therian and the Tornadus Incarnate already has a mode of Earthquake being available, as well as the Intimidate drop on the Dondozo.
Yeah, you've got to be wary, though, about the instant switch out from the Chi-Yu to the Tatsugiri, the command ability activating, and that Dondozo sitting long and proud on the field, where it is going to get those boosts and put pressure immediately onto the Landorus with attacks like that Wave Crash. Yes, it has taken Intimidate, but it will get to +1 if that is the situation that unveils. And the Tornadus not in a spot right now. It can fire out Bleak Winds, but it's not doing the damage that you really want initially to get rid of that Dondozo if it does pair up with Tatsugiri.
Yeah, Chi-Yu swimming away back into its Pokeball, as we do have the good old-fashioned Tatsugiri switching in with its stead. Now, Commander boost with the Omni increase of stat stages +2 across all fronts, excluding, of course, evasion and accuracy with the Dondozo, but most importantly, right now, we don't yet have confirmation of any sort of terastallizations coming to the fore. It's just going to be the Icy Wind, ensuring the speed advantage is in Juan's favor, especially because you don't need to rely on Tailwind just yet. It's just going to be good old-fashioned Teromoto. In other words, that Earthquake. Dealing a bit of a very respectable chip damage there, bringing it down to about 80% of HP as we get the order up now set up. Having a +3 Dondozo is such a great piece in order to command presence.
Yeah, it is, and it's going to be a bit more of a presence now after that order up, of course. And the Icy Wind really useful now, getting rid of those speed boosts that commander ability does give it. So only +1. Another one of those will take it back down to neutral, and then you can start moving your pieces around a bit more if you're Juan into places where they are going to be able to supersede the Dondozo, hit it before it is able to act.
Ooh, as the female Indeedee now joining the fray with the Psychic Terrain being laid onto the field. Another Icy Wind coming out, really trying to hone in on the fact that you want to be able to make sure your threats in the back can definitely outspeed. And given the female Indeedees on the field, most likely going to be the Iron Crown in the back, wanting to be able to prioritize off a better position in the female Indeedee. Survives the 3, actually no, +2 given the Intimidate from that Wave Crash, just really going to show why it's so important to be able to set your main damage sweepers up, and that's exactly what Juan's doing.
Yeah, and really utilizing that indeed as a kind of sponge here to take that big attack, knowing that the recoil would also hit that Dondozo as well as the Rocky Helmet chip, which is really useful in being able to wear this big threat down. You're doing all the right things with the Tornadus. It has been kind of left alone, and it is a bit of a sitting target. Without that Protect there, it is being utilized well by Juan, though, utilizing those Icy Winds, reducing that speed, and putting it in place of something else to come onto the field, potentially take it down once and for all.
Yeah, a bit of a defensive play from Santiago here in order to ensure that the Psychic Terrain wears off a turn ahead of time, because you want to make sure that if that Iron Crown is in the back, you do not allow it to capitalize off of additional damage output. Just going to be a safe follow me there in case there's a Wave Crash focus onto the Tornadus. And that's sort of what we're wanting right now, at least from Juan's point of view. Set things up, make sure the Lando and the Iron Crown could try to run through this Dondozo slowly and correctly at the right time.
Yeah, it's not about just concentrating on the here and now. You've got to start planning ahead, knowing what threats could potentially be in the back, and you can kind of pick that up from the Pokemon and the pieces that Juan have brought. So Santiago doing that very well in previous games, and like you said, Costa, stalling things out, and you can do that with the Protecting, the Leftovers recovery. You can sit this Dondozo on the field when there's not an immediate threat and make it sit here for as long as you need to while we do see another Intimidate drop. So taking that Dondozo's attack down to +1 now, so it isn't going to be hitting as hard.
This may be a bit risky, though. If there's going to be a Wave Crash focus into the Landorus slot, we're going to have to find out very shortly. The Bleak Wind did connect, but it is going to be the Earthquake. Great conditioning from Juan there in anticipation of the Rocky Helmet chip that Santiago wants to avoid.
Yeah, I love that. And now getting in for free, the Landorus in a position where it is going to be able to outspeed. It has got access to some strong attacks with that Choice Band, bolstering those. You've got the Stomping Tantrum, you've got the Earthquake, the Tornadus doesn't really worry about. You've also got Rock Slide, and if you want to just pivot out of there, get out of harm's way from the potential Wave Crash, if you think you're going to miss the knockout, you've got the U-turn just for that additional amount of chip, and get Ndidi back on the field and land hopefully another target into there, get some extra recoil damage, chip damage from that Rocky Helmet.
Masterful board positioning and acknowledgement of what the correct lines are from Juan's side in order to be able to sponge away all of this offensive pressure coming out from Santiago's side. And Santiago just awkwardly stuck right now with the Dondozo on the field. Bleak Wind connecting yet again. U-turn, like you mentioned, Lee, just allows that sort of pivot game to ensue even further. And at this point, just be able to better position yourself with the Iron Crown. There could be an Earthquake, but at this point, you're just playing around with the potential 50-50 flips and the baits. Let's see if this Dondozo has indeed bit the bait. No, it's going for the Wave Crash. It deals good damage there. Not something that I would say Juan necessarily would like to see. However, now that Ndidi is in the back, the side terrain may end in a couple of turns. Maybe it's just about the preservation to reset it back on the field.
Yeah, you've got that as well, and I think the recoil damage taking down the Dondozo definitely helps there. Removing that gets the Tatsugiri out in the field, but the whole time this Tornadus is sitting pretty healthy right now. It's got the ability to set up a Tailwind and really help out its partner Pokemon. Iron Crown not in the best of spots in front of the Chi-Yu that's just entered the field, so it does have to be a little bit careful around that because it is going to be susceptible to being knocked out if a Dark Pulse connects into that slot.
And at this point, Juan has confirmed the Iron Crown is in a good spot to at least be able to threaten neutral damage, if not a outright KO onto this Tatsugiri, unless there's a forced terrestrialization that Santiago may have to consider.
There is the Steel Terror type there, which would be a nice option. It would definitely preserve against any expanding force that would come out from the Iron Crown, as well as a Tachyon Cutter, and it covers that Bleak Wind as well, so it makes a lot of sense for that Tatsugiri to be the Pokemon that goes for that terrestrialization, and there we go. It is going straight for it with that big axe.
Yes, very, very threatening in this scenario if it is allowed to get those very great utility moves going, whether it's going to be the Icy Wind to try to slow things down from one side or go for the outright damage onto the Tornadus as it does. Set up the Tailwind. So at this point, may just be more than happy to go down to this Draco Meteor, which of course does connect. Chi Yu now, not much that it can do because of the Protect. There's no sort of setup potential that it can take advantage over this defensive play from Juan's side, but the Psych Terrain is now going to actually expire. Female and Didi back online. However, what we're talking about, it's a bit awkward for this Iron Crown to really take advantage of, and that's why Juan's opted to bring in the Landorus. You need to take advantage over the Tailwind in the next couple turns.
Yeah, Juan really executing the game plan perfectly here, because in one respect, in one board state, the Tatsugiri going for that terrestrialization, really useful against what was threatening it, but it sets up this Landorus endgame where it can come in. It already threatens the Chi Yu with those big, powerful ground-type attacks, and now it's going to hit that Tatsugiri for super effective damage, while supported by the Tailwind. It's going to supersede everything on Santiago's side. They are threatened, so that, I don't know how you got the Focus Sash there. The Protect makes sense, but this Tatsugiri a bit of a sitting target now.
Yeah, as we do see, I think a commit of the Rock Slide from this Landorus. This could prove to be a bit of trouble if there's any sort of cheeky critical hits that come out. If, of course, it's allowed. The Tachyon Cutter going into the Tatsugiri, not quite enough to allow it to get the KO there. At this point, 38 hit points. This could be a big issue, but actually the flinch comes out.
Wow, that's huge, the flinch. What you're probably hoping for there, and it does pay off. And looking at what Santiago's got on the back, nothing can really switch in on these Rock Slides, and another combination of the Rock Slide, the Tachyon Cutter. If it's this time into that Chi Yu slot that has switched out because of that threat, it will be into the Tornadus that's making its way onto the field, taking super effective damage, and it will be inevitably KO'd.
Oh, there's a miss into the Tatsugiri, but surely dependent on the aiming here. The target, no, it's actually going to be able to pick up the Tornadus. Tatsugiri, sure, it might have not actually gone down to the Rock Slide, but there's always the flinch potential. And on the reverse side of things, the Draco Meteor that could try to go for a critical hit onto this Landorus, but does not succeed in doing so. Now at -4 of its special attack. And I really love the lock-in of Rock Slide. At first, you're like, wait, what? You had a clean KO, but Santi didn't reveal the fourth Pokemon, which either could have been the Tornadus, which got revealed, or the Dragonite with the multi-scale.
Yeah, and we're going into the last turn of Tailwind here, so Juan needs to take full advantage of this right here, right now, because that Chi Yu will be enabled after this the next turn to put that pressure back on to the Iron Crown, and that's why we're seeing the Protect, just to get through this final turn of Tailwind.
Yeah, as the Rock Slide. Now, will it connect onto the Tatsugiri? It does. Is it enough? No. 7 hit point survival. The focus of the Tachyon Cutter ensures there is no more messing about from Juan's side. He needs to establish the certain KOs on Santi's pieces to the point where you're able to wrap things up. However, Chi Yu, like we said, it still has the Focus Sash intact. Is there a way to be able to outlast the Tailwind and maybe find a way back?
Well, if it can land one attack into this Iron Crown, it will be enough. But obviously, we still have terrestrialization here, and it's been preserved perfectly well.
There we go.
For this moment, to get around a potential Fire-type weakness, Dark-type weakness, especially if that Fire-type attack comes out, the Dragon-type going to be able to resist that handily.
Okay, Rock Slide does connect. Maybe Santi was hoping for a miss in that scenario, not opting to go for the Protect, as the Chi Yu does go for the Heat Wave. It misses the Iron Crown. It gets a critical hit, though, onto the Landorus, but this is all but wrapped up. Tachyon Cutter, guess what? It never misses, because it is that good of a signature move. Such a great utility tool, and that does give Juan game 1.
Wow, what a way to start off this top 4 match between Santiago and Juan. Fast-paced from start to finish. Really, really good positioning from both players throughout that match, and it came right down to the wire. It might have been a bit questionable when you saw Juan lock in with the Rock Slide there. You think, would it have been better to maybe go for the single target Stomping Tantrum? You couldn't lock into that Earthquake, unfortunately, had no alleviation next to you, so you'd be hitting your partner. But the Rock Slide actually paying dividends there, going for that, getting the flinches, getting what you're actually fishing for against the fish. Fishes, you know, I mean, it really paid off there. Made it very difficult for Santiago to get any momentum in that match.
So going into game 2, We're about to get the leads revealed. Are there change-ups from either side? Definitely not from Juan, since it worked so well, but also followed suit from Santi. -1 attack, Dondozo, Chi-Yu by its side. Now, Juan feels like he's in an overwhelmingly commanding spot, but needs to be cautious.
Needs to be very cautious because we saw how turn 1 played out with similar leads here. You know, Santiago directly went for that switch with the Chi-Yu, kept it for the late game, knowing that the potential of the Iron Crown could be in the back with that Ndidi, so you need to preserve it for then. And then you activate the Dondozo, you get that commander ability activated. Problem is, if you keep that Landorus on the field, the Dondozo gets this commander boost across the board on all of its stats.
Yeah.
It could be in range to go down to a wave crash if that was the target. And with how imperative the Landorus was in game 1, Juan does not want to lose this Pokemon early on in this game too.
Yeah, and that is going to be so key. With Tatsugiri now enabling the commander ability, hopping in for a ride with Dondozo, +1 of its attack. But we've got the early Terra commit from Juan's side with the Landorus. It's no longer going to be weak to any sort of wave crash focus. Icy Wind does connect yet again in a similar fashion as to game 1. Now, +1 Dondozo with its speed is still not enough to be able to outpace the Landorus, as we saw last time round. Earthquake is going to deal roughly around the same kind of damage, and there it is, Juan identifying why it's so important to be able to force the Terra there, because the Dondozo was definitely going to pick it up.
That is huge damage there, and really useful damage onto what is a big threat in that Landorus. The Tornadus, once again, has been a little bit ignored. It's allowed just to freely go for those Icy Winds, which are going to be the detriment of that Dondozo. So I think at some point now might be the time to target that Tornadus, knowing that the Landorus was so pressured that it is likely to switch out because Juan needs to preserve it for later.
Yeah, and this does mean Juan's not going to be able to commit with a Terrestrialization, similar to what he did in Game 1, onto the Iron Crown. So it's going to have to be very cautious with the evolution of this game, really. Bleakwind Storm will connect as the female Ndidi is now on the field, but completely gets ignored because of the order up going into the Tornadus. Now we've got +2 of the attack on this Dondozo, but Juan, I guess there's an option for you to be able to bring the Lando back in. However, you don't have the bait potential like you did before because of the Terra Steel on the Lando now.
Yeah, you do, and I think if you are Santiago, you kind of like a little bit, do you go for the Ndidi slot, thinking that that's obviously where the Landorus is going to come in? I think while the Tornadus sits happily in its position right now and goes for those Icy Winds, but no, Juan switching it up now, the Tornadus leaving the field, and what comes in it is the Iron Crown.
Oh, wow, okay, this has got potential to go very wrong. And we're going to have to see what's committed, though. Mind games galore between both of our trainers, but it's just going to be the defensive Dondozo protect. But this allows Juan now to most likely be able to actually outpace the Dondozo because of the now +1 rather than +2 speed stage that it has. And we saw the focus of the female Ndidi there, wanting to go for damage. With a Psychic, now surely there's going to be a double up.
Yeah, and do you go for the double up here, or do you pull in the attack to protect your Iron Crown, or do you go for the Helping Hand to boost the power of that expanding force?
Get ready for compounding multipliers. Is it going to be enough? We've got the Psychic Terrain, we've got the Helping Hand, we've got the Quad Drive, and we've got the KO! Dondozo is now down. Alert the bells. Tatsugiri's on its lonesome self. However, now gets joined by the Chi-Yu.
Yeah, and the Chi-Yu's the perfect Pokemon in this situation to come onto the field and start applying some pressure in return for Santiago. Going to be able to pressure with not only those spread fire type attacks like the Heat Wave, it's got the Beads of Ruin boosting that. It is helping out the Tatsugiri as well in the same vein, but Santiago still has access to that Terrestrialization, can go for it in this scenario on that Tatsugiri, which it would benefit from right now because it is going to be susceptible if it does take an expanding force to going down.
Yes, and you're going to have to see how it unfolds because it's sort of to the point where Santiago just needs to make sure he connects with, I would even say, Heat Wave, depending on if there's an expectation of the Lando actually being brought in.
Yeah, and the situation is very difficult here, especially if the Heat Wave is chosen, because what options do you have in the back to switch in? Not very many, and because of that threat, we are seeing the Protect on that Iron Crown.
Oh, okay. Tatsugiri trying to go on the offensive. It seems to have been a Muddy Water, which the female Ndidi actually evades, and the focus of the Chi-Yu onto both targets. Sure, maybe that would have been enough to pick up a KO. I don't think so if the Muddy Water connected, but then we have to factor in the Beads of Ruin, adding an additional, I would say, multiplier in the damage calcs.
Yeah, and we're going to see the same again this turn. The Tatsugiri, because of that Scarf, is going to be going first with that Muddy Water. If it does connect, that and a Heat Wave combination is going to be enough to probably clear both of these Pokemon off the field. So Juan got some big decisions to do. The Psychic there, useful damage, but maybe a Trick Room would have been better in that scenario to put you in a better speed situation, because right now your back is against the wall.
Yeah, and as we saw in game one, there was a Tornadus there, and I don't think there was a second Protect actually coming out from the Iron Crown. Muddy Water does connect, and the Heat Wave follows suit. Do we have a reversal of the board on our hands? Both Iron Crown as well as female Didi are now out of game two. However, Juan does have the Tornadus and the Landorus in the back. They've got potential of getting the Tailwind set up immediately.
Yeah, and now you've got the perfect scenario if you are Juan to go Tailwind and Earthquake. The Lander is not in the best spot, and the Chi-Yu still has its Focus Sash, so that's a real testament. And, you know, Santiago's positioned this so well and got a Pokemon in the back that we haven't seen yet. So in a position where they can just take the time a little bit, get one attack onto that Landorus, and you're going to be able to take things home, tie it up, and potentially take us to a game 3.
Oh, the Terrestrialization commit with the Tatsugiri now avoiding or letting go of its Water Dragon typing for the Steel. Is this going to be enough to allow Santiago to get out of the sticky, muddy water of this scenario? It's a Rock Slide commit here in respect of the unrevealed Pokemon Tatsugiri. What's it going to be able to do? We have the proc of the Focus Sash with the Chi-Yu, and there's a flinch! There's a double flinch! Not what you want to see, Santi! Oh, my lordy!
Yeah, again, the Rock Slide coming in, paying dividends and shutting down any option for Santiago here. You would have thought there was one chance to get an attack off, and it would have been enough to clear the Landorus and probably put that Tornadus, if not in KO, if not KO'd, in KO range for the next turn.
Yeah, and this surely means Juan's got it in the bag. Had to respect the flying type unrevealed potential, now confirmed to be the Tornadus. You just need to make sure you pick up the KOs, you land your Rock Slide, that this Landorus is now locked into Chi-Yu, trying to make sure it allows a bit more sustainability for itself. Icy Wind from the Tornadus does connect. It could have been a scenario that it could have been big for the miss, but Juan is really hoping for the rolls in his favor. Will he be able to get it? This could be very, very crucial, and he does! Tornadus, though, it survives!
That's a huge survival here from a choice band at Landorus, but now that Icy Wind is so pivotal here, because if the Tailwind gets set up, we know the speed interactions from game one. The Landorus already outspeeds the Chi-Yu, so even in Tailwind, it's still going to have that ability to go for that Rock Slide, pick up the knockout onto it, and yeah, the Tornadus in response to this is protecting just to try and stall things out, and you've got to hope for a miss.
Yeah, and Santiago is willing to sacrifice the Chi-Yu in order for a late-game sweep of the Tatsugiri, which has the Choice Scarf and will, of course, be able to guarantee the outspeed against the Tornadus and the Landorus on the other side of the field, accompanied by the Tailwind. Rock Slide only met with a Protect on the Tornadus that Juan failed to pick up a K-on. Now, Tatsugiri, the little sushi without its buddy by its side. Will this be able to win the game and force a third one for Santiago to try to win this out, get into the finals?
Well, here we go. We're going to find out very soon, because the Tailwind will be set by the Tornadus on Santiago's side. There it goes. It propels its Tatsugiri ahead of the fours in front of it. And will it be enough? It hits, and it connects with the Landorus. Not enough to take the Tornadus down, but it's all about what this Tornadus on Juan's side does right this second.
Bleak Wind Storm. Are you going to connect? Are you going to force Juan to go in all the way? Was that an icing win miss on the Tatsugiri? And the Tornadus! Not what you want to see!
Wow!
No!
It evens out. You saw the rock slide flinches earlier on. You feel like things are evening out. The tables are turned. Santiago seeing the line, seeing that small possibility of a win.
Here we go, no! Oh my lordy! We've got another miss! Another one! Oh! I'm losing my mind, Lee! There's too many misses! Is there a third one? There's a... Wait, no, there isn't! Or actually there is, but the Tatsugiri, it survives! Oh, no! I can't, my heart rate, it's gone! And my voice, too!
Wow, how do we unpack that? That is just one turn after another. Here we go, we're going to have one more turn. There it is. Finally, tying it up, taking us to a game 3.
We're celebrating like it's a finals win, but for Santiago, it may well be the difference in order to get that title. Whoa! What an emotional roller coaster.
Wow. Wow.
I can't. I can't. It's too much hype. Oh.
So much to unpack there. Because so many times it looked like Santiago was down and out. So many times it looked like Juan had just sealed the deal. But Santiago saying, no, I'm not done yet. I'm not ready to leave this tournament. It's time to take it to a game 3. Doing it in such fashion with the Tatsugiri of all Pokemon.
Truly, what a way to do it. Lee, my heart is racing so much, I just checked my watch. 160 beats per minute. It's gone. My voice
need to calm you. We need to calm you.
Not
it's
now.
All right, we've got time to breathe.
Semi-finals time, baby. And this is it. Santiago versus Juan.
Wow.
Who is going to get through to the finals? Both trainers in good spirits, given the circumstances, but now it's time. You've got one shot, one opportunity. You're going to make sure you make it all the way.
And it comes down to this. Which one of these trainers will be progressing to the finals? Tough for no misses, no flinches in this one. Just keep it clean.
Well,
trainers.
No guarantee.
Let's have a good game. But same leads again from Santiago. And a little bit of a switch up now. No Landorus from Juan. It is going to be that Urshifu paired up with that Tornadus. So there's the ability to set the rain.
Yes.
Terastallize and go for that surging strikes.
Which is going to be so detrimental, dependent on the training. There's a good chance that with the combination over 2 turns, the Terra Water surging strikes accompanied by a Bleak Wind in the following turn may be enough to pick up a KO on the Dondozo as the Tatsugiri is going to switch in. But this is not a Focus Sash Tornadus, so it's going to be very wary of the threat with the Dondozo.
That's the problem. The double-edged sword here, if you go for that rain dance, you're almost setting up the Dondozo as well, because that wave crash at +2, there is no Intimidate this time round as well. Remember that, because before we'd had that Landorus just kind of quelling that attack stat, that his attack boosts were kept in check. Not so much here, because now that Dondozo +2 attack, it is going to be hitting extremely hard with that wave crash. Even Order Up is going to be in that position where it can put itself to +3 attack and do a notable damage. And like it was before, it wasn't close to picking up knockouts. This time it is going to be able to take some prisoners.
How much bulk can this Tornadus have? Might not even matter, given the rain dance has now been set up. We've got the surging strikes targeted in the Dondozo, ever so true. Terra Water multiplier to boot as well. Look at that damage. It may even guarantee a 50% shot, just shy of it, I would say, potentially 52-ish. However, Dondozo, where do you target? You go for the Urshifu. You do not respect, or should I say, you over-respect the Tornadus, and this is not what you want to see if you're Santi, because surely now Bleak Wind Storm's set up in order to not miss, and you got Surging Strikes, but speeds.
Speeds, you've got access to Tailwind right now. If you're really worried about it, you can set that Tailwind immediately with that Prankster ability, propel your Urshifu even further, and then support anything in the back that comes in if that Tornadus is the target next turn. but you've also got the ability to go for Icy Wind if you need to. But again, you've got to be very careful if you're the Dondos on Santiago's side, because the damage that you did before, you know you can take at least one of these Surging Strikes, but we're seeing it just switch out. Maybe wants to preserve it for later, while Juan maybe takes a little bit more time, sets the speed conditions, and gets that Iron Crown onto the field.
Yeah, this might even be a willing sack in favor of the Urshifu, like we mentioned, is now within range of being KO'd because of the now +3 Dondozo. Bleak Wind Storm, never miss when there is a literal rainstorm above you, as well as the Wave Crash KO onto the Tornadoes. One shot, completely no chance. Bit of recoil, however, Dondozo's still online. Lefty's recovery to boot. But Lee, now we have got a situation where Juan can bring the Urshifu back in.
I don't know if they do. I think they might bring... Oh, no, they do. I think the Ndidi would have been a nice option as well, because then you set the terrain, you've got the threat of the Rocky Helmet. But like you said, the Urshifu coming onto the field now, it opens the door with that. The Dondozo can't protect, can't stall things out. It has to take these Surging Strikes. Boosted by the rain, boosted by the Terastallization. We've seen the damage from turn 1. We know it is going to be enough to take it down if it connects. And that leaves and frees up this Iron Crown that's in a position where it can set up potentially one of those really useful Calm Minds.
Yeah, it's a beautiful way to be able to, A, pick off the Dondozo, of course, but B, capitalize off of the Tatsugiri essentially having what is a stalemate turn. Unless you want to try to go on the offensive, allow there to be a range to get actually KO'd by the Urshifu, because it's a battle of the choice scarfs, really, and that might just be enough.
It could be enough here. It will come down to the speed tiering between the Tatsugiri and the Urshifu, with who will go first this next turn. Tornadoes, though, coming on to the field for Santiago will guarantee support for that Tatsugiri, who is in desperate need of it this next turn. Oh, wow. And with the rain on the field, can take advantage of that muddy water. Will be boosted, doing more damage. But still, are you got enough in the tank to be able to take the onslaught that's in front of you?
This is going to be huge. Juan respects the intricate scenarios of the speed control available, switches the Urshifu out, wants to preserve it for a later time, but also enables the Iron Crown to get an expanding force going. A very powerful one to boot to capitalize things off of the Tornadoes, respecting the Surging Strikes, tries to change its type into the water and environment around it. However, the muddy water, it misses! It does not connect onto the Iron Crown. It deals damage respective to the Ndidi, but the important thing is... It's another one!
Another one, and there we go. Tornadoes terastallizing and biting the psychic train dust alongside that Tatsugiri and clearing a path for Juan to make their way into the finals.
What a way to go about it, GU. Yes, you are a great Pokemon to bring against Psychic Terrain, but we know the true threat is lurking in the background. That is Juan's Urshifu. Santi puts the white flag up. We're gonna have to see it. Juan Nunez, our first finalist.
Wow, wow, wow. Juan has done it, making their way into the finals, and what a way to do it. Making decision after decision, getting everything right along the way, and taking down what is a tough opponent in Santiago, who's been phenomenal throughout this event this weekend here in Seville. But Juan, wow, I am just blown away. I think the decisions throughout, you know, the decisions to take those rock slides instead of going for the obvious play of the Earthquake or the Stomping Tantrum, knowing that I'm locking into this attack, knowing that that Tornadoes is in the back. And if I get any secondary effects, then I can take full advantage of that. And that's what happened in locking that first game up so convincingly. Second game going Santiago's way, and then coming right down to the wire, game 3. But what an adjustment with the Urshifu, game 3. Truly. And then taking advantage of the rain, the terastallization, and then preserving it at the right time. You could have got greedy, kept it out on the field when you did, but no, not doing that. Juan just masterfully done and making their way striding their way into the finals.
I know, like surging their way through the finals.
Surging their way,
hey.
even better. There we go.
I got so excited. I said, first finalist is clearly second finalist. He will be joining a fellow compatriot, of course, with our next and final set of this weekend, who is going to be crowned not only the Seville Special Champion, but also the final one of Regulation Set F. It's going to be an absolute firecracker of a match.
Well, when you look at both the teams that we're going into this final with, we've got the Landorus, we've got the Psychic combination going up against the Great Tusks on Samuel's side.
What a great set.
It's going to be an incredible match, but let's take a recap of that last top 4 game between Santiago and Juan, because it had all the aspects to make this a historic top 4 match. What you always want to see, back and forth, right down to a game 3. Had misses, it had crits, it had everything.
Yeah, truly. It's definitely one to go down in the history books of VGC. The Terra Steel there was so crucial in that game 2 from Juan's side in order to be able to allow the survival of the wave crash. However, even though we thought it was going to be all over because this expanding force focus helping hand into the Dondozo surely would have been fine to allow more breathing room for Juan, but Santiago straight on the get-go, going with the focus, getting rid of Ndidi and the Iron Crown, leaving the Landorus and the Tornadus and the historic multiple consecutive interactions of so many misses, so many situations where there was even a crit. And it was just destructive. What would have gone through both of these trainers' minds during that set, I can't even imagine.
The consecutive misses where you think, oh, my opponent's missed, it gives me an open, and then, oh, I missed, and then we're playing this out again, and there's another miss, and then, yeah, carrying on like that, and to the point where the Landorus goes down, Santiago claws the game back, and then we go into a game 3 between both of these trainers. They've had to give everything in that last set, and that's what's made it so enjoyable to watch. And what a performance from Santiago this weekend. We've got to take a moment to congratulate them on what a remarkable top 4 finish. And they were so close to progressing to the final, and they've performed and entertained us so much this weekend, and I cannot wait to see more of Santiago in the future.
Yeah, 100%, and I'm definite that we will, of course. Critical hit there onto the Tornadus in that endgame scenario. So crucial, because I don't think it would have been able to pick it up without it. In all honesty, there was no Beads of Ruin on the field. We know that there's no Focus Sash on this Tornadus. It's got Rocky Helmet, so it's actually geared for bulk, both defensive as well as special defense.
Yeah, and performed extremely well coming into this tournament this weekend.
Really?
It really is, yeah. It's such a shame that it is the last Regulation F event.
I know.
Because it feels like we're just at the tip of the point where it feels like it's going to really start to get even more innovative. Our players have been incredible this weekend and throughout the iteration of the revisiting of Regulation F. Really enjoyed it.
Yeah.
But we've still got one more match to go before we say a final farewell.
Indeed, Reg F is, of course, for fun, and that is all we have had this entire weekend. Now we're going to be closing up the final set of what is a Regulation Set F 2.0 between two amazing trainers. It's an all-round Spanish bout between the locals who have done an amazing show job. They've really brought all of the heat, the Psy Spam, you name it, the great tusks of the world. And yeah, we're about to get into it very shortly, and I'm shaking from excitement.
You had a good time during that last match. You definitely did. If you couldn't tell.
You did too, don't lie.
Oh, of course I did, yes. I really enjoyed it. We all did.
Yeah, we did.
But I think the one thing that we can say as well, there will not be another Italian winning another European regional, at least not at this event.
Yes.
Not here. The Spanish players have done their part in saying, no, you're not taking our title this weekend. We are here. We're going to reclaim it, and it looks as though it's going to go to either Juan or Samuel, who have both been phenomenal throughout this tournament.
I know, and we have got Juan ready for an interview to please tell us everything that's been going on through your mind. And of course, huge congrats once again.
That right there is one of the highlights of the 2026 season. Juan, you have just won against your opponent there, Santiago, who had so much cheering going on from the crowd. Let's zone right in on what everyone wants to talk about. That end of game 2 with all of the misses. How did you feel in that moment?
¿Cómo te sentiste al final de la segunda partida cuando todos los Pokémon en general evitaron los ataques?
Pues bueno, me ha hecho bastante gracia. Pienso sinceramente que jugamos a esto y tenemos que estar adaptados a estas cosas y sinceramente lo he disfrutado. No es algo que me haya preocupado demasiado.
I didn't worry too much. I enjoyed the game. I think that's how the game works and we need to be used to that.
What was great to see is that you were laughing so much with your opponent in that situation because, yeah, sometimes it comes down to those hilarious secondary effects of moves. So, Santiago had so many people cheering for him in the crowd just then. Did that affect you or were you able to ignore it?
¿Te afectó escuchar tanto al público animar a Santiago? ¿O te sentías? ¿Cómo te sentías?
Bueno, a mí sinceramente me motiva a querer darle más caña y a ver tanta gente, por así decirlo, con un favorito. Pero no me molesta. Encima la comunidad española es muy buena y siempre se agradece que haya gente apoyando en general.
I really like that the Spanish community is really cheering for everyone. And yeah.
Yeah, the Spanish community really gets everyone going, and my goodness, the energy in the venue right now is absolutely electric. We want to get you ready for your finals, so we'll leave it there. But Juan, any shout-outs that you want to give?
¿Alguna persona a la que quieras darle un shout-out?
Sí, a mi novia Paula, a todos mis amigos de Pokéhornets, a mi familia de Albacete y nada, poco más. Y a tope, a seguir. Muchas gracias.
Yeah, to her girlfriend and to the Albacete community of Pokemon.
Fantastic. Well, there you go. Everyone rooting for you, Juan, and everyone rooting for your opponent, Samuel. It's going to be an absolutely incredible final. Don't you dare move a muscle, everybody. Please give Juan a hand. Get ready for the finals. It's going to be grand.
Hey Pokemon fans, Kostadai Dimos here with the recap of the 2026 Pokemon Europe International Championships held in London. This year's EUIC was the largest VGC competition to date, with nearly 1,500 Masters trainers. From regional winners to former international and world champions, the road to Sunday was relentless. However, when the lights shone brightest, only 6 trainers remained. In the junior division, Zachary Thomas, the American contender on the rise, faced Hideo Uezu, the Japan Nationals champion and only remaining non-American trainer in Championship Sunday. With 5 identical Pokemon between them, the set was very board position focused. Hideo took Game 1 through stronger positioning of the Raging Bolt, and Game 2 was decided by a perfectly timed Icy Wind that flipped the speed order and closed the match. With this huge win, Hideo Uezu added yet another major title to his growing legacy. In the senior division, we had Charlie Kim versus Leland Smith, both regional champions as well as close friends who were running the exact same 6 Pokemon because one gave the team to the other. In a razor-thin mirror, Charlie managed the margins just enough to claim the senior international title and cement his name into history. In the Masters division, legacy met redemption. Zachary Weed arrived searching for payback after a heartbreaking regionals finals loss in Las Vegas earlier this season. Across from him stood 6-time regional champion and 2023 EUIC champion, Paul Chua. Where Zachary pushed aggression with an Iron Crown Hyper Offense team, Paul brought refined structure with the meta-popular Bolt Balance archetype. Zachary fought with creativity and courage, but Paul's resilience and patience prevailed, thus reclaiming his throne as the King of Balance and now 2-time Europe International Champion. If you want to throw your hat into the ring and join the pursuit of glory, make sure to check out Pokemon.com/compete for more information on how to get involved in play Pokemon events around the world.
name is Andrew Ford, and I'm from Raleigh, North Carolina. When I was on stage and I won, I was just like really hyped up because it was like a super close game, and I didn't think I was going to win. I've always wanted to show that I'm one of the best, if not the best, player in North America. This weekend, I never really doubted myself because I wasn't playing to win, so I had nothing to doubt. I mean, this game consumes a lot of my life, but it was like honestly changed my life. Winning Worlds, I'd probably like be considered the best player in the world, so it would be like what I've always wanted.
My name is Cyrus Davis. I'm from Niagara Falls, Ontario, Canada, and I just won the North American International Championships 2023. Winning this event is life-changing. It means everything to me. It means I've left a mark on the history of this game, and it means that my long time playing has all led up to something. It's the journey, it's the friends, it's going to other parts of the world. I will be at the World Championships. I think I'm definitely going to make day 2, and I'm sure with a little bit of luck, I can roll my way all the way to the top.
My name is Alex Gomez. I'm from Spain, and I'm the new North American International Champion. It feels great to win a tournament again. I actually cried. I was really emotional. I was happy, of course, but so long since I won an event. I thought I couldn't do it anymore. My advice to other trainers is keep trying, never give up. You gotta trust yourself and believe that you can do it. If a tournament goes badly, you can still try. You're gonna bounce back. Then I'm gonna try to win at Worlds.
We had a bit of a chat with that cheeky little Pikachu, and it really delivered. It delivered us such a high-octane semi-finals there, and it just gave us a bit of a secret. It's going to be even more of a hype finals between Samuel Pereira versus Juan Nunez. I'm Costa, this is Lee, and we're still trying to recover.
We definitely are after that top 4 match, and if that's what we've got in store for the finals, I can't wait to dive into it, and we will be momentarily getting in to see the point of crowning our champion, which is, it's come around so quickly. We've had so many different teams featured throughout this weekend, iterations of teams that we're more familiar with, but then we've got this team from Samuel, which is that great Tusk variant that's been making waves in this tournament all weekend and carrying Samuel all the way to the final. But up against them, they're going to be going up against Juan, and after that performance in the top 4 against Santiago, you just think, wow, this is going to have fireworks.
Mate, I'm going to be honest with you. If you ask me who do you think has the best chance, I couldn't pick. I could not pick. This is a 50-50. Both match up in terms of teams because there's a lot of different tools and options they have for one another. It's going to come down to training, but most importantly, it's going to come down to the trainers, to the mindset, to the lines, and to the execution.
Yeah, definitely that. It is the decisions that you're going to make against each other and how they go about the game plan to overcome one another's big threats on opposite sides of the field. And that's what makes this game so enjoyable to watch and what makes watching these trainers achieve these accomplishments. We can see the top 8 bracket here in Seville and the road that both of these trainers have had to take to get themselves into the final. We'll start off with Samuel, who's overcome the undefeated Anthony Christopher, then taking on Stephen Van, and what was an incredible set, but very convincing to move into the finals.
Yeah, and sort of what we were saying at the time when we featured the top 8 match against Anthony, where it was like, this is a potential. Samuel can do it. He can go all the way through, and he's proved it to us up until this point right now with one final opponent ahead of him, Juan Nunez, able to essentially go ahead and do such an incredible job, knocking out one of the remaining 2 Italians in the top 8, going into what was such a cataclysmic semifinals versus Santi now. And this is it. One more set. That's it.
That's it.
One more set for one huge title and a direct invitation to San Diego later this August for the Worlds as well as Pokemon XP.
Yeah, that's the exciting part about it. It's not only the title, the accomplishment of winning the entire event, but you're guaranteeing yourself that place at Worlds later this year, which is so exciting. And it's exciting for us as casters of viewers, because we're going to be able to see more of these players that have been so good this weekend, and what they bring and what they're going to bring to the World Championships later this year.
I know, and especially between both of our finalists too, given the fact that, like we're mentioning, they didn't have as high of certain achievements as you would naturally anticipate when it comes to like the heavyweights of like the Aurelion Sulas, the Roberto Parentes, and of course so many other trainers that rocked up this weekend to try to vie for the title. However, Samuel's been here before. Last season in particular, he got a top 8, and he's not only once but twice far pushed the boundary into finals, which is an incredible thing. And over on Juan's side, we've got top 32, Lille Regional this very season that he's been able to work on, and clearly doing an amazing job in reaching the finals now.
Well, talking about our players, we can have a look at the runs that our players have had in this event. We can start off with Samuel and have a look at their opponents, who they've had to overcome on their route to the finals here. Starting off round 1 against a Torkoal Chi-Yu team. A very difficult team to kind of get past, and then we go on to an Articuno Ninetales. So it's not been the easiest run for Samuel throughout this early stage of the tournament.
Yeah, and to be completely honest with you, great utility tools such as Sunny Day allow the Tornadoes to be such a big MVP when it comes to sort of structure and team composition that Samuel has gone ahead and brought with the photosynthesis-based core Flutter Mane. You've got the Great Tusk, of course, but the Ogerpon, Hearthflame, and Incineroar also benefit. And yeah, what an incredible way to go about it, going up against Dondozo, hard Trick Room variants, Pre-Marina as well, but most importantly, all of these fantastic trainers that brought their A game to this weekend. But Samuel was able to overcome them. Also in Phase 2.
Yeah, in Phase 1, only losing once, and that was the game that we featured them on the broadcast against Miguel, and, you know, that was a close game. It was very down to the wire as well. Going into Phase 2, though, not letting that phase them at all, because they continued on in great fashion, going up and having a bit of a setback against Aurelion, but then bouncing back against Alejandro and coming back stronger there against that Blood Moon Ursaluna and that big threat in the Whimsicott, and then launching themselves into top cut against Liam. And we saw how strong Liam was earlier on in the broadcast. So what a way to overcome these final 3 trainers to make their way into the final.
Yeah, exactly that. And he must be over the moon because of this glorious run. Having losses, like one of your losses being like Aurelion Sula, for example, that's like a huge accomplishment, regardless the fact that so deep in your tournament run, you go up against such fantastic trainers. And then, of course, Aurelion wasn't able to make it through, but Samuel did, and he's done an amazing job about it. But he's not the only finalist, as we've mentioned. Juan Nunez has also had an exceptional player run from his side, and all the way through, from the consistent plays he's just been able to establish on the board.
Yeah, I loved how Juan approached that last game against Santiago. I think just remarkably well done. Has had a couple of setbacks in Phase 1, a couple of losses there, but didn't let that kind of take them off the rails. They steered true to the track to the final. You can see there maybe having a couple of issues against the kind of more balanced team there with Anthony Christopher on their run, undefeated at that time, and then Alberto earlier on with that Pelipper, the Archaladon, that, you know, might be one of those core teams that you don't face too often or have prepped that much against, so catching you off early rounds, but bouncing back strong. I think that's the big thing here to take away from this. Bouncing back strong from these setbacks and continuing on the path to victory.
Especially when you go up against some prominent dark types in the current meta, whilst having that Psy spam core, and that's the beauty of the Landorus Therian and what it does. Zachary Weed was able to identify that amazingly in order sort of to patch certain matchups. But like we said, there are 2 losses during phase 1 of Juan's run. However, phase 2 is a whole different story. Beautiful, evergreen, ticks, wins, you name it. He's been on absolute fire and has not slowed down all the way through now to finals.
Yeah, coming into today has not dropped a game, and look at the players that they've had to go up against to get to the finals. Not only Antonio Sanchez, very well-known player, but yes, Davide Fabio and Santiago Molina that stood in their way, trying to prevent them from getting to the finals, but no, was not enough. And yeah, remarkably well done by Juan. I'm just trying to look through to see if there has been, because there were other great Tusks in the field, but no, we haven't seen any great Tusks on the roster for Juan in this run-up. So this will be the first time they'll be playing the Great Tusk variant, but I'm sure by now they're more than aware of that team, what it's capable of, and will be compiling some sort of game plans going up against Samuel in this final.
Yeah, definitely. Even though Juan may have not had too much time to be able to rest after that intense semifinals just now, I'm sure he would have done his preparation to an extent, because, you know, word of mouth goes around quite quickly in terms of, you know, what's popping up, what's popular, especially since we were able to feature a couple of the Great Tusks yesterday. And yeah, what do we do about it? All green, one more. Status to be updated. Is it going to be a green or a red? We're going to find out shortly.
Well, that's it. And which one of these players will be getting that coveted golden ticket to the World Championships? That is up for grabs for one of our trainers here, both doing remarkably well. As you can see, they're settling in, getting ready for this final, and both players so deserving of the seats they are sat in right now to guide us through this final stage of the Seville Special Championship.
Samuel on the left-hand side. We have got Juan on the right. They have got a mountain's worth of pressure on their shoulders in order to reach the coveted title. The direct invitation on the line. There must be a lot of things going on in their mind, but they're primed, they're ready. This isn't the first warm-up set or whatnot of the day. They've just been going constantly in and out of the zone when required.
Yeah, and doing it in their home region as well. I think, you know, that there is, it's a kind of a fairy tale story for doing it, you know, in your home region and being able to hopefully take the title on.
Yeah, and make some noise, folks. We see you. We are getting primed and ready for the finals. We got quite a good turnout, just in time for what is gonna most likely be a chaotic, enthralling finals. All about Spanish affair. Samu, Juan, good luck, have fun, and we're just gonna have to try to get so much action from them, which I'm sure we will.
Yeah, we're going to start off with the accomplishments from both of our trainers here. We've seen it many times as we've featured these trainers before, but we'll start off with Samuel, who's had that top 64 finish at EUIC earlier this year, Gdansk top 64 finish, Utrecht top 32 in previous seasons, as well as that Seville top 8 last year. But now, at minimum, they're going to be able to add finalist to the 2026 Seville Special Championship event. Maybe winner.
Incredible. Genuinely. And this is it. What we said. The moment. They both have the same record, 10 wins, 2 losses, and one of them will be running away with an 11th one, which is the most crucial.
Yes, exactly that. So everything that these trainers have done this weekend, it comes down to this one moment, this one match. And we'll start off with an overview of Samuel's team. Got that Ogerpon, the Hearthflame, the Tornadus, Incineroar, Goldingo, Fluttermane, and the Great Tusk that has been phenomenal this weekend when Samuel has been piloting it through these matches.
Yeah, it's very cautious sort of management into when to bring the Great Tusk, in all honesty. Early game, mid-game, preservation, and it usually tends to be the Fluttermane and the Great Tusk, which is obviously the main forces of damage to be able to sort of sweep your opponent's side. But there's always the Ogerpon Hearthflame, which has that multi-role capability of going on the offensive if required based on the matchup. And this may well be one of them.
Yeah, and you've got that tailwind. It is the speed control that Samuel's going to have to lean into quite heavily here, because there is speed control quite heavily on the opposite side on Juan's team. You're going to have to try and match the tailwind there. You're going to have to leverage the big hitters like that Ogerpon you quite lightly mentioned, and also that Fluttermane that has the choice specs. We've seen it perform very well for Samuel earlier games this weekend, and then the Great Tusk that has the ability to remove terrains. We know how much importance Juan's team has on those terrains, the Psychic terrain in particular. You want to remove that if you can. You've got Ice Spinner to do it, and it also threatens that Landorus Therian very heavily.
Yeah, but you got to be cautious on the positioning around the various modes that Juan has, because like we said, you can go for absolute damage burst potential with the Urshifu, especially when accompanied by that rain, or the Iron Crown with Helping Hand Psychic Terrain. So you're just going to have to try to wiggle your way through and maybe try to capitalize off the Landorus. So generally speaking, what are your thoughts, Lee, in terms of the leads? What's the most safe?
I feel like the Tornadus, the Urshifu, like you've quite rightly mentioned there, gives Juan quite a lot of flexibility early on. You've got that Tailwind. You've got an advantage if you match Tailwinds with Samuel, that you've got the Icy Wind on top of that. You've got the Rain Dance as well, so you can supersede the Sun if that is set, if that is a route that Samuel decides to go down, and that then further boosts your Urshifu. That's got that choice scarf. It is going to be faster than everything on the field in regards to what Samuel can bring if no speed is set.
Yeah, and that's going to be quite crucial, because we know the Fluttermane is a very viable candidate in order to get that damage potential going, but we're getting into the finals. Let's make some noise. Vamos, Samu versus Juan. And we've got the leads. Incineroar, Tornadus over on Samu's side versus Juan's Landorus and the Tornadus of his own. So double Intimidate on effect, as well as 2 more Genies to boot.
Yeah, now we've got the Incineroar on the field. It is dropping the Intimidate onto the Landorus, which is really important because it has that choice band there, and it can cause some big damage to the things on Samuel's side. But of course, it is going to be kind of slowed down in its process here with the fake out pressure that the Incineroar's got. It gives a little bit of room for the Tornadus to at least get a Tailwind set up, because that's what probably Juan's going to try and do here. But the problem is after that, because then there is the Icy Wind control. Do you utilize the Incineroar's fake out here? You probably have to avoid taking either Rock Slide damage unnecessarily onto your Tornadus and your Incineroar, or taking maybe even a Stomping Tantrum into that Incineroar. You want to try and get through this turn as seamless as possible while trying to keep up with speed control.
Yeah, both of our trainers have to try to scout out the play style as well as what the Landorus is going to lock itself into, but just a ever so safe Bleak Wind Storm, I would say, if, of course, the rain was up. But it does connect onto the Incineroar. It does drop the speed, but I don't think that's going to matter as a Stomping Tantrum targeting the Incineroar. Is it enough? It is not, thanks to the Assault Vest, allowing less damage to be sponged up from the Bleak Wind Storm. And most crucially, Samu has been able to not only get an Intimidate drop onto the Landorus, you have that pivot action going. Which Pokemon do you bring in, though?
Yeah, we see the Fluttermane coming onto the field now, and I kind of don't mind the Incineroar taking so much damage there. I like the pivot out, really, and the Protect, because you could see what Samuel was probably trying to do was take a step back while Juan sets the Tailwind up, and then you go for your Tailwind next turn, so you've got that extra turn of Tailwind when they do end. But now getting the Fluttermane onto the field, it is going to be able to potentially Terrasilize here, potentially take advantage of that choice specs, go for a Dazzling Gleam or a Moonblast into the Landorus when it is supported by the Tailwind that you've got next to you on the Tornadus.
And you also need to make sure that if you're going to have the Fluttermane on the field, you need to be able to preserve at the right time, because like you said, there's going to be the Terra 50-50 from the Lando in order to take so much overwhelming damage or not.
Yeah, you've got that as well, and I think that's something to really take into consideration. As we see that Tailwind set now from Juan, it is on that side of the field, making that Landorus very speedy, but no Tailwind in response. It is a sunny day.
Yeah, and no Terrasalization commit from either side. Protosynthesis now activated. You've got the Multiplier Compoundment, but is Fluttermane going to be able to move in time? Stomping Tantrum does not pick up the KO. However, the Shadow Ball into the Tornadus, not enough to pick up the KO. There's no Focus Sash. It is uses Covert Cloak, but more importantly, we see both of our trainers respecting one another's choices. There's no Terra Steel, and the Shadow Ball was in respect of that lock-in.
Yeah, but now that Landorus in a spot where it is going to be able to really threaten a knockout onto that Fluttermane this next turn. I think it's probably out of range from a Shadow Ball at least taking it down. The Tornadus, of course, on Juan's side is going to be susceptible to getting knocked out by any attack that comes into that slot. So do you want to preserve it maybe for later to keep that tailwind, keep that speed control for later on in this game? We'll have to see how things play out, but the Incineroar now making a return to the field. It is going to drop an all-important Intimidate onto that Landorus, taking it down to -2, really quelling the power of that Choice Band boosted attack in the Stomp and Tantrum.
Icy Wind does actually miss the Tornadus over on Samuel's side, as well as the Incineroar, but most importantly, I think the Tornadus there, just having additional avoidment of the damage is fine, it's crucial, but let's not forget it's got Covert Cloak, so it wouldn't have had its speed dropped in this scenario. However, we've got the Bleak Wind. It actually misses the Tornadus. That could prove to be quite detrimental because surely you wanted to get rid of it in order to stagger, get a Tailwind set up later on in the game.
Yeah, unfortunate miss there from the Bleak Wind, but the result of having a sun on the field, it is not the preferred weather condition here. But if you can remove that Tornadus, it does free up your options with utilizing your own Tailwind, and I think that's what Samuel's trying to go for. Now, you're going to be able to bring in that Fluttermane once again, because do you really want to bring in the Ogerpon here in front of potentially a Landorus that's locked into that Stomp and Tantrum? It is -2, of course, but also the Bleak Wind that would be hitting for super effective damage if it does hit. I think unnecessary at this point. Lean into that Fluttermane, try and take advantage of this photosynthesis boost that you've got from the sun and get rid of these threats that are in front of you right now.
Yeah, there's going to be a bit more tough for Samu because there's always the factor of Rain Dance additionally being set up right now in order to forego the sunny day conditions and allow a potential Urshifu in the back with the Choice Scarf to be able to sweep.
Yeah, and even if that Rain Dance comes out, I think, you know, it probably will. The Landorus out of range, probably, if that Rain Dance comes up, because it takes away that photosynthesis boost. So probably be able to get another Stomp and Tantrum off, and one of those, even -2, will be enough to take that Fluttermane down with the health that it's lost already.
Landorus now retreats from the field. We're going to get the third revealed Pokemon, and that is going to be Ogerpon Hearthflame from Juan's side, wanting to make sure the Landorus is preserved. Tailwind now set up from Samu's side. We know the Fluttermane is going to be faster when the Tailwinds are met and matched from both sides, but no Tornadus focus so much damage onto the Ogerpon. Icy Wind miss on the the Bleak Wind Storm miss on the Tornadus, and the Fluttermane able to survive on 16 hit points.
Yeah, just surviving. Going to have one more turn of Tailwind on Juan's side. So this is the last turn here. So timing it perfectly for Samuel to take advantage of that, especially if you can guarantee a knockout on that Tornadus this turn, because if you can remove it there, then that Tailwind is no longer an option. You've got the speed control advantage going forward in this match, which is exactly the place that you want to be. So lots to think about for Juan. Nice switch from the Landorus, but at the same time, you're getting huge amounts of damage unnecessarily onto the Ogerpon. Is it going to be worth preserving that Landorus later on for maybe what you're expecting is lurking in the back on Sam's side?
Yeah, and let's not forget, there could be a scenario of speed ties between both Tornadus too, given the fact that Juan can't protect it, given the lack of protect. It's just 4 moves all the way, forced to switch it out for future board state advantage. Landorus now on the field. It's not going to have any sort of effect onto the Intimidate, but the Shadow Ball is actually going to be focusing into the Ogerpon. You want to make sure you guarantee the KO, and in that sort of scenarios, maybe a bit of a forced case where Juan has to go, but no! Actually, a single target is enough to pick up the KO onto the Landorus after it connects.
It's a huge knockout here for Samuel, taking advantage of the board state, the switching around, the no protect on that Tornadus, knowing it had to switch out if you're preserving that speed control and going for that Bleak Wind, getting fortunate that it did hit, but single target enough damage to remove that threat in Landorus. And now, here we go. The Tailwind is ended, so can be set up right now. You have got the Rain Dance potential as well. You can go for it pretty safely with your Tailwind not in effect, because even if Samuel's Tornadus goes for the Sunny Day to kind of supersede your Rain Dance, you're going to be going last, so you'll always guarantee your rain in this situation. And then the Urshifu, it is threatened right now, but it can terrestrialize. It can go for that water type, take advantage of the rain if it is set, and start really trying to get back into this game for Juan.
Terrestrialization. now revealed. Which slot is it going to be? Of course, it's going to be the Urshifu. You want to capitalize off of as much damage as you can, but most importantly as well, for Go. Any type of weakness to fairies, even though the Shadow Ball is locked in right now. There it is, Tailwind now being matched from Juan's side. It's going to have a staggered additional advantage effect in the subsequent turns. However, Surging Strikes goes into the Flutter Mane, gets rid of that slot, and crucially, now that Juan has let go of the fighting type, any Bleak Wind Storms coming out from Samuel's Tornadus will not be super effective. There is a double commit though, and Tornadus actually is out of the count from Juan, and the sun's still up.
That is a huge advantage for Samuel, because the one thing that you want on the field or in play while that Urshifu's out is the sun, and it is in effect. The Ogerpon is another Pokemon that can come in and cause all sorts of issues for this Terra Water type Urshifu.
Yeah, Juan really needed that miss on his Tornadus. He didn't have a way to be able to defend it and further promote his advantage later on, and surely this is a situation where, because Sunny Day is yet again set up, Ogerpon should be able to run away with this game one, but not before the Surging Strikes focuses it down, does pitiful damage because of the ever so harsh sunlight that prevails. And with this being said, it looks like Samuel has been able to find a way through and get game one with an ever so powerful Woodhammer KO.
Wow, that was a lot closer than it really appears on paper. The 2-0 from Samuel's side. He is taking an early lead here, but it could have gone easily the other way. I think it all comes down to those bleak winds hitting in the sun, and you know, if they do hit, you get the advantage of that. But really well timed as well from Samuel with the tailwind, staggering that later on in the match, I think, to take advantage of the additional turn and kind of force Juan into situations where they had to switch out the Tornadoes because they were under pressure and wanted to preserve that tailwind to try and get set back up later on, knowing that the Urshifu is in the back to try and get that tailwind, the rain dance into effect, but a little bit too much to do.
Yeah, so going into game two, we saw that there was no Psy Spam mode brought from Juan's side. From Samuel, no Golden Go, no Great Tusk. Are we expecting adaptations because of the scenario? Juan feeling like he has to bring something and Samuel trying to match that?
Potentially, I think the Landorus did a good job of pressuring the leads from Samuel, and you know, with the Tornadus feels really important from both players to bring, so I don't think you deviate there. It's what you bring around the Tornadus, the Urshifu, that felt like a very strong mode. But yes, maybe the Iron Crown indeed could be an option, because if you want to counteract the Tailwind, if you don't keep your Tornadus around so much in the later game, then you've got Trick Room as a mode that you could lean into with your Indeedee,
yeah,
with your Iron Crown that could counteract the Tailwind, which is the only mode of speed control on Sam's side, and there's only one Pokemon that can benefit from that really, and that would be the Incineroar.
We're gonna have to see how it unfolds. Game two is upon us. Samu is one game away from being crowned the special champion here in Seville. Will Juan be able to match that? Force the game three. There it is, the adaptation. We have got Psy Spam online on the field. Quark Drive now enhanced or boosted by the Booster Energy +1, I would say normally, but it's essentially an equivalent to the Life Orb. Female Indeedee though, it's in a good spot, unless the Incineroar says anything about that.
Yeah, well, we see the Terrestrialization as an option here on that Tornadus to get around the weakness that it's got. Well, not weakness, but it will be hit very hard, potentially knocked out with a Helping Hand, boosted Expanding Force. And you want to keep that Tornadus around as long as possible because of how important it is to the rest of your team, setting things up and exactly what's happening. Okay. Samuel prioritizing the Terrestrialization early on with the threat that's in front of them from that Iron Crown, that Indeedee, to get around this Expanding Force.
You have to be able to react, given the board state has so much damage potential from Juan's side. We got the more than safe follow me in order to make sure no knockoff goes into that Iron Crown. Bleak Wind Storm does connect with both targets, so no Trick Room being set up as we've got the Calm Mind actually opted in for, bringing +1 of special attack and special defense. Maybe Juan's strategy is actually to try to fake a potential Trick Room setup, which obviously is no longer available from his side, to get that Tailwind mode going in the back.
Yeah, and that is quite, that is a really patient turn there, and really leveraging that indeed quite well to get that +1 on the special attack. That's on top of the booster energy that's already in effect, boosting the special attack. And now you've got another Pokemon that can come in and redirect to support that Iron Crown even further. And not only that, it puts a lot of pressure on now that Steel-type Tornadus that is not going to appreciate those Ivy Cudgels that can come out from this Ogerpon that's just entered the field. And now the Incineroar as well is already out. You can't drop an Intimidate onto it. Yep. So if it does Terrastallize, then it can really go to town with that Embody Aspects attack boost and start taking things down. But you've got to worry about the Incineroar. It's still in a really good spot. It's not threatened by anything immediately on Juan's side of the field. Can go for another knockoff into the Iron Crown. Not going to be doing huge damage, and can go for a Flare Blitz as well. But you've got to worry about the Terrasalization there. Maybe you can pivot it out to drop another Intimidate, but have you got the tools in the back to come in on these two big threats? Now the Calm Mind setup, and now the Terrasalization's a potential on that Ogerpon.
Coming down to the wire. Final remaining second there for Samo to put their inputs in. There it is. The Terrasalization from Juan's side. It is going to be the Ogerpon. You have got so much offensive damage potential coming out from this lovely, lovely Hearthflame mask. Is it enough, though, with a potential double up into the Incineroar that has the Assault Vest? And Tornadus, very much accepting of the threat it's in, goes for the Protect. The absolute ignoring fashion of the Hearthflame going into the Incineroar. It's left with 88 hit points. Is Tachyon Cutter enough? No, it isn't. This is why Assault Fest Incineroar is back, baby. Question, Samu, can you capitalize off of this? You go for a U-turn. You don't even opt in for a knockoff there. Understandably, it wouldn't deal that much damage because of the boost energy already being procced. But every little counts.
Every little helps in this scenario, and that is right. I love the Protect of the Tornadus because it allows you with that pivot. Now you've got the Assault Vest Incineroar to just take that double up if it was a potential. You're guaranteeing yourself to be able to keep that Intimidate all important for later on to weaken that Ogerpon that is now +1 attack. And now you bring in the Fluttermane. Not the best Pokemon to bring in against the Iron Crown unless you can guarantee the knockout against it. And do you have ways to do that? Well, you do have Shadow Ball to lock into that, but you can't really ignore this Ogerpon at the same time. Do you take a sacrifice here? Do you say, I'm going to trade 1 for 1? It has had a Calm Mind boost as well, so you've got to bear that in mind. So maybe you need the Sun in effect, but that is a double-edged sword in itself because you're powering up what Juan is really starting to take advantage of in that Ogerpon with those Ivy Cudgels.
3 turns of Psychic Terrain remaining. We need to make sure, if you're from Juan's point of view, to take advantage of that. The Follow Me ensures the safety of the crown. It must be protected. Sunny Day is on the field, further bolstering the damage output of this Fluttermane. You have got Photosynthesis, check. You have got Choice Specs, check. Power Gem into Ogerpon, check. And it's out.
That's a huge knockout here for Samuel to pull themselves back into this game and get rid of what is a huge threat. Now the sun is set. It's not an issue anymore, but the Iron Crown going to be able to fire back in response with an expanding force, and it is responding well. It is taking down that Fluttermane in one fell swoop.
Now, Juan has a final unrevealed Pokemon remaining in the back. It's going to be so important to which one it is. Is there speed control potential, or is it going to be a Landorus? Of course, it's a Tornadus. This is the mode we were talking about, but the unfortunate thing is the Incineroar really in the back is tough to deal with.
Yeah, because how do you get around the Incineroar with the Iron Crown as your main damage dealer? You've got the Tachyon Cutter. We've seen the damage that's done before. The Incineroar has taken a lot of damage, so next attack into that will probably be enough to knock it out. But you've got to get around this Ogerpon, and you've got perfect support next to it in the Tornadus that can set that Tailwind up if it needs to match the Tailwind on the opposite side that you would imagine Juan's going to go for now to support that Iron Crown and really leverage this Psychic Terrain now. It's still in effect because it's not got many turns left.
It doesn't, and you've got to factor in there's no Terra Ogerpon potential from Samuel's side. The sun is in play. Speed interactions are going to be so key here. Maybe promoting a potential chance for the Iron Crown to go on the defensive, but that opens up the Tornadus as well. But no, there is the Rain Dance. This Iron Crown is oh so protected, even for the sake of the Bleak Wind potential coming out, but it does not. Tailwind, like you said, Lee, is now in effect. Is there a critical hit? Because I think it's going to have to be. There is not. Iron Crown goes for the expanding force. +1. Quark drive activated. Juan is forcing a game 3. Even with the AV Incineroar in the back, it has so little health. Bleak Windstorm itself, more than enough.
More than enough. Even the Tachyon Cutter will be enough to take down this Incineroar. What a well-timed rain dance there. Just to be able to take that Ivy Cudgel, make sure that the Iron Crown can get off one last expanding force when it counted. And now in a position to tie this up. And it looks like we will be going to a game 3.
Here we go. Juan, rather than bringing the heat, brought the rain, and it's worked out subliminally for them. We have got a Tailwind in order to make sure the Tachyon Cutter is gonna pick up the KO. Juan now pushing for the final set. Great adaptations from himself, being able to have the Psychic Terrain mode going with the calm mindset up. How do we go from here in terms of Samuel's preparation and Juan and experience from game 1 going to game 2?
It was an amazing adjustment, game 2 from Juan, and it didn't look great after that first turn where you lose the Ndidi for the sacrifice of the Calm Mind, but how smart that Calm Mind was in the end game where we had the damage boost there, really making the difference, being able to do the damage needed on the Tornadus. It had the damage it needed to do on that Incineroar even. It was very close to picking up a knockout between the double up there, but really came down to that Tornadus at the end. The preservation of that Pokemon, to be able to set that rain dance at the key moment to quell the threat of that fire Orgopon. Once the Fluttermane had gone down, it all opened up, and the Iron Crown was in a position where it was able to really utilize that expanding force each and every turn that had been set by that Ndidi. So Ndidi underpinning really the victory there from start to finish, sacrificing itself to allow the setup, setting the Psychic Terrain, and then taking it. But it's all on Samuel now to respond to that Psychic Terrain.
This is it. Game 3. By the end of it, we will be running away with a crowned champion, and it is gonna be Iron Crown and Ndidi as a lead from Juan's side, Tornadus and Incineroar yet again from Samu's end. We saw the strategy being applied from Juan in Protect the Iron Crown King. 2 redirectors, speed control available, as well as the weather setter. Where do we go from here?
You change match up if you're Juan from turn 1. You just follow me and then set the Calm Mind up. It worked so well in that second game there. I mean, the one thing that you could do is if you do deviate, you kind of open yourself up to things going a little bit array, because if you allow the Incineroar to get maybe even a Flare Blitz off into the Iron Crown, things could go drastically different to how they did in that game 1. You don't want to allow that. So are you happy to let the Ndidi go down? It worked out fine. But if you are Samuel, how do you approach this a little bit differently? I think that's the big thing. You need to try and get some value. Do you just Bleak Wind Storm here and then Flare Blitz, or do you go for the knockoff to try and get rid of that Ndidi early on?
It's going to be mind games galore, because both of our trainers already know what happened in the previous games, but they may well just both go for the exact same play to not deviate. Like you said, with this Terra Steel Tornadus being an early indication, followed by the Follow Me. Now, is it going to be another Calm Mind or not? The Bleak Windstorm maybe trying to fish for a speed drop that could be quite detrimental when trying to match the Tailwind later on. Not the case, but we've got the offensive from Juan, wanting to change it up, not guaranteeing a 2-shot on the Tornadus due to the Steel Resist typing, but female Ndidi, it's going to be able to survive on a slither of health.
Wow, that's a low roll this time around. The Ndidi are going to be able to stick around for at least one extra turn here, which is quite pivotal. You could switch it out now if you want to. Keep it around for later, so if that Psychic Terrain does run out, you've got a way to activate it again and power up that Iron Crown. But the big difference here is this time around, the Iron Crown hasn't stacked up that Calm Mind, hasn't got that additional boost. It isn't going to be hitting as hard. Still doing respectable damage onto the Tornadus, but after that terrestrialization there, it's able to sit pretty comfortably here. Now support that Incineroar with a potential Tailwind or even a Sunny Day.
Yeah, and there's also something to factor in, that it might not even be a one-shot onto the Fluttermane as we saw in the previous game, because there's no +1.
Yeah, that's a huge call there. So the Fluttermane has an easier time, and in response to maybe the threats that are present here, the Bleak Wind Storm would pick up the Ndidi and open the Iron Crown to an attack from the Incineroar, so that's why we're seeing the Protect there. But we are going to say, just to make sure, the U-turn into that Indeedee, not to allow a potential Trick Room set, because that could have been one of the ways that Juan could have put the tables back in their favor.
Yeah, and there's going to be a bit of chip damage as well onto, I would say, the Incineroar, if, of course, the Rocky Helmet was still available, but that is not due to the knockoff before. This means Flutter Mane now has room to come back onto the field, and Juan may actually need to match that yet again. Even, I say, the Ogerpon and the Tornadus. Tornadus is so key for the end game situation, so I wouldn't be surprised seeing the Ogerpon, which does seem to be the case. You've got the redirection available yet again, mirroring that game too.
Yeah, but how do you approach this? Do you value more the Ogerpon in this situation? Because we know probably what Samuel's going to do is set the sun up here, because the Flutter Mane naturally outspeeds everything in front of it, and it's going to be able to pressure a knockout onto that Ogerpon with the Power Gem. We've seen that. Now, if you're Juan, do you maybe vary it, your strategy here? Do you go for a Spiky Shield and use the Iron Crown to get an expanding force off in this scenario, thinking that the Ogerpon is the main target here, especially if the Power Gem's locked into, because the Iron Crown doesn't really care too much about that, and you can get that additional damage on and then preserve the Ogerpon to utilize in the late game. But no, not this time. Wants to prioritize the Iron Crown.
What is the Flutter Mane going to focus with here? It gets some Tailwind speed control just in case to set up for a later time. It's the Shadow Ball rather than the Power Gem. No Sunny Day in effect. There is a critical hit, but not enough to pick up the KO. Tachyon Cutter. There's no need to go for Expanding Force. You don't have the comfortability of that +1 special attack, compounding with the Quad Drive boost in order to ensure a KO onto the Flutter Mane, and that is exactly why we see the focus of the Tachyon Cutter, but it's not all over. We've got one turn less of Psychic Terrain that Juan can take advantage of compared to Game 2.
Yeah, that's it. And, you know, when that runs out, that Expanding Force is not going to be anywhere near as effective as it is right now. So you need to utilize the turns that you've got available to you. You haven't got Tailwind, whereas if you are Samuel, you do have that set up. It's going to be hard for Juan to get that in play, because you need to get something off the field, get the Tornadus in, and if this Ogerpon comes onto the field now, you've got the play, if you are Samuel, the perfect condition. You can set the Sunny Day up and then take advantage of that Ivy Cudgel, and both these Pokemon on Juan's side are not going to be in a position where they're wanting to take a Sunny Day boosted Ivy Cudgel from the Ogerpon that's so healthy at the moment.
Yeah, that's a really good shout there, and it really does come down to the wire. So many intricate scenarios dependent on preservation of the Tornadus. Obviously, Samuel having it on the field right now, Terra Steel, it's in danger, in all honesty. And Juan has most likely his in the back, so it's just going to have to come down to timing.
Even going for the Follow Me here, really, I think you've got to Follow Me, try and protect the Iron Crown in this scenario, and hope that, you know, the Sunny Day does come up. But we see the Spiky Shield not want to allow that to go down as easy this turn, and maybe there it is, Sunny Day. It is setting up, boosting the power of that Ivy Cudgel.
No, and we're going to have to see the focus target. It's going to be the Ogerpon on Juan's side, being met with that Spiky Shield. And what do you know? Juan missed the Calm Mind from Game 2 and said, you know what? I want it back. Let's run it back.
Yeah, there it is, the +1. It's going to be very useful against not only taking those Bleak Wind Storms with the +1 special defense, but the output now, the damage here. And now you've got the Ogerpon with that Follow Me. You can go for that, you can pull in that big Ivy Cudgel, and then respond with that all-important Expanding Force on the remaining turn of this Psychic Terrain that's in play.
Yeah, this is going to come down to the wire. We've got Sun available on the field. We've got Tailwind as well from Samu's side in particular. One of the Ogerpons, if not both, may well go down this turn. This could be such an explosive turn, depending on how aggressive both of our trainers are going to be. The Tornadus going for the Protect, does not want to get felled by an Expanding Force. There's no Incineroar switching just yet. Just a Spiky Shield from Samu's side.
Yeah, that makes sense, because we talked about the Psychic Terrain about to expire here, and you want to just try and get through this turn without actually taking any unnecessary damage. With Protect on both of these Pokemon, you can do that quite safely here and put yourself into the driving seat once again this next turn, where you can try and get rid of the Follow Me Ogerpon and that Iron Crown that is now not supported by the Psychic Train. It hasn't got access to that. The Indeedee went down earlier in this game, so that will be a single target attack and way less powerful, even though it is boosted by Booster Energy and one Calm Mind.
This is going to be such an awkward situation for Juan. Does still have Terrestrialization available, and we know that the Iron Crown is just naturally very bulky when it comes to its physical defensive prowess. Maybe the Ogerpon into the Terra Dragon potential Iron Crown is enough with a Bleak Wind escorted. We're going to have to find out, because Samu has the advantage, is going to force Juan's hand with the Terra Dragon here. The Iron Crown needs to be able to survive and pick up a KO onto this Ogerpon. That is the big threat, aside from the Incineroar looming in the back.
It is indeed, and we do see another spiky shield from the Ogerpon on Juan's side just to preserve itself for one extra turn. Can the Terra Dragon carry through? But it is the Ivy Cudgel into the Ogerpon here, and it will be getting straight into the spiky shield. No damage in return, as well as a follow-up with this Bleak Wind Storm. It is going to be taking neutral damage from that Iron Crown, but here we go. In response, what are we going to see?
Expanding force all the way. Is it enough for the multipliers? It is not. 37 hit points survival. Juan is still in it, as well as Samu. It's coming truly down to the wire of the interactions. The Tornadus, however, is still on the field. 2 turns of Sunny Day remaining, and a potential of a setup of a Tailwind, unless you want to go on the offensive yet again.
I think you need to go for the Tailwind here to just make sure that you have got that speed advantage, especially with one Pokemon looming in the back for Juan. I think you need to remove that Ogerpon as soon as possible right now. Take away the potential threat of that Pokemon, the redirection that it's got access to. But at the cost, you are going to lose something along the way if you do not keep in check that Iron Crown. And do you have even the tools to take that Iron Crown down now with that Terrestrialization into the Dragon type?
Confirmed prioritization on the speed control. Tailwind now set up. We see the Ivy Cudgel wants to absolutely get rid of the Ogerpon on Juan's side, forcing Juan down to his final 2 remaining Pokemon. But is this too little too late? We're going to have to find out. The Ogerpon, of course, is also going to go down on Samu's side, and we've got an end game scenario. Incineroar is clearly the key here in order to be able to win a championship for Samu. Let's see. Final unrevealed Pokemon from Juan's side. It's the Urshifu. No Tornadus.
Wow, the Urshifu, the one Pokemon that you would say, if you've got it, this is the perfect moment to come in, because it puts immediate pressure onto the Incineroar. The only deterrent here is the Sun. The Sun has got one more turn, though, in effect, but you need to get rid of this Tornadus, because if it's still on the field when that Sun expires, it's going to be able to automatically, with its Prankster ability, set it back up and quell the damage that this Urshifu is able to do.
Bleak Wind Storm needs to miss if Juan wants to try to get that title. Adversely, Samu needs to connect. He is so close. This is a choice scarf Urshifu. Tailwind is set up for Samu's side. There's no speed control in Juan's advantage. And corner. What's it gonna be? Will this title be decided? If there's a Bleak Wind Storm, miss or connect? It's connected! It hasn't picked up the KO! Iron Crown! Wow, the speed drop as well! That's not the best, but the Tailwind is still available for Samu. Tachyon Kara's second hit isn't enough! It is! Tornadus is down. Incineroar, I know it's got so many titles under its belt, but does it have enough horsepower to see another one through?
Wow, another turn in the story in this final, and it's all down to Incineroar here against this very low health Urshifu and the Iron Crown. Can it do it, Costa? Can it get through the remaining Pokemon on one side of the field to take the title for Samu? It is the knockoff!
There it is, a knockoff! It's outsped so huge of a speed drop from the Bleak Wind Storm. Iron Crown, I know you're powerful, but that is an Assault Vest Incineroar in front of you. Although, we did actually see that was respectable. Is there a scenario where critical hits are required for Juan to be able to pick this up?
Oh, it's gonna be right down to the wire here. Oh, it's very close. Okay. The damage is quite even throughout here. So there's the first critical hit, making all the difference, can't it?
Is there another one? No, there isn't. Incineroar is at 46 HP, but I think Juan's got this. Surely, Iron Crown, it might be able to tank the next knockoff and finish the job off. It's gonna come down so close.
It's all gonna come down to this. The Iron Crown looks as though it is going to take this next knockoff, and the Tachyon Cutter in response will be able to pick up the knockout. But how pivotal was that Bleak Wind Storm drop earlier? Here it is, Costa.
All right. Tachyon Kata. Oh, it's enough! It's enough! Juan Nunez is your Seville champion!
And look what it means to Juan to win this championship. Both trainers in arms here, celebrating each other's accomplishments. But wow, that was just incredible from Juan to take the title and become a Seville Special Champion. Absolutely incredible, and could have been any closer, Costa, right down to the wire here. How phenomenal. If you're going to do it in style, and Juan has done exactly that.
You saw how emotional his friends were in the crowd there. I'm genuinely welling up as well, because there was just so much emotion going into that, so much drive, and fantastic plays from both of our finalists. Juan just being able to go for it. What an incredible achievement. Coming into this season, he's only had, at the minute, 2 notable but strong achievements, but not the highest, and he's just done it. Not only has he become the champion of Seville 2026, he's got that direct invitation, and not only that, that was an Iron Crown against an Incineroar with an Assault Fest for a 1v1 endgame.
We feel the passion. We know your belief in Iron Crown. Paid off in dividends. But yeah, you're right. I mean, the end game there, I mean, the adjustment in game 2 alone, right? The adjustment to bring that Psychic Call, it was very brave, because I think it's really hard to bring it into a team of Incineroar with the Dark typing. You can't really do too much damage against. We saw the Assault Vest, how effective that was. But not only that, you've got the Ogerpon, you've got the Great Tusk that can do really disruptive things. You've got the Goldingo as well that can be a bit of a resist. So to adjust from the Landorus that did well in game 1 and then make that adjustment, take game 2 like you did, and then you've got to give Samuel all the credit, did not want to give that up in 1 inch. And it really came down to the wire. I don't think I've seen a closer game, not a closer final at least, between 2 trainers that wanted this so badly, and Juan just edging it right at the final step.
What a comeback. We saw Samuel just being able to bring all of the heat. Sunny Day escorted with him against Juan's, I'd say, rain dance call, picking up that game 1 with such a beautiful, calculated endgame scenario of the Ogerpon sweeping game 2. Everything changed. The Iron Crown, female Ndidi lead was clearly something Juan identified that could pave his way through to joining Iron Crown with a title of his own on his head.
Yeah, you kind of felt as well, especially then when the Power Gem went into the Ogerpon after Terastallizing and going down so quickly and not getting really much for your value with that Pokemon. How are you going to bring this back? But no, the Iron Crown, the turn to take your time to get a Calm Mind earlier on in that game on turn 1 was valued, and it really came and paid dividends in the end game. And the way that Juan delayed it, staggered it in game 3 there, you thought, okay, you're playing this game 3, you haven't got that Calm Mind. We talked about it during the game. Is it going to have enough to take down that Fluttermane at the right time? But he picked the right moment to go for that Calm Mind in the end game, and that really came in so crucial against that Incineroar right at the end.
He needed it. He knew he needed it, and that's the beauty of this Calm Mind variant Iron Crown. Pokemon that you would normally not be able to KO, it's possible. It's possible. Tachyon Kata is an amazing,
there we are.
Amazing signature move. So close, quite down to the margins. And hey, let's not forget, Lee, there was a critical hit the previous turn with one of the Tachyon Kata damage points, and that was just enough.
Just enough. And I mean, there is those things that went for, but you had the Bleak Wind Storm drop on the Urshifu that probably put it in position where then the Incineroar was able to attack it before it was able to move because of that last turn of Tailwind. So I think overall it probably evened out there in the end game. But I mean, both trainers just showed how much they wanted this final, this championship title, and it really did. It couldn't have been any closer. But let's have a breather from that match, give you a little rest for a minute, because we can have a look at the usage stats from the tournament and see how things shaped up over this weekend as we got towards crowning our champion. And this was the Phase 2 usage stats. We can see the change-ups from Phase 1 of the tournament. We had an increased use of Amoonguss, but you can probably tell that didn't last very long with the prominence of that Psychic core that was so overwhelming for a lot of teams. But Floodtermane doing really well, superseding the Urshifu and that Incineroar that were on phase 1 up in top 2 spots.
Yeah, and the beauty of Iron Crown as well, even though it's not on this graphic and obviously has been able to be crowned champion of Seville, is that because of the modest Quark Drive Booster energy, you're able to one-shot guarantee a Floodtermane from neutral, essentially. And it's so important of a calc. There may be some Floodtermanes that can survive it, but most don't. And that is so important when it's a first #1 rated popular Pokemon in usage stats.
Very well said, Costa. Now we can take a look at the overall standings of the tournament. We can see who came out #1. Well, we know who came out #1. Juan came out top, front and center with that phenomenal play, phenomenal team. Close second behind them, Samuel with that great Tusks. And I think, you know, I have to credit Samuel time and time again for bringing such an innovative Pokemon, being brave to bring it into a final format tournament and having so much success with it, as well as all of our other top trainers here, as you can see.
Yeah, and we saw so many storylines develop throughout the weekend. Santi Molina doing an incredible job as well. One of the most dramatic VGC sets to go down in history versus our current champ, now crowned Juan. But then again, Stephen Van going ahead representing the German local community, bringing all of the heat as well here in Seville. And let's not forget, Anthony being our undefeated trainer until he was felled in this Top Cup phase.
Yeah, Anthony's phase 1 run in this tournament was just incredible. But yeah, you can see superseded by Juan and Samuel, who managed to get their way to the final. And you've got to give a special shout out, like you did, to Santiago, who put in a phenomenal performance this weekend with that Dondoza team, and really representing that combination and showing that it's still got life in it so far in the remainder of the Scarlet and Violet format. Maybe not so much in Regulation I, but definitely in Regulation F.
You never know. We shall see. We've seen before with certain formats, there could be transition cores and points to be able to go on with the next format. And this, of course, has been the final one. Regardless, top performing teams, generally, as we've seen, this has been so popular for such a good reason. That Landorus adaptation that Zachary Weed was able to bring in particular for his finalist placement at EUIC a couple of months ago, really changing the battlefield.
Yeah, it's interesting to see the progression of this team from, you know, where we kind of probably first saw it with Zachary, the iteration of this team, and then it kind of having that Seville finish, the Houston finish last weekend with Giovanni, and then for Juan to kind of just take it that step further. As an enjoyer of Iron Crown and Didi Costa, do you feel there's a certain amount of justification now for this combo?
Mate, I've told you, I wish I could have brought this team. Like, I mean, okay, maybe sure there's a Drifloon and all that stuff, but it's just so well placed in the meta that, in my opinion, the only reason why we didn't see it win a UIC was because of the Paul effect.
The Paul effect,
effect. It was strong and it was there and it was present. But yeah, it's just so many great choices where the Calm Mind innovation is fantastic, especially against balanced cores with the appropriate support on that Iron Crown.
You've got to give a lot of credit, though, to the trainers that are piloting these teams as well, because we saw Juan there picking the right moment, exactly the right time to get that Calm Mind off, like Game 2. Doing it very early on, Game 3, staggering that, waiting for the exact moment. There was room to do it at that time and made sure that they took that opportunity and took full effect of it, you know? So huge credit to our players and trainers who have utilized this team to a lot of success in Regulation F and made one caster a very happy man.
And another, of course, because we've got Ogerpon Hearthflame, let's not forget. But with that being said, we're going to cut to a very short break before we go ahead and Iron Crown our Seville champion as well as our finalists. So get your final refreshments and we'll be back so soon.
We're not going anywhere, Costa.
No, we're not.
We've got to do teams that we're going to bring.
I'm sorry.
Take a look at your Iron Crown.
I was trying to save you the embarrassment because of the Iron Crown being crowned the champion.
Is that what it was?
It's fine. It's called a fake out inside the terrain, and that's cool. No. So with that being said,
I had Trick Room as well.
You did, to be fair. And you did have a tornado.
It was a psychic type Porygon too. I never mentioned that. Psychic Terror type.
Oh, was it actually?
Yeah.
Oh, that's amazing. Okay, well, I mean...
Everything was Psychic Terror type on that team, except the Ursaluna.
Yeah, but then again...
kind of I win, really.
Okay, that's a bit of code, my friend, but that's fine. That's okay. I can definitely see that. But Charlie brought some really strong elements as well. We saw the Ninetales absolutely pop off in terms of, you know, getting that second place finalist position in Houston the other week. Marcus, you know, going for this team of 6 for
had to
good
bring
reason.
the team he had success with in Birmingham, I believe. He had to. He was so strong with that. And I think, yeah, if he played this event, it would have been great to see how he got on with that team, considering how well that did over the weekend. But I think top front and center, you kind of win it out of us, the casters here. You had the Dondozo Tatsugiri, you know, that finished 3rd overall, and then the Psychic Terrain, the Iron Crown, that we know you are a huge enjoyer of, and that taking the whole tournament in the end. So well done.
Yeah, exactly that. So thank you. I appreciate it. I'll take that. That's self-pat as well on the back. But yeah, generally speaking, this is it. This has been the end phase of Regulation Set F. So much innovation that has taken place, transformation as well of certain team compositions, no doubt about that. So yeah, got a lot of action going. And of course, within this weekend too. And I think it is time for This time, not a fake out, I promise. I think, no, I'm kidding. I'm definitely promising we have got our finalists ready. So please, let's go ahead and commemorate our amazing, amazing trainers.
What a weekend here in Seville. 600 trainers joined us here to participate. And it was absolutely amazing to have the Spanish community, one of the most vibrant communities in all of VGC, really show their passion through it. And just like that, at the end of the day, it was 2 Spanish players in the finals. And we got to crown a champion as well. But first, give it up. 2nd place at the Seville Special Championships, Samuel Pereira. We had a lot of great games that featured you. First of all, congratulations. How are you feeling with this 2nd place?
¿Cómo te sientes en este segundo puesto?
No sé ni qué decir, o sea, nunca me ha pasado esto, que baje de un set y me estén temblando las piernas. Solo agradecer a todo el mundo por el apoyo y a Pipa por la final que hemos dado y se lo merece. Muchas gracias, hermano.
Feels incredible. Congratulations to my opponent because of the amazing finals we have given. It feels incredible. My legs are still trembling.
Yeah, it was an amazing finals. Also love to see the sportsmanship. Now, last year, we saw you here in the top 8. Now you're here in 2nd place. What can we expect from you in the future?
El año pasado quedaste top 8, ahora finalista. ¿Qué podemos esperar de ti en el futuro?
Que gane el Mundial.
Win Worlds!
All right, wow. We wish you best of luck for that, of course. Finally, before we let you go, are there any other shoutouts you want to give?
La mejor de las suertes para ello. ¿Algún saludo que quieras dar?
Sí, sobre todo quiero dar un saludo a Gabriel Jansó y a Adron por el trabajo y la preparación con el equipo. Quiero dar un saludo a toda la gente que ha estado aquí apoyándome, a mi equipo, a Megas, a toda la gente de Galicia y a todo el mundo que me ha hablado, me ha apoyado, se ha dedicado un momento para hablar conmigo. Gracias a todo el mundo.
Then one last round of applause. 2nd place, Samu Pereira. And after this weekend, there was one player that stood above everyone else. One player that fought through 12 rounds of Swiss and then battled their way through the top cut. We had a lot of fun watching their stream games, a lot of bleak windstorms here and there, but in the end, they hit their mark. And the winner of the Seville Special Championships is none other than Juan Núñez. congratulations. What a weekend. Now you're here as the winner. How do you feel?
¿Cómo te sientes después de este fin de semana?
La verdad no me lo creo, venía con expectativas bastante flojas porque yo quería hacer día 2 y asegurar mi clasificación y nada, al final se ha dado mejor de lo que pensaba y no puedo estar más contento.
It was much better than I thought. I had low expectations. My goal was to make day 2 and by that securing world qualification. Amazing.
Well, you managed to do that. You are qualified to the World Championships. How does that feel?
¿Cómo te sientes ahora que ya te has clasificado del todo para el Mundial?
Pues para mí es como cumplir un sueño constantemente cada año que clasifico y no sé, estoy deseando ya que llegue y más con el Champions y con muchas ganas.
I'm definitely looking forward to play Champions at the World Championships. Every year that I qualify is like a dream come true and I keep continuing.
Oh, best of luck for that. Also, one question I have to ask about your team and the games. With Tornadus and Bleak Windstorm, we all know sometimes it can go different than what you expect. How did you deal with this throughout the tournament?
¿Cómo sobrellevas el hecho de que Tornadus a veces con los vendavales gélidos a veces acierte, a veces falle?
Bueno, lo llevo como todos porque somos muchos los que jugamos Tornadus, así que es tener el día y cruzar los dedos.
It's just fingers crossed and hoping it can land.
Well, it landed more often than not, and you are now here as the winner. So one more question I had is, there are a lot of players watching, you have a lot of fans in the crowd. Now that you are a champion, is there anything that you want to say to them?
¿Algún consejo que quisieras dar ahora que te está mirando todo el mundo, ahora que has ganado el torneo?
Levantarse, caerse y así todo el rato y ya está, no hay más, o sea, es la clave.
It's just waking up, bringing it up after you're down.
All right, words from our champion. Finally, do you have any last words or any shout-outs you want to give?
¿Algún saludo que quieras dar?
Sí, a mi novia Paula, a mi familia de Albacete y a todos mis amigos de Hornets que están ahí, que los quiero mucho.
All right, thank you so much. Congratulations once again. Let's hear it one more time for our champion, Juan Núñez. Inspiring words from our champion. And what a way to end this tournament, Regulation Set F. Before we let you go, we will have some final words over from the couch. So don't go anywhere as we will give our final verdict about this tournament and tell you what's up in store next. So don't go anywhere.
What's my favorite?
My favorite's the one that's got jet black hair.
He's extremely fast.
Limitless.
So cute. She has a 12-octave vocal range.
Can be calm. Powerful. Estilo como yo.
닮기도 한 것 같아갖고.
He would improvise on the spot.
Just always finds a way to make it funny.
We both have very fast
moves.
And can change the world using its mind.
Jigglypuff is my favorite. Jigglypuff, Jigglypuff.
Every single time you met a new Pokemon, it felt like you met a new part of yourself.
He likes to sleep. Just like me.
뭔가 여러 모습으로 변할 수 있는 모습도.
Sí, tiene muchas formas de superar a sus oponentes.
Como mischievous, pero su love language.
Sa loyauté, sa rapidité.
She uses her voice to protect herself.
It's home, you know? Totally.
That's why I love it.
My favorite is Eevee.
Mi favorito es Siga. Arcanine.
Gengar.
Jigglypuff.
So,
what's your favorite?
You know what? There are a lot of mixed opinions coming into Regulation Set F, but I don't think we could have provided a better send-off for the format than that, or generally a better tournament for you all. It had it all. It had the surprise picks, it had the community support, it had the nail-biting matches, but most of all, it had the emotion, just proving how dedicated we all are to this beautiful game and this wonderful community. Marcus, you had the opportunity to speak to our finalists there. What are you taking away?
Yes, so special to see them share their excitement with all their fans and friends on the stage. You know, there was such a big crowd there, them cheering on. I don't know if viewers at home could get to see it, but they were lifting him up after the win. And Juan, yeah, being a champion, I mean, that's a dream come true for so many of our players. And being able to share this moment with your friends, that must be something truly special.
Oh, I'm getting quite emotional right now, actually. I have been ever since seeing those final nail-biting moments you guys were casting. I mean, what an absolute honor, Costa. I mean, how was that for you?
Literally that. It was an absolute honor. Just being involved with, translating and, conveying the story of our amazing trainers throughout the entire weekend to the culmination of what has been such an explosive set of top fours into a final as well. It's just been such a joy. And yeah, the emotions are running high, not only for the trainers and the crowd, definitely for all of us, because that was absolute fire.
Fire is one word for it. I mean, you can call it whatever you want. Sometimes words won't do justice to it. But it wasn't just our Masters winner that we crowned here in Seville. We, of course, had our junior and senior competitions as well. And this means that we can crown Mateo Frias and Ayansh Singh, apologies for any mispronunciations there, of course, alongside Juan Nunez here at the Seville Special Championships. And Lee, these other two players, they are the future of competitive Pokemon.
Well, that's the beauty about it, It's unfortunate we can never feature these at this sort of level of event, but you can see players like Santiago being an example of these seniors that age up and then come into the Masters Division. We see it time and time again, over the years, and it's great to see these stories, be able to follow these players. And now hopefully we'll be able to follow Santiago the next time they're at an event and see how deep they can go on a run, and extend the successes that they've had this weekend. So yeah, always great to see the juniors and the seniors coming in and starting their journey, their accomplishments, and what's next for them, right?
It just comes full circle. It all goes back to that junior and senior division. Should we take a look at how we can buck the trend here, everybody? We don't have a sixth Italian to show you, but of course we have Juan Nunez of Spain, our Seville champion. Maybe the bottom row will be Italian-free, Marcus. Who knows?
Well, maybe. Who knows? I'm just really happy that we got to see an amazing tournament concluding into an amazing final, and Juan definitely deserving winner of Seville. But it also means that, well, we only have 3 more spots on that graphic, only 3 more tournaments left here in Europe to crown some more champions.
3 more tournaments, and what will those tournaments be? This is always one of the most emotional moments of the tournament as well, seeing which stop we have just grayed out that we'll present to you now. Seville, that's it. It's gone, Costa.
And it's going to be followed up with Prague in a new format for this season. Regulation Set I now 2.0 upon us, followed by Utrecht. Lovely little Utrecht 2 regional championships. And of course, Turin, our final EU major event, which is going to also feature the new Champions formats.
Absolutely, and if this is what Regulation Set F 2.0 has to offer, I cannot wait to see what Regulation Set I 2.0 has to offer as well, all culminating in the World Championships and Pokemon XP Gale of Happiness. Shout out to the GameCube Pokemon players out there. But it's not just that. We've got plenty of other Pokemon action on our Twitch channel. Let's see what you can tune into and enjoy coming up. Lee, what have you got your eyes on here?
What have I got? All of it. All of it. I got my week scheduled out. Tuesday, we've got Pokemon Diamond and Pearl Battle Dimension. Then we have a little bit of a rerun back to EUIC. So you don't want to miss that one on Wednesday. And then a little bit more of the Battle Dimension. Get caught up on that before we get into Orlando Regionals next weekend, where we kick off Regulation I and see those restricteds come back to the floor. So do not miss that. Put it in your calendars and get marked down to watch all the action from over the pond.
It's so exciting. We've had back-to-back regional level events. We had Houston last week. It's Sevilla, of course, this weekend. But next weekend is those Orlando Regional Championships. Go on down and compete, everybody. Let's see what Regulation Set I, the return, has to offer. Get those restricted Pokemon ready. That power level, it's going to be so much higher, Marcus.
Oh, it's going to be great. In fact, so great that I will be there. So, yeah.
Hey,
if you run into me, feel free to say hi.
Marcus, you have the power of more than 2 restricteds, my friend, and we believe in you.
Oh, thank you. Thank you for the extra pressure, I guess.
You can handle it. You've done it before, mate. Don't worry.
You know, casting is great, right? But I want to get out there. If I see a final like that, I want to play, right?
Yeah. And good luck with the jet lag. Coming up after that in EU, we do, of course, have our next event, and it's going to be an absolutely beautiful city too. You're going to want to make sure that you are joining us over the pond here in Prague. Not a location we've been to for a very long time, Costa.
Indeed. It's been quite a few years now, us showing a bit of our age, actually. But no, it's such a beautiful city. It is, of course, going to be our first EU Reg I format event for this season, and such a beautiful way to be able to embark on what is going to be a short but ever so sweet regulation.
You ever been to Prague, Lee?
Have I been to Prague? I was there the last time. I believe it was a special championship the last time it was there, so it's now a regional. So, yeah, lovely, beautiful city. I would love to go back, but...
the bridge was amazing, but yes. I remember going there too.
There was so much about the city, lovely country, and the Regulation I return in Prague is very tempting, but unfortunately cannot make it this time.
You'll be too busy watching that Twitch schedule. That's why you'll
There's too much to watch on Twitch. Yeah, it's true.
It's fair enough. But if you are watching along at home right now, or if you're tuning into the Twitch, you can go to Pokemon.com/broadcast to keep abreast of all of the upcoming events we have. And not just for VGC, for the trading card game and for Pokemon GO as well. Make sure you're following along on Twitch and indeed on YouTube. It is Play Pokemon, of course. Those are the channels to keep your beady eyes on. Let's do this for old time's sake, everybody. Let's have one more sing-song of that hashtag 123 Play Pokemon. That was probably our strongest yet, actually. Yes. Good job, everybody. We're ending on a high. A stars for you all. Congratulations. We've got one last little joke for you all. Are you ready? What do fish Pokemon use to fly? A magic carpet. And so now we'll hop on our magic carpets and zoom on right out of here. Keep it together, guys. Keep those sides unsplit. Very unprofessional to end on all of the tears of laughter coming out of you right now. Thanks very much. So all that remains to be said is thank you so much to all of the staff, the judges, the production crew. Thank you so much to all of you watching at home. And on behalf of all of us here, gracias a Sevilla. Gracias a todos. Thank you so much for supporting us. We'll see you again before you know. So join me in saying, hasta luego!